No, no, no life? Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? Thou wilt come no more. Never, 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 never. In the opening lines of King Lear, Shakespeare makes clear to his audience that this is to be a play which confronts England's national trauma from atop the dramatic stage. He presents us with Lear, king of a pre-Christian pseudo-historical Britain, who is an old man grappling with his age and the problem of how to retire in peace. He believes that he will be able to secure that peace by dividing his kingdom into thirds amongst his daughters and their future husbands. Yet we hear from a discussion between the Earl of Kent, the Earl of Gloucester, and Gloucester's son, Edmund, that this division will not be the result of a communal deliberation with his nobility, much less with the common people. It's a decision Lear will make on his own, as a result of purely personal preference based on character, much more than on any sober political calculus. Lear's Britain is therefore on a knife's edge. It is an absolute monarchy whose monarch is attempting to maintain his title while abrogating his power. This play is, from its very beginning, tackling the problem of political transition in a society which has not yet developed institutional norms to regulate that transition. But that problem, which even today is fraught with peril, was entirely determined by the whims of one man. And because of this fact, we perceive an immediate danger. The future of Lear's Britain depends on Lear alone. For Shakespeare's audience, this problem of absolute monarchy and its entitlements had immediate painful resonance. King Lear was composed around the year 1605, after nearly a century of internecine religious persecutions which had shaken England to its very core. In 1517, Martin Luther had attacked the Catholic Church on the grounds of its corruption, venality, and the sale of indulgences. As his doctrine took hold in England, it was used to justify the sacking of monasteries, the desecration of reliquaries, and the sectarian murder of innocent lives. Initially, England, under the King Henry VIII, resisted the Reformation, and that king ordered the persecution of Protestants who made their views known. But in 1527, when Henry decided that he wanted to divorce his wife, Catherine of Aragon, in favor of Anne Boleyn, the situation was radically changed. The Catholic Church refused the divorce, and in response Henry used the threat of mass confiscations and imprisonment to force the English clergy to declare in 1531 that he, the king, was the supreme head of the English Church. With this new position, he divorced Catherine and married Anne, and he was promptly excommunicated by Pope Clement VII by way of retaliation. In this way, the English Reformation was defined at its core by royal defiance of papal authority, and the concomitant affirmation that the king was both the political and the spiritual leader of England. Yet despite his wishes, Henry's authority was not absolute. 5 years after he had declared himself the one legitimate power in England, more than 40,000 English rose up in defiance of his edict of royal supremacy, and tried to force his representative, the Duke of Norfolk, to restore the monasteries and to end his persecutions. They did not succeed, but their actions inspired English Catholics to continue guerrilla resistance against the king for decades to come. Even in Shakespeare's time, long after Henry's death, the crown still felt its claim to hegemony challenged by men and women willing to sacrifice their lives for their religious freedom. And so when we see King Lear in its opening lines assert the absolute privilege of an absolute monarch, we must remember that this privilege is only one claim to power, which is, as we will see in the remainder of the play, delegitimized by the combat it's forced to engage in with other counter-hegemonic political factions. There is one more aspect to Henry's reign which is central for understanding the context of this play, and that is his death and the crisis of succession which it created. Upon that event, his throne devolved onto the 10-year-old Edward VI, who was first controlled by the Duke of Somerset and then by the Duke of Northumberland. But Edward fell ill with tuberculosis, and was pressured by Northumberland in his final days to disinherit his half-sisters Mary, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, and Elizabeth, daughter of Anne Boleyn, so that Northumberland's own daughter-in-law, Lady Jane Grey, could seize the throne. But upon Edward's death in 1553, Mary deposed Lady Jane after a mere 9 days of rule, and had her and Northumberland executed. Following her ascension, Mary, a staunch Catholic, tried to restore Catholicism to England through a series of religious persecutions, which earned her the epithet Bloody Mary. But she only ruled a few years before she died without children in 1558, and so the crown was relegated to Elizabeth, who had only kept her head on her shoulders by hiding her religious differences with her half-sister. But during her coronation ceremony, Elizabeth placed her hand on an English translation of the Bible, kissed the book, and in doing so affirmed that she was indeed a Protestant, and that the Reformation was to begin anew. For the oldest members of Shakespeare's audience, these episodes of violent conflict between Henry's royal children would have been within living memory, and nearly all in the audience would have recalled it to their minds when Gloucester naively assumes that the division of Lear's kingdom will proceed unproblematically. As the play's opening conversation progresses, Gloucester unwittingly emphasizes the centrality of this dynastic struggle when Kent asks him about his own son. Edmund is a bastard, a fact that Gloucester has blushed to acknowledge, but he has not been stopped by shame in his decision to call Edmund a whoreson to his face, without the order of law and therefore without inheritance. Noble children in Lear's Britain can fully succeed their parents only if they are born within wedlock. And as if to compensate for that fact, Gloucester feels compelled to assert that though Edmund will be deprived of patrimony, nevertheless he will at least receive a father's love. But this love, no matter how convincingly performed by the actor who plays Gloucester on the stage, would, for Shakespeare's audience, be an impure love. When Shakespeare has Gloucester punningly jest that Edmund was born of a fault, there would be for his audience the triple meaning of sin, wrongdoing, and female genitalia. To understand the polysemy of this word fault, I want to leverage Foucault's analysis of one of the most important early Christian theologians, St. Augustine, whose exegesis on marriage and virginity was the foundation of European thought on the topic through the Middle Ages and even into Shakespeare's own time. Foucault notes that one of Augustine's most fundamental contributions to the Christian understanding of sexual intercourse is the notion that the sexual act is not always sinful, as conjugality contributes to the development of humankind and the health of humanity as a whole. Sex only becomes a sin if it strays outside the bounds of what Augustine calls natural use. This is the marriage bond, sanctified by the marital sacrament, which has the divine power to transform the evil of sex into a good. What this means is that when the married couple has sex, each partner does not just satisfy their own desires, but they actively save one another from falling into sin. When Gloucester slept with another woman, he did not just abandon himself to lust, he also willingly forsook the duty of a husband to save his wife's soul. This double fault is what Gloucester sees when he looks at Edmund, the visible byproduct of that lust, and it is this animosity that makes him call Edmund a whoreson, even as he claims to love both his sons equally. The young man represents both a personal as well as a spiritual failing. So in the opening conversation of the play, we have established 3 core anxieties which will be developed in its subsequent acts. First, the anxiety over whether monarchical power can ever be absolute. Second, the anxiety over whether a monarch can peacefully transfer power without institutionalized procedure. Third, the anxiety over the bastard as a liminal figure born within nobility and yet excluded from nobility, whose very presence destabilizes the association between the privilege of blood and the privilege of title. It is in this context that Gloucester is interrupted and Lear enters the court. Lear's first words are unsurprisingly imperious. Surrounded by his daughters, Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia, as well as the Dukes of Cornwall and Albany, he explains that he has unilaterally divided into thirds his kingdom, and that he will proportion those thirds commensurate to the love each daughter demonstrates. The princess who is most eloquent will be assumed to be the most loving and loyal, and will receive the largest dowry for her marriage. At the risk of spoiling a 400-year-old play, this plan of Lear's is unsurprisingly doomed to failure, but it's worth dwelling on exactly why it's so stupid. To do that, we need to lay a bit of groundwork. King Lear is a play which at Shakespeare's time was considered to be based on genuine British history, taking place around 800 years before Christ. It was included in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae, as well as Raphael Holinshed's Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland, which was a historical text that Shakespeare used as a source for many of his plays. Most importantly, the first quarto version of the play, published in 1608, was called The True Chronicle History of the Life and Death of King Lear. So we can say with confidence that though Shakespeare's audience did notice the authorial hand at work in some of the more controversial changes that Shakespeare made, they also believed that the core of his material was based in reality. But we know today that King Lear wasn't real British history. It was a mythic folktale which evolved over centuries of retelling by historians, poets, and playwrights. What this means is that the central agon of the play, which is the division of Lear's kingdom into thirds, really represents tensions from much later than 800 BC. Tensions which developed throughout what we anachronistically refer to as the feudal age. It is in that age where we must look for much of the historical context behind Lear's actions. In his work Feudal Society, Mark Bloch describes a fundamental difference between our idea of the modern nation-state and feudal states which existed in Europe in the medieval period. This difference is one of scope, and it's best explained through concrete examples. In feudal society, many of the institutions which we would assume to be apparatuses of the state were, in reality, largely ignored by political leaders. Education, welfare, and public works were left either to the church or to petty local lords, and it wasn't until the 12th century that monarchs began to undergo the process of consolidating these apparatuses under their control. This is because up until the very end of the Middle Ages, governments were only ever intermittently effective. The slowness of communication, the absence of monetary reserves, and the lack of direct contact with local lords all prevented the centralization of government authority. In what Bloch calls the first feudal age, the age of this fractured and incoherent political authority, most men lived in perpetual insecurity. War, murder, and the abuse of power were all normal parts of life. This violence did not just come from marauding bands of Vikings, which razed continental Europe for centuries, but also from the inherent social structure of feudal society itself. Because trade was scarce and difficult, plunder and oppression were seen as easier means to become rich, and there was a whole class of masters and warriors which lived by destroying the lives of others. If a wronged family wanted justice, they had to execute justice on their own account, and the result was a culture of blood feuds which were a constant threat to public order. It's this background that we must understand when we hear the words of an English chronicle praise the peace of William the Conqueror, saying that everyone may travel through England with his belt full of gold without danger. The central authority of a monarch, which emerged in what Bloch calls the Second Feudal Age, was seen as a blessing from God, not just because the monarchs styled themselves as God's representative on earth, but because the material conditions of the people meaningfully improved. The end of private vengeance and brigandage were two immensely important gifts which significantly reduced collateral violence on innocent lives. With this background, we should feel the anxiety which Shakespeare's audience would have felt when Lear states that he's about to divide his kingdom amongst his vassals and political allies. For that audience, and for the sources which Shakespeare used, this idea was profoundly dangerous, because it implied a return to the era of irrational feuds and incomplete authority. It implied a return to the factional violence which had taken England centuries to overcome, and which would represent a real social regression. The ones who would suffer the most in this hypothetical catastrophe would be the poor men and women in the audience, who had no wealth to insulate themselves with knights, and who would be used as expendable pawns in the conflicts of others. Lear thinks that all will be well, that he will be able to divide his kingdom amongst his daughters without issue. But we know even before the conflict begins that it's inevitable. And we know from Gloucester's anxiety over Edmund that the conflict does not begin and end with Lear's family, but involves the entire institution of noble inheritance. Every time a king dies, there's the possibility that his life's work will be destroyed and his state will be undone. This possibility becomes even more prescient when authority can't be passed wholesale to an eldest male son, but, as in the case of Lear's family, must be divided amongst multiple children. Elizabeth was able to depose Mary and to consolidate Edward's kingdom under a single aegis, But Shakespeare knew that this luck couldn't last forever. As long as inheritance was determined by blood feuds could undermine the political order. But this order was a system of arbitrary constraints, which, as we will see later in the play, inflame violence by creating a winner-take-all system for political authority. Lear's decision to divide his kingdom is not the only scandal in his opening lines. There's also the fact that he, as a king, is willingly choosing to abdicate his throne. He's not planning for the division of this kingdom after his death, but is choosing to remain on this earth as a man born a king, but divorced from kingly authority. While we today do not see anything particularly unique about this choice, in Tudor and Stuart England, retirement, and especially the retirement of a monarch, was controversial in the extreme. This is because retirement, by its very nature, separates the king's status and the king's power. Similarly to Edmund's bastardy, Lear's retirement is a scandal because it exposes the incommensurability of the privilege of blood and the privilege of title, and in so doing reveals both to be arbitrary. But even beyond this scandal, there's another deeper scandal in Lear's retirement. In Giorgio Agamben's theoretical excursion in defining sovereign power, he notes that Christian political theology had established in the Middle Ages that the king had two bodies, a mystical body and a physical body. The mystical body was analogized to Christ's mystic body, and therefore its purpose was to establish the continuity of the state's moral and political body. The legitimacy of the king's sovereignty was defined by this mystical body, because it is what allowed royal authority to survive the death of the man. And it is what sacralized that authority as a means for contributing to the flourishing of the Christian flock. Thus, when Lear announces that he's going to abdicate his throne, he abandons his Christ-like duty to shepherd his country, and, even more problematically, he calls into question the ontological status of king as perpetual and innate sovereign. But Lear does not see any of this. Ironically, he refers to the plan to fracture his kingdom as his darker purpose, inaugurating one of the most fundamental motifs within the play: blindness, or the literal and metaphorical inability of Lear and Gloucester to perceive the disastrous consequences of their actions until it's too late. We will have much more to say about this inability to see when it's brought up more explicitly, but for now it will suffice to observe that Lear is not only blind to the inevitable outcome of his disastrous decision, but also to the affective connotations of his own language. One of the most pointed ironies in Shakespeare is this way in which Lear, and later Gloucester, will invoke the motif of blindness while being blind of the applicability of that motif to themselves, and to the fact that this motif is what will lead to their undoing. In Shakespeare, language does not just describe reality, and it does not just predict reality, but it itself creates reality. So Lear is a blind old fool, but how is he blind? How does he shield himself from the truth that his decision to abdicate the throne is a terrible blunder? At this point, it's necessary to introduce a concept from Frederick Jameson, which will be fundamental to understanding King Lear. It's what Jameson calls a strategy of containment. The easiest way to explain this concept is by applying it, and so let's consider the case of Lear. In broaching the question of his succession, Lear has raised what is fundamentally a political question, about the assignation and management of state resources and the control of state apparatuses. But Lear doesn't see succession as a political problem. He sees it as a personal problem, which he can solve by figuring out which of his daughters loves him the best. As Jameson points out, what this act of displacement does is it arouses political impulses to diffuse them, by replacing their hard questions with substitute gratifications. Why does Lear need substitute gratifications? Because, as Jameson explains, for a subject to acknowledge that their ideological worldview is determined by their position within the political structure of their society, they have to undergo a painful decentering of consciousness. They have to confront the fact that all their thoughts and beliefs are not natural, or the way things are, but are socially constructed ideologies which reinforce class positions. In other words, it's easier for Lear to displace succession from being a political problem to being a personal problem, because by doing this he does not have to question the feudal social formation that he benefits from as a king. The proto-political impulse is diffused and managed by being contained in the realm of the individual subject and the domestic family unit. The point is not just to hide the political problem, though. It's to construct a substitute narrative which replaces the political problem with a personal problem, which is mentally and practically easier to solve. So instead of questioning absolute monarchy as a social formation, or even questioning the devolution of that monarchy into a triad of petty lordships, Lear stages a love game. Whichever of his daughters can best express their love for him is naturally the most fit to rule, and will get the largest share of his kingdom. Before we wade through the rhetoric of love that Goneril and Regan will perform, it's worth recalling an idea from Lacan, which is that the signifier, the word itself, creates meaning not by itself, but through its coexistence with other signifiers in a chain, which in the proximity and interplay of its links metonymically and metaphorically structure unconscious thought, by linking constellations of ideas together within the symbolic order. In Lacan's own words, it's in the chain of the signifier that meaning insists, but none of the chain's elements consists in the signification it can provide. The signified, the concept Lear wants to hear, is barred from the signifier by the inadequacy of language which can't contain meaning within the isolated word-concept dyad. Signification instead derives from reference to another signification, another word which relates to the previous word in an endless chain which narrativizes Lear's unattainable desire. So when Lear's daughters talk about their love, what Lear hears is not the abstract concept love ostensibly represents, but the concepts of filial piety, kingship, and virtue which the word love evokes as part of a speech of loyalty. This narrative, which connects love to respect for the absolute monarch and to feudal society more generally, is the substitute narrative which Jameson hinted at. This narrative comforts Lear by preparing for him a discourse which has internal consistency without external validity. It does not allow for the possibility that love is merely language, or that language and intention could differ, or again that intention could be determined by political institutions more so than by personal character. Again, using Lacanian terminology, we can see that the desire which dominates Lear is to completely own, like an object, the love his daughters bear for him. But this desire is impossible because that love is not a thing, but is rather a set of non-objectal conventions imposed by the symbolic register of British society. Lear's love game is doomed to failure because he's asking his daughters for what they don't have, and what they can never provide. And at bottom, Lear's desire is motivated by the desire to be object petit a, to be the object and cause of his daughter's desire. It's not just enough for him to be desired by his daughters, he must be the cause of his daughter's desires. But as we will see, this desire is not only unattainable, it's comically satirized. Goneril speaks first. Like her father, she begins her first speech with words laced in irony, an irony which she is largely unaware of. She claims she loves Lear more than words can wield the matter, whereas her speech is, as the play will prove, entirely filled with deceit. She also claims that Lear is dearer to her than eyesight, and here we see the motif of blindness manifest directly. Now that this motif has recurred for a second time, and depending on how the role of Goneril is performed on stage, we may have a premonition that it's connected to deceit and concealment. But we don't yet know what's being concealed. This scene within the domestic sphere of Lear's court, in the presence of a father and his daughters, is supposed to be, and may even seem to be, a scene that's familiar and intimate. But this motif of blindness has undermined this intimacy, and created in its place an atmosphere of tension, and a sense that something is wrong. Freud argued that the uncanny is defined by exactly this kind of scene, a tame and intimate scene which seems homely, or heimlich, but which conceals within itself its opposite, the unheimlich, an unhomely, uncanny element which has become uncanny by being repressed. Lear, though he tries to construct a ritual of filial love, undermines this ritual's domesticity through his excessive theatricality, and by convoking that love with the motif of blindness in his initial lines. The heartwarming scene of father-daughter bonding has, through the figural language of the play, collapsed into its opposite. and it is with apprehension that we hear Lear wish that he can complete this ritual so that he is free to crawl toward death. We know that there's some lurking horror which Lear is blind to, and which he almost seems to bait with this morbid language. But as of yet, we ourselves are also blind to what that might be. So without giving too much away, it's enough to observe that Goneril's claim that she loves her father is a lie. More specifically, Goneril is lying by claiming that her love for Lear is both present and entirely natural, as much as child ere loved or father found. In this case, we see the literal meaning of Goneril's words is that her love for her father is natural, owing to the filial bond inherent in humanity. However, if we conduct a deconstructive reading in the model of Paul de Man, and read this utterance as a rhetorical performance, we see that this first interpretation is undermined. Goneril is consciously engaging in a rhetorical contest to win wealth and power, and because of this, she deploys love and its associated signifiers as part of a performative strategy to try and win that contest. She's literally saying that her love is natural, but rhetorically, she's using love as one element of an artificial performance, entirely motivated by material gain. As a result, we're left with an antinomy. Either Goneril's love is motivated by her natural character, or by artificial man-made incentive structures. Crucially, our choice between these two interpretations depends on Goneril's performance on stage. One part of Shakespeare's genius is that his language creates ambiguities which demand performance to resolve. He writes texts that look beyond themselves to the stage, and which present his actors with multiple options for how to portray his characters. Whether the overtures of Lear's daughters are in good faith, or are calculated plays of self-interest, is one of the crucial interpretive decisions that any director of King Lear is forced to make. But Shakespeare doesn't always create ambiguity through rhetoric. Sometimes, as in Cordelia's response to her sister, he creates it through silence. After her sister's showy display, Cordelia responds, "What? Shall Cordelia speak? Love and be silent." On the surface level, this response sets up a binary opposition between Goneril's rhetorical falsehood and Cordelia's own silent truth. Yet when Cordelia valorizes silence, she makes a tacit admission that the word love cannot embody the fullness of its concept. As we noted earlier, the signifier, the word, is forever barred from directly representing the signified, the concept it's supposed to represent. It only creates meaning by metaphorical or metonymic reference to another signifier. Because of this incommensurability, every time a character in King Lear makes a showy rhetorical performance, or even attempts to describe events that have happened, they are frustrated by a looseness, by an inaccuracy which prevents their words from totally corresponding to the concepts that they're trying to evoke. Sometimes this looseness is a deliberate attempt to create ambiguity, like in this speech by Goneril, but in other times it manifests without the speaker ever actually being aware of it. Only Cordelia seems to recognize this deceit in rhetoric, and that truth requires an additional guarantor beyond just the written word. Regan certainly doesn't get that message, as she follows up Goneril with a speech intended to one-up her sister's ostentatious display. She agrees with Goneril that to speak love is to be loving, but based on that logic, she claims that Goneril's love is insufficient because it was insufficiently articulated. Regan goes further. She professes that she is an enemy to all other joys which the most precious square of sense professes. In these lines, she reinforces the opposition between female sexuality and sin on the one side, and virginity and filial piety on the other. This contrast will be fundamental throughout the play for distinguishing the bad sisters, Goneril and Regan, from the good sister, Cordelia, and so it's worth explaining where it comes from. The valorization of virginity in Christianity is most explicitly taken from Paul's epistle to the Corinthians, which argued that it is good for a man not to touch a woman. This epistle inspired many of the church fathers to argue that the virgin state was a state of Christ-like perfection. For John Chrysostom, the house of a virgin woman was delivered from confusion, and her virginity is a form of detachment more perfect than silence. For Augustine, though conjugality was legitimate, excessive sexual pleasure was sinful, Because by giving consent to the libido, the woman consents to engage in involuntary, shameful movements, which attest to the weakness of her character. Losing oneself to sexual pleasure is a sin because sin is a weakness of the will. It is the will abandoning its duty to guard the body and letting the devil in, just as Eve let the devil in to deceive her in the Garden of Eden. Virginity is Christ-like, and sex is submission to Satan. So we can see why Regan makes this argument. If sensual pleasure implies weakness of the will, then Regan needs to oppose herself to this pleasure to justify her fitness to rule. This line of argument will be repeated many times throughout the play, by both men and women on all sides of the conflict. In this way, Regan concludes her argument, and Lear then passes to Cordelia. Yet Cordelia refuses to praise her father despite his cajoling, claiming it would be falsehood to say that she loves her father entirely because she must reserve part of her love for her future husband. But here Cordelia runs into a difficulty. If rhetoric is untrustworthy, how can she convince Lear of the veracity of her arguments? Cordelia opts for a strategy which will be central to her character throughout the entire play. She quotes from scripture to self-consciously fashion herself as a divinely inspired moralist. "Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth," says she. And this line is taken from the book of Sirach, which in the New Revised Standard Version reads, "The mind of fools is in their mouth, but the mouth of the wise is in their mind." This injunction is attributed to the teacher Ben Sira, who elsewhere claims that he ran a house of instruction for prospective scribes and sages. That Cordelia aligns herself with him is a rhetorical move to verify the truth of her own language by imbuing it with the divine logos, which has a privileged claim to unmediated truth. Regan might twist the ideas of the church fathers, but Cordelia directly cites scripture itself. Cordelia will therefore contribute nothing to the pageantry, and Lear responds to her refusal with the threat, "Nothing will come of nothing." Because Lear does not see the deceptive nature of Goneril's and Regan's displays, he takes Cordelia's words to mean that she has deprived him of the love and respect which are his due as father and as king. Lear does not perceive the connection that Cordelia is trying to make between silence and truth on the one hand, and falsehood and language on the other. Ironically, Goneril's and Regan's lies are really nothing, and Cordelia's refusal to speak is really the something that Lear so desperately craves, the true love of a loyal daughter. Hannah Arendt made the case that this opposition between truth and opinion is fundamental to such political posturing, because while man may be the undisputed master of his own thoughts, the moment he enters into the political arena, he needs the support of a coalition. And a coalition can only be created by persuasion. This process of persuasion has the inherent risk of destabilizing and undermining truth. And it is the reason why Goneril and Regan cannot be trusted. The mere fact that they were forced to participate in this sham selection process doomed their speech to falsehood before it was even uttered. Cordelia, by contrast, honestly admits that she must reserve for her future husband half her love, and that this present of herself is the natural and correct reward for marriage. Her sisters, by contrast, cheat their future husbands, who we must remember are listening to this speech, by refusing to give those men the love that is their entitlement. Here we must recall Jameson and observe that Cordelia's argument is another strategy of containment. Cordelia, in her theological exegesis on the proper role of a daughter and a future wife, is really trying to enervate the historically contingent conflict between competing familial obligations, by resolving that conflict with a reified view of human character. Again, we see a political question, which is the relative strength of kinship ties, ideologically contained within a theological paradigm to diffuse its revolutionary potential. By portraying herself as a religious exegete, Cordelia functions as the primary reactionary force in this exchange, and she will continue in that role until the very end of the play. Much like Charles Dickens will do 200 years later, Cordelia opposes the individual, holy, private space of the family to the collective, sinful, public space of society, claiming that politics has no place in the former, even though politics is what constructed that place in the very first place. Lear obviously does not want to hear this line of argument from Cordelia, and he does not believe it. He tells Cordelia with biting sarcasm that her truth will be her dower, and that because her truth signified nothing, she will receive nothing. He disclaims all his paternal care, propinquity and property of blood, telling Cordelia that she will be as dear to him as a barbarous Scythian, and exiling her from his court. To our modern eyes, this response seems comically, even irrationally extreme, but this can be explained by restoring the feudal context surrounding it. Bloch points out that in the feudal era, ties of kinship were much stronger than they are today in our society of liberal individualism. And when it came to any decision regarding the alienation of property, family members who disagreed were all expected to fall in line with the majority opinion and give their consent. Even though there were charters which proclaimed the rights of the individual, approbation of the relatives was the de facto requirement for family affairs. And so Cordelia, when she flouts the succession ceremony that Lear and his daughters are participating in, violates one of the most important norms of the medieval society from which the Lear story is derived. Additionally, as Arendt remarks, all truth-telling has in its very nature an element of coercion. It's not just that Cordelia refuses to speak, but that by remaining silent and truthful, she indicts Lear's judgment and Lear's character. She pressures him to realize that his preference for the empty words of his other daughters is a moral failing on his part, and that if he wants to join the side of honesty, he has to admit that his entire worldview is in the wrong. Thus, Cordelia not only violates cultural norms, she also obliquely criticizes Lear's ability to rule. And if we understand this, we can better understand why Lear lashes out at her in such a raw, emotional manner. One aspect of Lear's raillery against Cordelia that's often overlooked is his invocation of the goddess Hecate. He curses his daughter by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate and the night. Hecate is the goddess of the moon, witchcraft, and the underworld, but to a modern audience she's much less familiar than she would be to a classicist of Shakespeare's day. To give a sense of the disturbing connotations her name would have evoked, I want to reference a quote from Lucan's Civil War, a Roman play read during Shakespeare's age which describes the conflict between Julius Caesar and Pompey over the collapsing Roman Republic. In that play, Pompey's sons charge the witch Erichtho to summon the ghost of a dead soldier to prophesize to them about who will win the war. To get this knowledge, Erichtho invokes the goddess Hecate by describing the gruesome deeds that she has done for the goddess's sake. Do I summon you with mouth sufficiently abominable and polluted? Do I ever chant these spells without consuming human entrails? How many times have I cut out breasts filled by deity and washed them with warm brains? Are there no babes about to enter life who laid their head and heart upon your dishes? Then obey my prayer. Hecate is not just the goddess of the night and of witchcraft. She's a goddess appeased by crimes against humanity, of atrocities committed on corpses and children. And so when Lear invokes her in this quasi-pagan antediluvian Britain, we need to understand that this invocation rhetorically associates Cordelia with the chthonic goddess of darkness and evil, even as it valorizes Lear with the Olympian sacred radiance of the sun. It's small wonder then that Kent attempts to intervene in Cordelia's favor, but he only gets half a sentence in before Lear silences him. Telling Kent to leave the court, Lear continues raging, and decides to divide Cordelia's third of the kingdom between Goneril and Regan. These, his beloved daughters, will inherit all his power, with the exception of 100 knights, which Lear will keep for himself under his direct control. To cap it all, he gives Albany and Cornwall, his new sons-in-law, Cordelia's coronet, the symbol of her royal endowment, telling them to split it between them. The contradiction here should be obvious, although to Lear it's not. He wants to abrogate his position and keep sway over 100 knights, but in the same breath he charges Cornwall and Albany with sustaining him and his troops. Lear is giving his sons-in-law orders right after he has just forfeited the royal title that allows him to give orders. This blindness to the true condition of his existence is again foregrounded by the injunction against Kent, the most loyal noble present, to leave Lear's sight. Within Lear's home, within the familiar and comforting family, there is something that he is blind to, something unheimlich or uncanny that is concealed from him which agitates him to this fit of fury. We, the audience, are not sure what this uncanny thing is yet, but we perceive that there's an association of the concepts of domesticity, filial piety, and blindness, which the play has several times now established. So we cannot yet say what Lear is blinded from, but we can, at this point, take a stab at explaining what Lear is blinded by: ideology. The synecdochic symbol of the coronet, which Lear gives to Albany and Cornwall as a representation of Cordelia's forsaken wealth and power, foregrounds the essential concepts of this ideology: absolute monarchy, divine sanction, and ontological superiority, which entitles the king and his children to material wealth and unquestioned obedience. Here it's helpful to reference the works of Louis Althusser, which helps to explain the concrete mechanism by which ideology obfuscates thought in Shakespeare's characters. Althusser's fundamental argument is that ideology is not just representation. It's not just false ideas which the dominant class used to subordinate the dominated class in a society. After all, Lear himself is the King of Britain, and there's no one in the play more ideologically blind than he. Ideology, rather, in Althusser's own words, makes individuals go, all by themselves. It ensures the reproduction of the relations of production at all levels of society by creating a set of beautiful lives for kings, for nobles, for knights, and even for serfs and peasant farmers. Every class within a social formation has its own ideology, which directs its behavior and even the very way in which it thinks about the world. But, and this is the crucial point, this ideology is a misdirection. It's not an accurate representation of the individual's relation to their society. Instead, ideology is an imaginary representation of individuals' imaginary relation to the real conditions of their existence. To take an example, this coronet, which Lear believes is symbolic of Cordelia's role as princess, is imbued with religious, moral, legal, and political ideologies. Each of these ideologies is an imaginary distortion of the real world. The princess is a representative of God on earth. The princess is morally superior because of her blood. The princess is above the law. The princess is entitled to inherit absolute authority, etc. All these beliefs shape the behavior of Lear, Cordelia, and everyone else within the play, not only by shaping their actions, but also by shaping their thoughts, and determining which questions they're capable of asking. We mentioned before that Lear is blinded by ideology. The truth is that every character in the play is just as blind as he, and what they are blinded from is the clear-eyed interpretation of reality which is the prerequisite to constructing a more just society. They are goldfish in a bowl, oblivious to the fact that they are confined in the glass of feudalism, and because of this obliviousness they're incapable of questioning the assumptions contained within that glass, which keep political power in the hands of a small royal family at the expense of everyone else. This ideological mystification manifests in the words of Kent, who tries a second time to convince Lear to take back his exile of Cordelia. But Kent does not make the argument that Lear's power is unjust, that there is a better way of ordering his kingdom, or that he is not entitled to the prerogatives symbolized within the coronet. Instead, he doubles down on one of the most important concepts of feudal ideology: vassalage. I have danced around this concept of vassalage because I wanted to wait until Kent assumed the center stage to really dive into it. The reason for this is that vassalage, more than anything else, is what defines Kent's worldview in this play. In feudal society, and especially from the 10th to the 12th century, almost every man was the man or the vassal of another man. The count was the man of the king, and the serf was the man of his lord. In the case of knights and other members of the court, like Kent, being a vassal meant conferring the obligation of military service to defend the king if he was threatened. And, depending on the age, receiving in exchange either room and board in the king's household, or else a fief, an estate which would be populated by tenants who would work the land and pay rents. In the case of England specifically, William the Bastard, after his conquest, established a system of feudal military service which imposed on his principal vassals the obligation of holding for his use a prescribed number of knights, who were in turn provided for by tenant farmers. What this meant is that in England, following the Norman conquest, nearly all land was held of a lord, And this chain led, link by link, from the lowest farmer up to the king himself. Every vassal, therefore, was bound to the sovereign as his subject, and, unlike on the European continent, the power of coercion the English monarch had over all his subjects was extensive. England had imported the administrative practices of the Norman Duchy, and these practices formed a bureaucratic, centralized, regimented state apparatus which penetrated the entirety of society. As a result, in addition to what we would call personal ties of family and friendship, there was in English feudal society a principle of organic unity which permeated the social fabric, and which told its subjects that their purpose was to function as part of that unity for the glory of their king, their lord's lord, the man at the top of the food chain. Vassalage was absolutely central in feudal society, and it was the lens through which almost every single relationship was described. For example, Christians viewed the angels as the vassals of God, and Christ as the vassal of the Father. The good vassal was a man who had to die for his chief, sword in hand, which was to make oneself a martyr and to guarantee one's place in heaven. In the Anglo-Saxon oath of commendation, the vassal swears his oath to his lord by the following formula: "I will love what thou lovest, I will hate what thou hatest." To disregard the bond of vassalage was the most heinous of sins, and was punishable by death. In England, the laws of Henry I stated that there was no redemption for the man who has killed his lord. Let him perish by the most atrocious tortures. Vassalage dominated all other social bonds, including those of family relations. If a son brought a lawsuit against his father, the father was treated by the court as if he was the lord, and the son as if he were the vassal, bound to his father by the right of homage. In the Christian act of prayer, the ancient gesture of stretching out one's hands to God was replaced by a gesture that joined two hands together, which was a gesture directly taken from the commendation of the vassal to his lord. And of all lords, the king was by far the most important. In Anglo-Norman law, a man had to side with the church against his lord if the two were in conflict, except in the case that his lord was the king. The monarch, the divine representative of God on earth, was the ultimate lord, and before him even the church had to give way to the obligation of fealty. Now, with all this said, it's also important to stress that not every man lived up to the obligations expected of him toward his lord. There were, of course, bad vassals who took up arms against their lords for personal gain, and we have numerous examples throughout medieval history of rebellions and betrayals. The point is not that vassalage was a rule that every man perfectly obeyed, but that it was a rule which compelled obedience, and that most men acquiesced to that compulsion, although a few acted against it in their own self-interest. This is one of the central conflicts in King Lear, between those who feel strongly the obligations of vassalage and obey them, and those who act in their own self-interest and flout the social norms of their time for personal advancement. What's unique about Kent in this context is that, as I have said, he is the man who in this play feels the feudal obligation of vassalage the most strongly. As an earl, he's one of the men in Britain in closest proximity to Lear, both physically and in terms of the chain of homage. And we can see this proximity influence his thinking in his words. "Royal Lear, whom I have ever honored as my king, loved as my father, as my master followed, as my great patron thought on in my prayers." Father, master, patron, Lear assumes a constellation of paternal values, which give him the position of ultimate preeminence in Kent's life. As his vassal, Kent would be bound to Lear probably for life, and the form of his service would be primarily warlike. It's crucial to point out that this kind of service was, for the noble knight, and for Kent especially, a point of personal pride. Military combat represented the highest form of vassalage in feudal society, and we can see this pride color Kent's speech when he tries to prove his personal character to Lear, arguing that he has held his life as a pawn to wage against Lear's enemies without any fear. Yet even despite this fierce loyalty, Kent sticks his neck out, arguing that he is a kind of doctor prescribing advice to his lord which Lear won't take. This exchange is important to emphasize because it testifies to the fact that what defines Kent's loyalty to Lear is not just submissive deference, but rather a pride in his merit as a knight, which pushes him to overstep personal boundaries to try and preserve political boundaries. What matters most to Kent is not just that he's a noble, but the fact that nobles continue to uphold the values and institutions of nobility. He correctly perceives that Goneril and Regan are an existential threat to this exalted view of nobility, and thus is willing to risk his personal fortune to preserve its prerogatives. Kent's attempt at persuasion, unfortunately, is a spectacular failure. Lear gives him 5 days to pack his bags, another 5 to leave Britain, and tells him that if he sees him on the island after 10 days, he will be put to death. There are 2 interesting things about the language Lear uses to banish Kent. The first is that he refers to Kent as a trunk, which is the body sans head, and in doing so verbally decapitates Kent to reinforce the real, physical threat of death should Kent return to Britain. To place Kent outside the political order, Lear figuratively executes him, and in so doing connects the political power of the sovereign to absolute power over the life and death of his subjects. This observation leads us to our second point. To justify this arbitrary and capricious violence, Lear invokes the god Jupiter. Where before he had associated Cordelia with the goddess Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and implicit evil, here he associates himself with the king of the gods, head of the Olympian pantheon entitled to absolute power and absolute obedience. Again, Shakespeare's England assumed that by the will of the gods, authority gravitated toward old men, and the king, as the preeminent old man, was, in the words of King James, a little god. He was God over men, created by God to rule over them, and his every action was justified by divine omnipotence. Kent views Lear as his father and lord and wishes to intervene for Lear's sake, but for Lear this altruism is really an affront. What Kent should do is perform unquestioning obedience, no matter the issue at hand, just like Jupiter in this quasi-pagan setting would demand of Apollo or any of his other sons. While Kent values nobility as a concept, Lear values the obedience of the nobility to his personal whims. It's small wonder then that Kent is forced to concede. He accepts his fate and says ruefully that freedom lives hence and banishment is in England. Lear's banishment of Kent inaugurates one of the most fundamental themes of the play, that of the paradox of sovereignty. This is a concept explained best by Agamben, who remarks that the sovereign is paradoxically both inside and outside the juridical order. The sovereign is the one who proclaims and enforces laws, but he's also the one who is capable of suspending the validity of those laws by proclaiming a state of exception. In other words, because the sovereign has the legal power to suspend the validity of the law, he legally places himself outside the law. Sovereignty is not just defined by the ability to create law, but by the ability to arbitrarily suspend the laws one has created, to create a spatio-temporal zone in which the law does not apply. Kent's freedom is therefore no freedom at all, but an exclusion from the system of laws which themselves make freedom possible. As an exile, he cannot access a fair trial or even due process, but he can be killed by anyone at any time for any reason. Kent is not a free man outside Lear's Britain, he's a refugee, and his struggle throughout the play will be determined by the fact that he is a wanted man who constantly must hide himself from the law which has consigned him to death by abandoning him. Kent is thus forced to leave Lear's court, and it's at this moment that Gloucester returns with France and Burgundy in tow. Lear asks Burgundy if he still wants Cordelia despite her lack of a dowry, but Burgundy is none too pleased. This appeal of Lear's is notable for the way in which he describes his newly estranged daughter. He refers to her as a person with a price, which has fallen, and as a little seeming substance without the wealth of a princess. This attitude of Lear's, which compels him to consider his daughters both as accessories to his person bound by filial loyalty, as well as financial tokens which can be traded away in purely economic transactions, is characteristic of the feudal age. It derived from a worldview which, as Bloch explains, held at the same time both a strong sense of community as well as a callous attitude toward individuals. This is because in this kinship society, each group counted for more than its members, and marriage, for the nobility, was for the most part a calculated combining of economic interests. But this self-centered, cynical use of marriage for familial gain strictly contradicted the injunctions of the Church Fathers, as we have seen, to marry and produce children for the glory of God. We can see this contradiction in the argument between Lear and Cordelia. The father views marriage as an investment vehicle, and when his daughter no longer contains financial value, he cuts his losses as one would sell a security that has lost its potential for appreciation. The daughter, by contrast, is so committed to the Christian view of marriage that she forsakes all her material wealth in defense of that view. In this argument, we see the clash of two conflicting ideologies: religion and vassalage. Cordelia, as a good Christian, wants to belong to her husband, but Lear, as a lord, wishes for Cordelia to belong to him or else not to belong to anyone at all. But Burgundy has no interest in a princess without a dower, and Lear apologetically asks France not to feel compelled to take Cordelia in Burgundy's stead, afraid that such an unequal match would jeopardize their relationship. France, unlike Burgundy, responds with a kind of guarded equivocality. Sure, her offense must be of such unnatural degree that monsters it, or your forevouched affection fall into taint. This tortured syntax makes France's statement intentionally ambiguous. Either he's saying that Lear's former love for Cordelia should be regarded with suspicion if he abandons her so easily, or that Cordelia must have committed a grievous sin for Lear to abandon her. By hedging his language, he diplomatically attempts to remain in the good graces of both father and daughter, letting each read in his reaction the meaning that suits them the best. Jumping the gun a little, it'll be worth keeping this political opportunism in mind when we consider the anxiety of the British later on in the play, when they struggle to determine whether France is really a friend or a foe. Cordelia, for her part, defends herself against Lear's devaluation of her character. She argues that it is no vicious blot, murder or foulness, no unchaste action or dishonored step, that deprives her of Lear's favor. It was because she did not have the glib and oily art of her sisters, but maintains truth in her silence as opposed to falsity in rhetoric. With this repudiation of her sisters and her father, she brings her argument to a close, and it's here I want to dwell on what makes Shakespeare's arguments so rich. Shakespeare, unlike almost all the other playwrights of his era, does not merely represent two voices arguing with one another. He does not just use rhetoric to create what we would call socially typical utterances of people from different backgrounds. Instead, he creates what Mikhail Bakhtin would call an authentic double-languagedness of dialogue, meaning that his characters speak not just with different voices, but with different languages, each expressing different socio-linguistic belief systems which share the same words but differ radically in terms of their concepts. This aspect, which Bakhtin calls heteroglossia, is what makes Shakespeare's arguments feel so modern. It's the same process that we see in the novel from Cervantes through Joyce, whereby the languages of different characters mutually animate one another, and the intention of the author is not expressed directly, but is refracted through the heteroglot languages that their characters use. In other words, the argument between Lear and Cordelia remains interesting to us because we do not see Shakespeare using his authorial voice to artificially decide the argument one way or another. Father and daughter clash, and their debate is messy and inconclusive. The father uses the language of vassalage predicated on an anachronistic synthesis of Greco-Roman paganism and Christian political theology, while the daughter uses the language of Christian scripture by quoting from a biblical wisdom book. In this way, King Lear is not just a play, but it is what Bakhtin calls an artistically organized system of languages, which are layered atop one another to develop lines of argumentation without resolving them. The benefit of this approach is that we see the semantic and lexical shifts between characters, and these shifts make characters feel more true to life, because they mirror how languages clash, die, and evolve in the real world. France, for his part, adds one more language to the fray by appealing on Cordelia's behalf using quasi-humanist grounds, arguing that Cordelia's virtue makes herself a dowry, and that Burgundy should make her his duchess even without the prospect of financial gain. Unsurprisingly, this plea falls on deaf ears, and Cordelia responds bitterly that Burgundy's mercantilist bent causes him to cherish only respect and fortunes. This idealism is, as we have already seen, out of keeping with the mainstream view in feudal society, which was to marry for economic advantage and personal defense. It's an ideological statement asserting the natural value of love, which, as Jameson remarks, is essentially an obfuscation, which papers over the fact that the marital bond derives ultimately from the division of labor and the practical necessity of kinship ties in previous social formations. Ironically, Lear is just as blind to this reality as France is, even though they're on opposite sides of the argument. Lear's motivation for disinheriting Cordelia is lack of filial piety, while France's argument for Cordelia's worth is based on the observation that Cordelia has more filial piety than either of her sisters. It's only Burgundy who is clear-eyed about the real political and economic concerns which underlie their debate. Since France cannot change Lear's mind, he offers to accept Cordelia as his wife because of the inflamed respect that her actions have kindled within his breast. This exchange of Cordelia from her father's control to that of her future husband is accomplished over the course of 6 heroic couplets, which stand in stark contrast to the mostly blank verse which precedes them. What I want to emphasize here is the formal contrast which Shakespeare creates by juxtaposing this lofty poetic form against the baseness of Lear's actions. It creates a kind of dramatic contrast which highlights the injustice and artificiality of the exchange. We know that in many of Shakespeare's plays he uses metrical variation to indicate social class. For example, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, the well-born young lovers speak in rhymed couplets, whereas the artisans speak in unmetrical prose. The decision to change the metrical type of Lear and France from the natural cadence of blank verse to the artificial cadence of the heroic couplet in this crucial moment of exchange, therefore comes off as an attempt by the pair to lend their political arrangement a dignity that it doesn't deserve. Bakhtin argues that the poetic style, unlike the heteroglossia of prose, is suspended from mutual interaction with other discourses because poetry is essentially a univocal style, which attempts to express the unmediated thoughts of the speaker. This refusal of poetry to engage with the vocabulary and syntactical forms of others is a rhetorical strategy that Lear and France utilize to transfer Cordelia from one wardship to another, without giving her the chance to speak for herself. By excluding Cordelia from their poem, France and Lear exclude her from the decision over her own destiny. Although France leverages the poetic style of chivalry to claim that he is acting in Cordelia's best interest, really he uses that style to lend the veneer of credibility to an exchange which minimizes Cordelia's own agency. As she parts from her sisters, Cordelia asks Goneril and Regan to live up to their lofty claims to love, and to take care of their father. Ironically, Cordelia refers to her sisters as the jewels of Lear, and in doing so she reinforces the very moral economic ideology which has reduced her to being a pawn for the transfer of wealth between nations. By applying this same language to her sisters, she emphasizes the fact that they, like her, are commodities to be exchanged in the formation of kinship ties. And in so doing, she unwittingly normalizes this sale of women, which will be central to the subsequent conflicts over marital alliances between the branches of Lear's family. As Althusser pointed out, ideology exists in actions, and Cordelia's actions reinforce the very system to which she is a financial token. She also uses a synecdoche to refer to the sisters as professed bosoms, highlighting the fact that she in no way believes that their claims to loving Lear were really legitimate. Obviously, Goneril and Regan aren't pleased at these aspersions, and the former refers to Cordelia as Fortune's alms, highlighting the contrast between herself as a valuable jewel and Cordelia as a valueless donation. Though the sisters are on opposite sides of the conflict, they are united in that both conceive of each other in terms of the economic value that they can provide. What's interesting here is that this language of commodification is in stark contrast to the language of Christian morality which Cordelia used earlier in the play. By contrasting these languages of idealism and pragmatism, Shakespeare represents in Cordelia the socio-ideological contradictions both within Lear's Britain and within the England of his own day, positioned at the transition point between the feudal social formation and nascent capitalism. As Bakhtin pointed out, the contrast in language reflects the contrast in belief systems. And these contrasts represent the real social contradictions that are manifest at this conjuncture in history. Within the hegemony of feudal society, there are nascent oppositional ideologies which combat their dominant counterpart, both in dialogue and within consciousness. After this frosty exchange, Cordelia leaves with France, and this very long first scene concludes with an ominous conversation between Goneril and Regan. The sisters call into question Lear's judgment, given that before he had always loved Cordelia best, and now, with irrational rapidity, he has exiled her from him forever. They worry that Lear is going senile, and that the old man will lash out at them in the same way that he lashed out at Kent. Their reaction introduces another ambiguity that will be central to the conflict of this play. Just how out of line is Lear? Are the complaints of Goneril and Regan legitimate, or are they merely pretexts for their own subsequent actions? Again, this is an ambiguity which we will not be able to resolve just from the language of the play, because it's an ambiguity that relies on performance. The director of King Lear must decide whether Goneril and Regan have valid grievances, or whether they are merely a pair of harpies, looking to pick the flesh off their father's bones. In the second scene, we move from Lear's court to the Earl of Gloucester's house, and Edmund takes center stage to go on a tirade against the prejudice of his father. For him, the very concept of bastardy is a plague of custom, entirely derived from the curiosity of nations with no legitimate basis in nature. He instead professes his loyalty to that nature, which he describes as a goddess, and he evaluates himself in comparison to Edgar on the basis of his natural qualities. His mind and body are just as sound as those of his brother, so why is he deprived of that which Edgar is entitled to? There are two main reasons, again deriving from the ideologies of vassalage in Christian religion, which are so central to this play. On the one hand, as Robert Moore explains, vassalage was defined by the principle of primogeniture on the basis that the preservation of the kinship aristocracy's centralized power was more important than the equitable distribution of wealth among sons. On the other hand, as Foucault explains, the fundamental function of marriage in Christian society has been, since Augustine, to contribute to the spiritual unity of the Church. Because Christ is the husband of the Church, the couple on earth who wants to do God's will should take Christ as a model and produce legitimate children within the sacramental bond of marriage. By having children through marriage, men and women fulfill the commandment of God in Genesis to increase and multiply, and by multiplying, they contribute to the beauty of earth by increasing the number of Christ's faithful. Edmund, as a product of an extramarital affair, is tarnished by the fact that he is the consequence of the violation of this sacrament. He is the residue of a concupiscence which defied the will of Christ. So Edmund claims that he is committed to nature, which values people based on their intrinsic merits as opposed to on arbitrary criteria of society. But the only reason he thinks this is because he is defining himself by his bastardy, by a purely arbitrary criteria from within that society. Literally, he's asserting the supremacy of nature in his thought, but rhetorically, he's asserting his obsession with an artificial social construct. The result is an aporia. We cannot decide whether Edmund's actions are according to natural or artificial principles, and, as we will see throughout the play, neither can Edmund himself. Edmund's musings are broken off by the entrance of Gloucester, who asks his bastard son for news of Lear's abdication. Gloucester uses a very interesting phrase here when he describes Lear as being confined to exhibition. Lear is, after abandoning the throne, what Agamben would call homo sacer, or bare life, a person set outside human jurisdiction without being brought by death into the realm of the divine. Lear is a kind of scandalous figure in that he still lives as a man on earth even though he has completely forfeited his institutional position as divinely ordained monarch. Before, he was the sovereign capable of defining the political sphere for his subjects, but now he has placed himself outside this very sphere that he created and deprived himself of all social standing. In this sense, he is, like Gloucester says, a kind of caged animal who can no longer be admitted into society. Edmund doesn't answer his father's pointed question, but instead makes a show of trying to hide a letter from his father's eyes, which naturally lead Gloucester to ask what that letter contains. Edmund makes a pretense of refusing to give his father the letter because, he says, it's from Edgar, and contains a message which his father would not like to see. Gloucester responds that the quality of nothing hath not such need to hide itself, which is ironic given that if Cordelia had only hid the loyalty from Lear that he had interpreted as nothing, she would still have her wealth and position. Again, we see the juxtaposition of truth in action versus falsehood in language. Gloucester reads the letter out and discovers to his displeasure that it contains a conspiracy against his life. It argues that his old age has made him unfit to rule, and that if Edmund would only aid his brother in deposing their father, their sons could each enjoy half his wealth without the unfair constraint of primogeniture. This letter is another source of heteroglossia within the play, and is more specifically an example of what Bakhtin calls the stylization of semi-literary prose, which exists on a different linguistic and semantic level than the blank verse that comprises most of the drama. The purpose of this letter's inclusion isn't just to betray Edgar, but to represent in Edmund's own words how he conceptualizes his exclusion from social institutions. Again, what makes the arguments of Shakespeare's characters so convincing is that there is no dramatic narrator that speaks for them. He gives them opportunities to speak for themselves and to pronounce value judgments on their own actions and the actions of others. By expressing his true thoughts in this letter, Edmund can make a genuine critique of the institutions of vassalage and primogeniture. And though we're not meant to take his side in his plotting, we are nevertheless able to understand his thought process more clearly. Gloucester, much like Lear, immediately explodes at the first sign of filial revolt. He refers to Edgar as an unnatural and brutish villain because of his son's disregard for the natural respect that a son owes to his father. Ironically, this natural love, which Edgar is supposed to feel, is really derived from the artificial kinship structure of his society, as well as from the artificial custom of primogeniture which confers wealth upon him to the detriment of all other siblings. There's also a figural incongruity in the language Gloucester uses. He pairs the adjectives unnatural and brutish with each other, but the brute is usually described in the language of the time as being natural in the sense of being simple-minded. Just like his son, Gloucester is trying to create a binary between actions and institutions that are natural and those that are artificial, but the language he uses keeps undermining this bifurcation because it does not accurately describe reality. This contradiction is really between, on the one hand, the ideology of vassalage, which represents the dominant feudal mode of production, and on the other hand, the ideology of meritocracy, which represents the nascent capitalist mode of production. This contradiction is, as Jameson says, a contradiction of messages, emitted by the different sign systems that coexist within a given artistic work. King Lear was written in the early 1600s, and is an early transition text for an inflection point in European history, and in the conflict between Gloucester's belief in the privileges of age and nobility, and Edmund's belief in the privileges of merit and youth. In their conflict, we see an ideology representing the conflict between the values of two different social formations. To make himself look better by comparison, Edmund magnanimously offers to let Gloucester overhear a conversation between himself and Edgar to prove that this letter is really just a fabrication intended to test Edmund's virtue. With this deception, Edmund displays the modern quality of his thought in that he tells what is essentially a modern political lie. As Arendt explains, this kind of lie is not just aimed at concealing intentions, but rather at rewriting reality. The point is to create an entirely new schema for Gloucester's worldview so that he abandons his prejudices and recognizes the value inherent in his bastard son, despite the fact that this value is a false product of a fake narrative. Ironically, Gloucester responds to this offer by claiming that he would be willing to unstate himself to be assured of Edmund's virtue. As we will see, this will really happen later in the play, but in a violent way that he will be unable to predict. In his anxiety, he attributes the disorder of these events to solar and lunar eclipses, giving credence to the superstitious belief that stars and planets can control the fate of human beings. While these beliefs seem ridiculous to us, they were very much in line with the superstitions of the laity in the feudal age. Up until the end of that age, the majority of lords were administrators who could not themselves read or write, and so could not study historical or scientific writings themselves. Learning was mostly under the purview of the clergy, and so we should not be surprised if a man like Gloucester really did put credence in augury. However, right after Gloucester leaves in a panic, Edmund inveighs against this superstition, calling it foppery of the world that his father tries to make his own character flaws products of spherical predominance or divine thrusting on. Yet in saying this, he really replaces one form of determinism for another, as he argues in the next breath that he was biologically destined to be what he is, no matter which star he was born under. The contrast between the narratives of father and son is really a contrast between the theodicy of the feudal age, which was a byproduct of its circumscribed learning, and the scientific rationalism of the early modern age, with its belief that man is a machine that can be understood by the balance of his humors and the function of its organs. But what both these narratives have in common is the fact that they are narratives. As Bakhtin puts it, they are the verbal ideological belief systems of the dominant and dominated class fractions. Both father and son feel compelled to adopt their ideologies because these ideologies serve as what Jameson would call allegorical master narratives, which create fantasies about history and reality to explain painful and confusing events. What these narratives are missing is the fact that history is not a narrative. It's rather an absent cause which we can only approach obliquely. The continuous process of ideological mystification which hides this cause is what accounts for much of the blindness and the irrational decision-making which we see in King Lear. But Edmund's fatalistic musings are interrupted by his brother, who enters and queries Edmund about his thoughts. Hilariously, as Edgar enters, Edmund sings an augmented fourth, which at the time Shakespeare was writing was considered to be the devil in music, because of its discordant sound. If it wasn't yet clear that Edmund is a villain, this unnatural music would have clearly signaled that fact to the audience. Its discordance prefigures the social discord that Edmund intends to sow in the murders that he intends to commit. In response to his brother's inquiry after his thoughts, Edmund feigns his father's belief that the recent eclipses portend the dissolution of the state, of the privilege of blood, and of all family ties. This jumble of natural and artificial social structures further defines Edmund as a liminal figure, who disrupts the boundary between natural and artificial by his bastardy, even as he himself tries to demarcate the one from the other. Both natural and artificial bonds are threatened by the eclipse, because the distinction between natural and artificial is really just a play of language which does not describe reality, which Edmund by his speech throws into chaos. Edmund asks Edgar how the latter parted from Gloucester, suggesting that his brother might have offended their father in some way. Edgar, in response to this accusation, argues that someone has framed him, and Edmund uses this fear to convince Edgar to come to his lodging, so that Edgar can eavesdrop on Gloucester to find out what's really going on. As the scene comes to a close, Edmund recommits to his goal of using his natural wit to usurp power and to overcome the artificial barrier of inheritance law. But again, this distinction that he tries to make between his natural abilities and the artifice of society crumbles under investigation. Really, his wit was formed by the resources that he had access to as the son of an earl, and his plans can only be carried out because of the social privileges that he enjoys even in spite of his bastardy. Everything that is natural in him was born out of the artificial institutions that he exists within. In this short scene, we're taken to the Duke of Albany's castle. Goneril and her steward Oswald enter, and Goneril asks the man if Lear struck her servant because that servant attempted to chide Lear's fool. Oswald affirms it, and Goneril complains of the bad behavior of Lear and his knights, deciding that she will ignore her father on the pretext that she's ill. She encourages Oswald, for his part, to treat Lear with less respect, on the hope that this will force a confrontation over proper behavior. At the scene's close, she resolves on writing to Regan to advise her sister to follow her lead, so that Lear is forced to learn his place as an old man who is no longer a king. She even goes so far as to compare Lear to a baby in his dotage, who must be disciplined because of his tantrums. This image of an irrational baby is significant because it evokes the uncoordinated, disjointed nature of Lear's thought process. We should remember Lacan's description of infancy as a kind of fragile, disaggregated state in which the body does not yet have a coherent object ego or identity with which it can identify. Lear, in his senility, is analogous to the infant in that he has regressed into the register of the imaginary, entirely beholden to emotional impulses and instinctual drives. He is a man unformed and incapable of dealing with the real world, despite his claim to divine monarchy. Still in the Duke of Albany's castle, we're reintroduced to Kent, who is now disguised as a beggar that bears the pseudonym Caius. Kent acknowledges that it's only by borrowing other accents and using speech diffuse that he can do Lear service, and again we see that language in this play is untrustworthy even when it's employed for a good cause. For the audience and for the modern reader, it's probably quite unbelievable that Kent would be able to disguise himself so successfully as to enter the service of a man who has known him personally for many years without recognition. However, this is one of the quirks of Shakespeare. In his plays, disguise is almost always incredibly, even unrealistically effective. Identity for Shakespeare can be temporarily conferred by clothing, and the choice of clothing his characters make is often the product of social constraint, which inscribes that identity on their very bodies. By donning the beggar's garb, Kent literally becomes the beggar, dovetailing the performance of identity with the performance of the play itself. In the exact same way that Cordelia was no longer a princess the moment that Lear took from her her coronet, Kent was no longer an earl the moment that he put on rags. Kent's realization that he's more useful to Lear with his disguise demonstrates the unfortunate fact that, as Arendt states, political change is more effectively enacted through lies, because the liar has much greater flexibility with the narrative that he creates. Once Kent abandons the truth, he can save Lear more effectively, because he can tell Lear whatever Lear wants to hear, and in doing so ingratiate himself to his quondam master. In the alter ego of Caius, Kent professes his desire to offer service to Lear in spite of his exile, and conveniently, Lear and his retinue of knights show up at that exact moment ready to bunk with Goneril and Albany. Lear asks the disguised Kent who he is, and Kent introduces himself with a rapid-fire list of all his positive qualities. He associates himself with a constellation of values, including honesty, fear of judgment, valor in combat, an anti-Catholic refusal to eat fish, deference to power, proficiency in horsemanship, physical strength, tight lips, and a disregard for the temptations of women. Many of these values are unsurprising for a man to espouse even today, but what's singular is the primacy of war as the highest manifestation of knighthood. It's difficult for the modern reader to understand the pleasure afforded by the accounts of single combat in medieval chronicles, but in the feudal age, the ideal knight was built for the express purpose of what a 12th century troubadour describes as the breaking of heads and arms. For the noble knight, virtue manifested itself in the highest form on the battlefield, and victory in arms was victory for God, for one's lord, and for oneself. For Kent, who Shakespeare anachronistically makes a pseudo-Protestant, despite the play being set before the birth of Christ, it's natural that these values are directed toward the archenemy of the English at the time, the Catholics who were thought to be insidiously plotting to undermine the government. Yet what's most striking here is the final quality that Kent lists in his favor, his resistance to seduction. This reticence is in stark contrast with the worldly chivalry of knights in late feudalism. It portrays Kent as a man who defines himself against the temptations of earthly delights. But it would also be wrong to characterize Kent as a kind of Christian ascetic. One of the most fundamental conflicts in the late feudal age was the emergence of the learned clergy as a political force, who actively took political power away from the noble class due to their bureaucratic acumen. And we can see that in all the points that Kent lists in his favor, there's nowhere to be found the skills of reading, writing, or mathematics that were common in monastic institutions. Kent describes himself as an ordinary man in his beggarly state, and we should not disregard this description as smoke and mirrors. He is ordinary in the sense that he's a man of the old order, of the order of vassalage which was the norm for centuries before it was gradually enervated and displaced by the church apparatus. Kent does not resist seduction for the purpose of ascetic rigor, but to redouble his commitment to his lord. It should come as little surprise then that Lear is impressed by his resume, and accepts the disguised Kent into his retinue on the spot. But Kent and his values are immediately challenged by the entrance of Oswald the steward. Lear asks Oswald to look for his fool, but Oswald leaves rudely, and one of Lear's knights further informs the former king that Goneril refuses to see him, and that all her house has turned against him. Lear tries to call Oswald back, insulting him as a slave, but he cannot understand that Oswald's haughtiness is because he himself has fallen even lower than that ignoble rank. Again, what's at stake in this exchange is the anxiety which Lear and Kent, as deposed representatives of the old feudal nobility, feel in the presence of a steward, of a man without title who has been given significant political power, presumably because of his administrative acumen. Oswald's insolence is redolent of the social ambition and political influence of men who did not possess noble birth, but who were essential to the functioning of the modern nation-state due to the enlargement and empowerment of its bureaucratic apparatuses. This confrontation between Lear and Oswald is another ideology, a kind of proto-narrative about the confrontational nature of class relations at this inflection point in English history. This proto-narrative opposes the dominant term and ideological center, comprised of kingship, aristocracy, and landed wealth, to the subordinate term and other, comprised of the untitled citizen, bureaucracy, and earned income. The comedic irony here comes from the fact that Lear has willingly displaced himself from being the dominant term, but he has not yet realized it, and he acts like he's still the center of the British universe. It only slowly begins to dawn on Lear that something's wrong, and that he is being neglected, and he asks one of his knights to summon Goneril and another knight to call his fool. But again we see an ambiguity. Is the neglect that Oswald and Goneril are showing to Lear vindicated by the behavior of his knights? Only the performance of their roles on the stage can decide this question. Whatever the case, Oswald re-enters and rudely addresses Lear, who promptly strikes the steward and is followed by the disguised Kent tripping Oswald and insulting him for good measure. Lear's rage and his impotent attempt to cow Oswald through violence is a byproduct of his slow realization that he has placed himself in what Agamben calls the state of exception, a state of nature in which he is no longer a political animal with political rights, what Aristotle would call the bios, but instead zoe, or bare life, existing in a zone of indistinction between man and beast, and nature and culture. Paradoxically, Lear is both outside the institutions of his society in that he's abdicated his throne and his political status, but also inside those institutions because they forbid him from accessing asylum in his daughter's house. He's caught in the same sovereign band that he himself instated as king, and has unwittingly subjected himself to the separateness that he complains of. He is, as Agamben says, both excluded and included, removed and at the same time captured. In this context, the violence of Kent, disguised as Caius, is almost comical in its vulgar assertion of the prerogatives of knighthood and masculinity. We're far from the devotion to a holy war and the passionate desire for glory which we read of in the chivalric battles of the Song of Roland or the Nibelungen Lied. We're also far from the unquestionable heroism which Kent avouched to Lear in his self-introduction. What's really occurring on stage is nothing more than one man tripping another, as if that trip would reinstate the norms of vassal homage into Oswald's psyche. But it's nevertheless worth noting that, in the words of Althusser, Kent is trying to realize the ideology of vassalage through his material actions. We have seen that one of Althusser's most fundamental arguments is that ideology has a material existence. If we understand this, then we see that it's not just a set of ideas floating around in Kent's head, it's the kicks he doles out, the fealty he pledges, and the political machinations he undergoes, all for the sake of his chivalric ideal. Through all these actions, even including his kick, he attempts to protect the old feudal hegemony with Lear at its head against the nascent threat of Oswald's bureaucratization. His conflict with the steward is really a veiled class struggle, occurring at the cusp of the transition between social formations. In the middle of this embarrassing scuffle, Lear's fool enters, and calls Kent a fool for taking the side of Lear given that Lear has no power. He offers Lear his coxcomb, a symbol of foolishness that aptly applies to Lear's new role and new position in society. This metonymy underscores how easily social roles can change in Shakespeare, as Lear has changed from a king to a refugee as easily as one might change their hats. In this comparison, we see what Bakhtin argues is central to the role of the fool within dialogic art. For him, the fool's function is to highlight the absurdity of false pathos and the pretensions to reality within the discourse of the hegemony. But Shakespeare's fools are not ignorant of the pathos that they satirize. They consciously put on a mask of ignorance and function not as fools in the strict sense of the term, but more as clowns that consciously and intentionally distort languages and labels for comedic and didactic effect. This is what Lear's fool does. He unmasks the role of the king as an ideological construction by lampooning it with satire and feigned ignorance. He, as the fool, has the right to speak in otherwise unacceptable languages and to tell Lear what no other person could tell him. By treating the coxcomb and the crown as mere articles of clothing, the fool unmasks these symbols and the social roles they represent as nothing more than conventions. And Lear's self-styled kingship is therefore nothing more than self-mystification. Ironically, we recall that if clothing is identity in Shakespeare, then Lear's acceptance of this coxcomb would literally transform him into the fool that he so much fears becoming, underscoring even more the arbitrary quality of social roles. Lear threatens to whip the fool in response to this cheek, and the fool in turn calls Lear a fool for giving all his kingdom to Regan and Goneril, comparing the former king's daughters to bitches, which were unnaturally preferred to the loyal dog Cordelia. This rhetorical deployment of animal imagery is one of the key characteristics of argumentation in King Lear, and so it's worth explaining the resonance that imagery carries. To do that, I want to turn to Jacques Derrida's argument that the figure of the animal is symbolically aporetic, in that it on the one hand represents absolute goodness and innocence, and on the other hand represents absolute evil and savagery. It's absolutely good because it's associated with the Garden of Eden and nature untainted by human will. But it's absolutely evil in that it's irrational and deprived of the law and morality that are products of humanity alone. But in these two lines, the fool associates the figure of the dog both with Cordelia's fidelity and with the fire and stink of Goneril and Regan. The dissonance created by trying to bifurcate the same species into two opposite symbols throws into question the fool's attempt to define Lear's daughters in such absolute terms, and adds to the uncertainty that we feel in trying to figure out which side is really in the right. The antinomic nature of the animal metaphors do not seem to adequately map onto the animal itself, let alone onto the complex characters that Shakespeare's drawn for us thus far. The fool follows up this ambiguous epigram with a poem that affirms the need to abase oneself to maintain one's place in society, telling Lear to speak less, to conceal his wealth, to be frugal, to be skeptical of speech, to avoid gambling, and to keep to himself. Even a cursory scansion of this poem reveals its irregular structure. It's comprised of 3 couplets in iambic trimeter, but the other lines are a mishmash of different meters and feet. It's also interesting to note that if we look at the actual advice the poem provides, the first half seems to advise Lear to be less magnanimous and credulous, while the second half tells him to be less profligate, reinforcing the distrust of women we saw in the unflattering remarks about Goneril and Regan. The first segment is essentially Aristotelian in nature, derived from the argument that ideal moral behavior is a mean between excess and defect. But the second segment is more bawdy in addition to being metrically irregular, and contrasts the former philosophic musing with the tone of advice given at a bar. This creates what Bakhtin calls a mixed poetic utterance, which highlights the tension between high and low sentiments through linguistic juxtaposition. Whereas formal poetic style is a unitary byproduct of the hegemony, trained in literary language and philosophy, mixed poetic and prosaic styles are the result of a process of stratification and dialogization, which opposes the artifice of poetry with colloquialisms and parodic speech. This opposition is what the Fool's poem achieves. By puncturing the expectation of metrical regularity, it punctures the conventions of poetic speech, and reinforces the need for Lear to consider worldly wisdom in addition to the advice of the ancients. Kent shatters this teachable moment by discounting the Fool's advice as nothing, and Lear ironically adds that nothing can be made out of nothing, echoing his previous injunction against Cordelia in the first scene, and implying that the Fool's advice will bear no fruit. This remark is also doubly ironic in that Lear's decision to focus on the nothings uttered by Goneril and Regan will cause he himself to come to nothing. Arendt observed that the fundamental weakness of truth is that it can only articulate what is, and this means that it often leads to passive acceptance of the state of affairs. With this in mind, we can see that the Fool's truth has no power to sway Lear, who's in the thrall of the political lies of his daughters, because that truth does not provide a narrative compelling enough to make Lear abandon the naive idealism through which he sees the filial relationship. In response to Lear's obstinacy, the Fool utters a poem on the difference between a sweet and a bitter fool, contrasting himself as the sweet fool who utters wholesome advice to Lear, the bitter fool, who has given up his land and title to daughters that hate him. Again, this poem is an irregular meter, with 3 lines of iambic trimeter, 1 line of iambic anapest, and then 4 more lines of iambic trimeter. This irregularity, like before, gives the poem a slapdash vulgarity, which lends a comic element to the Fool's satire in contrast to Lear's lofty sentiments. But this vulgarity conceals a significant semantic opposition. Lear and the Fool are both called fools, but they are taxonomically different in terms of their institutional status. The Fool, although he has an unusual place in society, nevertheless has that place, which is symbolized by his coxcomb. As Agamben would put it, he exists within the normal juridico-political order, subject to the laws of British society which give him a place within that society. But Lear, by contrast, exists in non-relational space. He is, again, paradoxically held in the order of society by being banned from that society. He's a fool without a coxcomb, a man whose position is defined by the very fact that he does not have a position. But because he is a fool, he's still blind to what has happened to him, and still thinks of himself as king. In the words of the Fool, "All thy other titles thou hast given away, that thou wast born with." Kent tries to get Lear to see that the Fool has a good point, but the Fool laments that Lear, as a former member of the nobility, has snatched some of the foolishness from him that should be his by right. Lear's greed is such that he needs to acquire a share even in folly, which is analogized to being a natural resource. This jibe evokes the fact that, in the late feudal era, the transformation of Europe from a gift economy into a money economy required a process of financialization that posed an existential threat to the existing hierarchies of vassalage. In response to this threat, existing sovereigns tried to arrogate wealth to themselves to protect their political power, and in doing so commodified both land and nobility. With this in mind, when the Fool attacks Lear by likening his desire for foolishness to the desire of an aristocrat for wealth, he implicitly associates Lear with the late degradation of feudal institutions, which Lear, and even more so Kent, have attempted to define themselves against. As Jameson would say, the Fool is restoring the dialogic, collective nature of the antagonism between Lear and his daughters, by trying to remind both Lear and the audience that this is really a fight over who will control the levers of wealth extraction. It's not just a clash of personalities, but a clash of class fractions over land rents. Continuing his satire, the Fool invokes another metaphor for the conflict by portraying Lear's kingdom as an egg, cut in the middle and lacking its yolk. Lear split his crown in two in the same way that he split his kingdom, and the image of the cracked eggshell reinforces the emptiness of the state that he's shattered. This metaphor essentially describes Lear's abdication as the abdication of what Althusser would call a unique and absolute subject. Feudal ideology needs this absolute subject at its center to interpolate its subjects by promising them that they will be rewarded if they do the absolute subject's bidding. If the peasant just obeys the king, he will be saved, and he will sit on the right hand of God. But without the king, without the concrete center of society, this promise of feudal ideology can no longer function. The connection between king, God, and the possession of state power has, like the eggshell, been shattered, and Lear, as the refugee who has abdicated his throne, can no longer command respect from his knights, or even from his daughters. In reality, his daughters have cast him out because each wishes to occupy his former place, to become that absolute subject which receives wealth and homage in exchange for an unfulfillable promise of salvation. Following up this invective, the fool likens Lear to a child under the tyranny of his daughters, who usurp his authority and act as his mothers. This time he more or less follows the standard ballad form, comprised of 2 quatrains mostly alternating between iambic tetrameter and iambic trimeter. This is a metrical form specifically reminiscent of the broadside ballads of the time, which were poems that focused more on current events than fantastic themes. This down-to-earth heteroglossia again strategically matches the down-to-earth kitchen table quality of the fool's advice. And with it, we see once more that the fool is trying to get Lear's head out of the clouds by introducing him to commonplace wisdom in commonplace language. Unfortunately, all these attempts come to nothing, and Lear threatens the fool with a whipping for his trouble. Comically, the fool laments that he is whipped by Goneril and Regan for lying, by Lear for telling the truth, and by others for remaining silent. He ruefully remarks that Lear is like the number 0, an O without a preceding number, who is even lower than the fool himself. Just like Cordelia was reduced to nothing by her exile, so Lear has been reduced to nothing by his own exile, outside British society and worth nothing. This is the great scandal of King Lear, that the right of sovereignty, which should be derived from the father-son relation of primogeniture, not only did not exist within Lear's family, but that this very right was usurped from Lear by his daughters due to Lear's own actions, and then was reversed against Lear himself, so that he is the one held in the sovereign ban. Again, what defines Lear's status as a refugee is just this aspect of being nothing, of being life exposed to death which can be excluded or killed without political penalty. Thus we see the very first constitutive act Goneril takes in her attempt to claim sovereignty is exactly this power of the sovereign ban. To define her power, she must first define the boundaries of that power, by specifying who is excluded from its legal scope. By proclaiming her father has no political rights, she claims those political rights for herself. And by banishing her father from political space, she claims that political space for herself. As if she could hear the debate, Goneril puts an end to its back and forth by entering with a frown, complaining that Lear, the fool, and Lear's knights are all unruly. She accuses them of rank and not to be endured riots, and even goes so far as to threaten Lear that if his retinue does not learn obedience, she will be forced to take proceedings against him which would otherwise be unconscionable. How valid is this casus belli? Are Lear and his knights really misbehaving so badly? Again, this hinges entirely on the performance. Goneril could either be a lying autocrat or an honest heiress, depending on the actions of Lear's faction. The fool, for his part, does not help Lear's case, but instead jokes that Goneril must be the child of another man by comparing her to a cuckoo's offspring. This metaphor might go over the head of modern audiences, but at the time it was known that a cuckoo lays its eggs in the nests of other birds, and that when the young hatch from those eggs, they promptly eat the birds who incubated them. The point is to imply that Goneril does not have the sympathy that one would expect from a natural child, and that her usurpation will end in violence. By leveraging the metaphor of the cuckoo, the fool characterizes Goneril as a kind of animal machine, in that she's only capable of doing what it's in her nature to do. For Derrida, this definition of the animal gives it only a kind of autokinetic spontaneity, and not the human ability to make reference to itself or to conceive of itself, or even to act in true freedom. Goneril is merely obeying her programming, even when that programming appears to contradict the bonds of human nature. Curiously, in this sense, the fool absolves Goneril even as he demeans her actions. If she's an animal machine, we cannot expect her to have the powers of ethical, juridical, or political responsibility, which, as Derrida points out, have been characteristic of the human being from Aristotle through Kant and Heidegger. When Goneril continues to try and discipline Lear, the fool once more interjects against her, calling her Jug, which at the time was a nickname for Joan, which itself was a name ascribed to prostitutes. This is another rich semantic parallel, as it connects Goneril's outsized ambition to an excess of sexuality, and to sexuality outside the prescribed norms of society, which, as we have seen from Gloucester's conversation at the beginning of the play, is a major anxiety within King Lear. I have mentioned the importance Christianity placed on virginity and purity since the time of the early church fathers, but it's worth going into a bit more detail to understand what exactly this anxiety was about. For men like Gregory of Nyssa, John Chrysostom, Ambrose, and Basil of Ancyra, virginity was not just abstinence for its own sake, but was a constant conflict against the forces of Satan, which tempted the flesh. Virginity was compared to the battle of a soldier, or to the exercise of a gymnast, in that it was an antagonistic struggle against an adversary which required constant vigilance and exercise. Basil of Ancyra also argues that the virgin is in a spiritual marriage to Christ the bridegroom, and therefore if she breaks her vow of virginity, she is literally forsaking God. Goneril's supposed promiscuity is not just scandalous because it violates social norms, but because it literally implies that she has forsaken God because of a weakness of character which has let Satan take control of her will. In both cases, as an animal and as a woman possessed by the devil, Goneril's actions are explained by a lack of agency. But these explanations are, and will continue to be, ironically undermined as she takes more and more control of the play's narrative. Lear, for his part, cannot believe what is happening. He questions if he is not blind, once again invoking the motif of blindness in connection to his inability to conceive of the political crisis which is staring him in the face. The fool reinforces this interpretation by quipping that Lear is nothing but a shadow, a lack, an empty signifier without power or logos, who is no longer at the center of society, and who is no longer even capable of asserting himself. But Goneril, in response, reverses the fool's charge of profligacy, accusing Lear's own knights of treating her house like a brothel, and arguing that their behavior has been so unacceptable that she must get rid of some of them if he wants to continue to stay with her. Again, excessive sexuality is linked to a lack of self-control, and to a breakdown in the social order. And it's with bitter irony that we see Goneril invoke the exact same framework which her father had used against her without realizing that she is really reinforcing its assumptions. This back and forth culminates in Lear calling his daughter a degenerate bastard, and affirming that Regan is his only real daughter, committing to leave and seek refuge at the latter's castle. But before Lear can exit, Albany enters, and Lear asks him rudely if he's in agreement with his wife. Albany begs Lear to be patient, but in response Lear continues to insult Goneril and admits to himself that he made a mistake in exiling Cordelia in favor of Goneril's false words. He invokes the simile of an engine, which wrenched his frame of nature from its natural affection and made him over-hasty in judging his youngest daughter. But again, the literal and figural meanings here differ. Literally, Lear is saying that his natural love was uprooted by the artificial expectations of court pageantry. But figuratively, he presents himself as one part of a man-made machine gone awry. Is his love natural or artificial? Again, the polysemous nature of this sentence leaves us unable to decide. In the words of de Man, the issue here is that there is a failure of figuration. The unity between the formal structure of Lear's language and its semantic function has come undone, and the figure turns out to be a lie at the moment in which it asserts itself. The result is that language is merely a play, an illusion which is arbitrary and does not correspond to the actual events of reality. Lear is trying to use metaphors and similes to describe to himself what's really happening. But each time he does so, there is a slippage which undermines his attempt to construct a working narrative. Lear goes on to curse Goneril, wishing her either sterility or else the birth of an evil child which causes her to age prematurely from stress. Again, we see a semantic equivalence between misbehavior and sexuality with regard to Lear's daughter. But where before this misbehavior was downstream from fecund sexuality, now it's the result of barren sexuality, which can no longer produce normal children. Further, we see in this passage increasingly violent language, as Lear wishes that Goneril's future children will mar her skin with wrinkles and will pierce her flesh with the fang of a serpent. This metaphysical priority of fornication in relation to other vices has a long history. And in the Church Father Cassian, for example, we see that it's regarded as the head of a causal chain which engenders vice. It's the consequence of pride, a punishment by God which rules over the behavior of fallen man and is again caused by Satan entering the soul. And so we should not be surprised when we see over and over again the language of sexual excess or aberration used to insult Lear's daughters in this play. Nor should we attribute it only to the social norms of his or of Shakespeare's era. Sex and its regulation are so important and omnipresent because sex is treated as one manifestation of a chain of vices, which themselves imply that the ontologically superior bloodline of the noble has been corrupted by Satan, which is an existential threat to that nobility's self-justification. But Goneril is unmoved by Lear's insults, and Lear degrades further, weeping in front of her and threatening to pluck out his own eyes to stop his foolish tears. With this outburst, Lear at last brings an explicitly Oedipal resonance to the motif of blinding, which has been nascent thus far in this play. Freud observed that when Oedipus blinded himself, it was a displacement which mitigated the penalty of castration, which otherwise would have been imposed on him for the crime of sleeping with his mother Jocasta. This act of blinding metonymizes the fear of castration, which is thereby repressed. This dyad of fear and metonymy is what Freud termed the castration complex. And it was further developed by Lacan, who explained that this anxiety stems from the male childhood realization that he lacks the phallus which the maternal other desires. The phallus here is not a bodily organ, as it is for Freud, but is rather the privileged signifier of the father which gives him access to symbolic authority, and which provides what the mother craves and what the child cannot offer. With this framework, we can see that when Lear worries incessantly about being blinded and losing his eyes, this anxiety is a torsion of his deeper, repressed anxiety about losing the symbolic authority of the phallus, and by extension his role as father and king. Metaphorical blinding is a figure for metaphorical castration, which itself is a figure for literally being deprived of socio-political power. After these tears, Lear in one final outburst compares Goneril's face to a wolf's face, and wishes for Regan to claw that face with her nails. Just like before when Lear wished for Goneril's flesh to be pierced by the fang of a serpent, we see here again that he chooses to cross the threshold of violence by deploying the figure of the animal. We noted before that Derrida argued Western philosophy portrays the figure of the animal as a kind of machine, without the I or cogito which merits moral consideration. If this is true, then by turning Goneril into a wolf, Lear deprives her of moral consideration by making her into that machine which cannot respond and cannot assert itself as a subject. She is deprived of the I think, the gaze, and the face of a human being. Emmanuel Levinas observed that the murder of this human face, with its subjectivity and its ability to respond, is what is originally prohibited in the book of Genesis. Thou shalt not kill is reserved for the human, and murder as a concept cannot exist without being connected to the human being. The animal is absolute alterity. It is so other that it is no longer an other at all, and it can be put to death without considering ethical questions. So when Lear tries to turn Goneril into a wolf, he's trying to deny her that humanity which would give her a right to life. And by so doing, he's trying to justify her murder by arguing that it would really not be murder at all. With this final venomous remark, Lear at last leaves, and Goneril inveighs against the fool to follow in his master's footsteps. Albany tries to placate her, arguing that Lear is not so far gone as he seems, but Goneril is unmoved, and states that she has written to Regan to apprise her sister of the situation. The scene ends with Oswald being sent to deliver this letter, and Goneril criticizing Albany for his mildness and passivity. She calls his gentleness milky, and in so doing connects his behavior to that femininity which was used against herself by Lear as a disqualification for moral rectitude. In this final scene of the first act, we're led outside Albany's castle to witness Lear, the disguised Kent, and the fool all gathered together to deliberate on what to do. Lear begins by asking Kent to go to Gloucestershire, where Cornwall and Regan reside, and to bring letters from Lear that acquaint the couple with the situation as it stands. Kent leaves, and the fool jests to Lear that the old man is a fool for trusting his other daughter. He then deploys a series of metaphors and similes to satirize Lear's naive trust. First, he compares Regan to a crabapple, which conceals sourness beneath a pleasing exterior. Then, he argues that Lear ignored the appeal of his senses, and is like a snail who has abandoned his shell to his daughters. The fool cheekily likens the snail's eye stalks to the horns of the cuckold, and again implies that Lear's wife cheated on him and that his daughters are not naturally his. Once more, sexual aberration in the parent is linked to behavioral aberration in the child, and sex outside the conjugal bond implies a failure of character in all other areas of life. For Lacan, this sexual infidelity is caused by the excessive desire for the phallic signifier which women do not themselves have, and is a kind of overcompensation which refracts desire from the legitimate marital partner to the loving other. In this sense, Lear's metaphorical blindness takes on a greater significance, as the castration which it symbolizes is a contrapasso, punishing Lear's conjugal insufficiency. Lear is unmanned both in the bedroom and in the court, and is as a result totally excluded from the roles of king and father, which each demand a virility that he does not possess. Nevertheless, Lear remains in denial of his impotence, and vows to take back his throne much to the fool's amusement. He closes out the scene in the first act by praying to heaven that he will not go mad, but the audience familiar with the subsequent events of the play can only greet this prayer with a bitter awareness of its dramatic irony. With the doors of one daughter shut before him, Lear flees on horseback to his second daughter, hoping against hope that his fortunes will improve. The second act opens in Gloucester's castle with Curon, a servant of Gloucester, informing Edmund that Cornwall and Regan will be staying with the Earl. He also hints to Edmund that there are whispers of war between Cornwall and Albany before leaving, and Edmund thrills that Cornwall's presence will be to his advantage in his plot against Edgar. Coincidentally, Edgar picks that moment to enter, and Edmund hails him, telling him that he must flee at once because Gloucester has sent men for his head. Here, Edmund's malicious suggestion that maybe Edgar did something to anger their father is contrasted to Edgar's assertion that he has said not a word against the man. Just like the false speech of Goneril and Regan was contrasted to the true silence of Cordelia, so the false speech of Edmund is contrasted to the true silence of Edgar. But again, we see the bitter irony that Arendt pointed out about truth-telling. Edgar's a truth-teller, but because of that fact, he cannot act politically with the same freedom that Edmund can, because he can only utter what is, whereas Edmund can make up whatever lies he chooses. Edgar, just like Cordelia, remains silent in the political arena to adhere to truth. But this silence prevents both of them from constructing a compelling counter-narrative to the lies used against them. This weakness is the undoing of both characters, as it is what leaves both vulnerable to attack from unscrupulous bad actors who are free to put words in their mouths. It's for this reason that Arendt cynically observes that truthfulness has never been counted among the political virtues, because it has little indeed to contribute to that change of the world. So Edmund continues spinning his yarn unabated, and to acquit himself he has Edgar fight a mock battle with him so that Gloucester will not blame him for failing to capture his brother. And even in this battle we see the contrast between the loquacious liar and the silent truth-teller. Edmund yells for torches and for aid, while Edgar does not utter a single cry in his defense, but merely flees. To make the battle seem more believable, Edmund wounds himself in the moment after Edgar's exit and right before Gloucester enters. When Gloucester and his servants enter, the Earl immediately asks Edmund where Edgar went, and Edmund does not directly answer the question, but states that Edgar was standing alone in the dark, sword out, mumbling wicked incantations and conjuring the moon. Again, we see the rhetorical deployment of witchcraft. Lear had first used it against Cordelia, and now Edmund uses it against Edgar. By connecting witchcraft with conjuring the moon, Edmund explicitly evokes Hecate in her lunar aspect, and again recalls that scene from Lucan in which Hecate was similarly invoked by the witch Erichtho in a necromantic ritual. In both cases, political enemies are associated with the chthonic gods of the underworld as a means to contrast them with the Olympian gods, who are linked to nobility and political legitimacy. Good and evil are cast in explicitly Greco-Roman terms, as the bad guys are quite literally associated with the bad gods. But Gloucester pays no heed to this, and again asks Edmund where Edgar went. Even when Edmund shows him a wounded arm, he ignores it and demands an account of what has happened. Just like Lear, Gloucester is blind to everything except false words, and quite literally begs for people to feed him lies as long as those lies can adhere a narrative into the traumatic events that are occurring around him. Returning to Arendt, we can agree with her assertion that reality frequently offends reason and pleasures alike. And so it's natural that the lie will be preferable, as it can be massaged to seem more plausible and agreeable than the truth. This is exactly what Edmund proceeds to do in his narrative of the battle, describing a lurid scene in which Edgar tried to persuade him to kill their father, suddenly attacked him when he refused, and finally fled in fright. Edmund claims that he invoked the revenging gods to try and dissuade Edgar from his bloody purpose, which likely refer to the Furies, who, just like Hecate, are chthonic goddesses which link Edgar to the underworld. Probably the most important classical source for this allusion is the Oresteia by Aeschylus, which has the young prince Orestes pursued by the Furies in revenge for the murder of his mother Clytemnestra. By associating Edgar with that prince, Edmund rhetorically implies that he is indeed a parricide, and that he will be dragged down to hell. It's small wonder then that Gloucester loses the last remains of doubt that he had. Ordering his troops to scour the country for Edgar, he commits to burning his firstborn son at the stake. Edmund eggs him on in a speech dripping with dramatic irony. He claims Edgar argued that no one would believe Edmund's testimony as to his betrayal, and that even if Gloucester was shown a letter in his handwriting, still it would not be credible. He also has Edgar make the case that anyone would be suspicious of Edmund because Edmund has everything to gain by Edgar's execution, in effect disguising his real motives by rhetorically deploying them in the feigned speech of his brother. This method of playing with a posited author or orator of a speech is, as Bakhtin remarks, characteristic of the comic novel, and it puts Shakespeare in a genealogy which includes Rabelais, Cervantes, Sterne, and other great satirists of European literature. Shakespeare uses this comic displacement of authority to relativize and objectivize Edgar's own speech, demonstrating its contingency and its lack of validity. By having Edmund satirically make Edgar's argument in Edgar's own language, and by having him use Edgar's own notions of honor and virtue, Shakespeare undermines these notions and demonstrates their insufficiency. Edgar might care about honor and virtue all he likes, but he's deluded in his belief that others would trust him because of these characteristics. In the very next lines, his own father explicitly renounces all faith and paternity of him, calling Edgar bastard and vowing to close all the ports in Britain until he's found. Not only that, but Gloucester explicitly calls Edmund his loyal and natural boy, and claims that he will try to make Edmund his legitimate heir in Edgar's place. Again, just like Lear, Gloucester is obsessed with ascribing sexual infidelity as the cause for vice. And so we, as the audience, acutely feel that in this antediluvian Britain, the father is the center of the universe, an absolute authority whose word is law and whose account of events is the only account that has any weight, whether or not it's actually true. Once more, Shakespeare has his characters connect unnatural behavior in children to promiscuity in mothers, and this recurring preoccupation is characteristic of what Moore terms the anxiety around social boundaries, which in the late feudal age were rapidly shifting with the emergence of land rents as a primary source of wealth. The need of the nobility to secure their estates via marriage alliances made the fidelity of the conjugal bond even more important, as the division between free owners of land and unfree workers of that land became fundamental to the social structure. In addition to the Christian notion of purity within wedlock, the concepts of blood and title lent a quasi-ontology to the behavior of children. And so if Edgar truly betrayed his father, it must be because of a lack of purity in his genealogy. As Moore remarks, the core of persecution is classification, carving up the world into categories of legitimacy and illegitimacy to suit social convenience. At this moment of deception, Cornwall, Regan, and their attendants enter, and Gloucester informs them of what he believes has occurred. Regan reveals that Edgar is Lear's godson, and that he was a companion with Lear's knights, using those qualities to explain that his betrayal is even more natural than Gloucester could have ever suspected. But we cannot verify whether her claims are accurate with the information the play provides, and this is another source of ambiguity as to whether or not she and Goneril are really acting in good faith. Rhetorically, this revelation creates an axis of evil and a social bond between Edgar and Lear, which Regan implies is stronger than Edgar's biological bond with his father. This tension between bonds of kinship and bonds of vassalage and religion is characteristic of the late feudal age, when the ancient importance of blood ties derived from Germanic societies was jostled by the new importance ascribed to ties between lords and their men in a rapidly centralizing society. These new ties were so strong that a lord could demand his vassal battle on his behalf, and this threat must have been present in Regan's mind had Edgar's connection to Lear actually been genuine. If Edgar was indeed tied to Lear, then only by the death of both men could she and her sister rid themselves of all their enemies to their coup d'etat. Further tying the two men together, Regan also mentions that Oswald had arrived and informed her of the danger that Lear posed, and that given everything that had passed, she will not welcome her father should he appear at her house. Cornwall then praises Edmund's loyalty, and promises to the bastard that his service will be rewarded with advancement under ducal protection. Edmund, for his part, pledges his faith, but it should come as no surprise to anyone that this is the umpteenth instance of his speech concealing false motivation. As the scene comes to a close, Cornwall informs Gloucester that the reason he and Regan came in the first place was because of the conflicting letters they had received from both Lear and Goneril, and they were hoping for Gloucester to provide advice on how to navigate this politically delicate situation. The scene closes with the old Earl promising to provide them with that very counsel. In front of Gloucester's house, Oswald and Kent both await Regan's responses to the letters of their respective masters, and in their shared idle moment, the steward asks Kent if he is of Gloucester's party. Kent responds in the affirmative, but immediately launches into what might be the most impressive tidal wave of insults in the entirety of Shakespeare's corpus. Among the many opprobrious phrases he rattles off, the most thematically rich is that which calls Oswald a three-suited, 100-pound, filthy, worsted-stocking knave, all of which refer to Oswald's status as steward not of noble birth. At the time Shakespeare was writing, servants were only permitted 3 suits per year. 100 pounds was the cost to purchase a knighthood from King James, and worsted, or woolen stockings, were worn by those of low birth, as a gentleman would wear silk instead. All of these insults taken together paint the clear picture that Oswald is a social climber with aspirations of cheating his way into the upper classes by selling out his rightful king, and that these aspirations make him behave in a base and knavish manner. During the Elizabethan era, the chief source of England's wealth was in its textile industry, which made up more than 3/4 of its exports. Thus, when Kent contrasts base wool with noble silk, Shakespeare is assuming that his audience will be familiar with the social significances each of these fabrics have in society. Moreover, at this time, England had in place sumptuary laws which attempted to restrict low-class people from wearing precious fabrics. And so if Oswald wants to get away with enjoying the silk stockings of a gentleman, he will have to buy his rank in a way that Kent finds detestable. Further, Kent claims Oswald is the son and heir of a mongrel bitch, and that he is an action-taking, whoreson, glass-gazing, super-serviceable, finkical rogue, all of which imply that Oswald is litigious, officious, and womanly. He ironically adds that all these names are Oswald's addition, or titles, and that these ignoble titles are what Oswald rightly deserves. Oswald is, in this sense, what in late feudal France was called a maire, or a steward not of noble birth, whose servile stigma was defined by the fact that he was not a knight, and that his service to his lord was not glorious combat. This kind of steward was at the outset a kind of rich peasant, but through his duty of supervising his lord's household would inevitably aggrandize himself by skimming off wealth and becoming a kind of petty tyrant above the farmers. The stewards, like Oswald, who rose to the highest level of their class fraction, became their own defined social group, which sometimes even held hereditary fiefs and intermarried with lords. These privileges are no doubt what Kent worries over when he attempts to sharply contrast Oswald with himself, an earl of noble birth. Again, Oswald represents in his estate management the nascent bureaucratic class, whose social ambition and acumen threaten the traditional prerogatives of chivalry. If he can buy nobility, then noble birth signifies nothing, and the classes of feudal society have been transgressed. Essentially, what this conflict between Kent and Oswald allows us to do is, once more using Jameson's schema, move from the individual ideology of conflict between classes to the larger societal conflict between modes of production. We mentioned before that the text of King Lear was written at a transitionary period in European history, between the old feudal mode of production oriented around the tenant, farmer, and vassalage, and the new capitalist mode of production oriented around mercantilism and a skilled artisanal class. In this context, the conflict between Kent and Oswald is not just between a knight and a steward, or a gentleman and an upstart, but between residual and emerging social formations, which hold diametrically opposed notions as to what legitimizes wealth. For Oswald, it is merit and the arrogation of money, whereas for Kent, it is inherited privilege and deeds of battle. This is why Kent attacks Oswald so venomously. Oswald does not just represent a threat to him personally, he represents a threat to Kent's very way of life, and to the social structure that Kent has committed himself to. So Kent goes so far as to challenge Oswald to a duel, but Oswald refuses, and Kent begins beating him. Oswald yells for help, and Edmund, Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester, and their servants all rush to his aid. Cornwall separates them by the threat of death, and asks them to explain the pretext for their fight. Kent, for his part, provides no explanation, but continues his raillery, accusing Oswald of being made by a tailor, which once more reinforces the fact that the steward's sense of worth is derived from the clothing he wears and the unjust heights to which it raises him. He calls Oswald a wagtail, an epithet with two meanings. First, a bird, which in Shakespeare's day was known for hopping from foot to foot with the appearance of nervousness, and second, a harlot. This strategic conjuncture of naming and gendering the other is a strategy of self-construction which derives originally from Genesis. When God let Adam without Eve indulge in the act of naming animals created for his use, God did so to give Adam, as a man, that divine power of subjugation. This act of circumscribing life within the symbolic order and prescribing it behaviors through the connotations of a name is a rhetorical strategy that Kent leverages to brand Oswald as animal and female, doubly other and deprived of Adamic divine power. But Kent does not stop here. He proceeds to stack multiple animal metaphors on top of one another, comparing Oswald in quick succession to a rat, a kingfisher, a dog, and a goose. Oswald is a rat because he bites the holy cords of kinship in two. He's a kingfisher because, like the kingfisher-shaped weather vane, he turns wherever the wind blows. He is a dog because he blindly follows his master, and he is a goose because he cackles impudently. Again, the central anxiety here is Oswald as a figure of social upheaval, symbolizing the self-serving, capricious fancies of an upstart, ignoble class. It's an anxiety about the end of the feudal age in which knighthood was transformed from being a hereditary principle into a commodity, bought and sold to the highest bidder, and undoing the holy cords of chivalry. Bloch makes the point that in England, the aristocracy was extremely powerful when compared with the aristocracies of the European continent, but that the privileges were by the 13th century more social than legal. Because the nobility was so vaguely defined, it was wide open to the assumption of knighthood by upstarts like Oswald, who had managed to cobble together landed wealth. Cornwall asks Kent again to explain what prompted his tirade, and Kent replies trenchantly that it was nothing more than Oswald's ugly face, and that everyone in the room is indeed too ugly for his taste. Cornwall calls this rudeness a garb that conceals the true shape of proper plain speaking, and ironically Kent is indeed wearing a garb that disguises his real identity. On another level, this statement is even more ironic because even though Kent is disguised, his words are his genuine thoughts, whereas Cornwall, in his regular clothing, is engaging in deceit against Lear. Kent takes this rebuke in stride and immediately shifts into mock heroic flattery that compares Cornwall to the sun god Phoebus. But given that Cornwall is under Regan's thumb and not Lear's, this simile obviously rings hollow. Cornwall is very much not on the Olympian side of this conflict, and is really just a stooge under orders from his chthonic wife. The Duke chooses not to keep pursuing the issue though, and finally turns to Oswald to ask the steward for his account of what has happened. Oswald gives a more or less accurate account of events, and portrays Kent as being hot-headed and foolish rather than loyal and brave. This rebuke of Kent is also a rebuke of Kent's obsession with asserting the prerogatives of chivalry and masculinity through violence, as Kent's attack on Oswald is described as the abuse of a man who refused to fight back. Again, in this conflict we see the tension between the old feudal ideology of vassalage that one finds in the Song of Roland, and the new quasi-liberal ideology which represents the nascent oppositional class of the bourgeoisie. As Althusser reminds us, the dominant ideology of the dominant class manifests directly in the real-world practices of state actors. But what is both tragic and comic in this scene is that Kent is no longer a member of that repressive state apparatus. He has lost his status as an earl and his direct control over political power. He wants to discipline the upstart Oswald, but he cannot see that he has already been displaced from his position as a disciplinarian. When we understand this, we can understand the irony behind Kent's next words, when he compares Oswald's blustering to the blustering of a man who claims that he is a greater warrior than Ajax. If we recall how Ajax is portrayed by Sophocles, for example, we recall that Ajax was a mighty warrior who fought in the Battle of Troy only to be denied the honor of Achilles' arms in favor of the scheming Odysseus. In exactly the same way, all Kent's violent struggles to protect Lear's honor come to nothing because of Oswald's deceit, and it is Kent, not Oswald, who is the blustering one. In both cases, we see strength and truth in action come to nothing, whereas deceitful language is rewarded. Kent's chivalry might be real, but reality is distasteful to Cornwall. And so this episode ends in an altogether expected manner, as Cornwall sends Kent off to the stocks. Kent threatens that the Duke will be punished by Lear for his partisanship, but these threats are ignored, and Regan extends his imprisonment through the night to humble him. Gloucester tries to intervene on Kent's behalf, but Cornwall and Regan are unmoved, and Regan herself issues the final order to confine Kent. This public confinement and humiliation of Kent is characteristic of Shakespeare's day, as punishment, just like entertainment, was essentially theatrical in nature. While we might find it cruel, for Shakespeare's audience it would have been normal to go to witness an execution in the exact same way that one would go to witness a magic show or a court masque. Given the emphasis this society placed on public displays of wealth, honor, and class allegiance, it's only natural that criminal infractions would be punished by public humiliation. Gloucester vows to Kent that he will try to help the man, and he exits along with Cornwall and Regan. Kent, alone on stage, closes out the act by falling asleep to more quickly pass the time until the sun rises, so that he might read a letter from Cordelia which he hopes will contain a pledge for aid. More shamefully, he admits that this sleep will also help to hide his degraded state from his own eyes, and that he does not want to acknowledge how his high-flown rhetoric has produced nothing of value. This is a kind of echo of Lear's own wish for blindness, and Kent, by evoking this motif, reminds us that he, like his former king, has been metaphorically castrated and forced to renounce the symbolic authority expected of the masculine noble. But in addition to being an echo of Lear, Kent is also an inversion. We must not forget that he is not attempting to assert authority for himself, but is rather attempting to reinstate Lear's authority, and therefore assumes a quasi-feminine role inasmuch as he is attempting to give Lear the phallic signifier which he himself does not have. By fighting for his lord, Kent manifests a kind of love which seeks to provide for Lear what the former king has been deprived of. This scene continues in the same location as the previous, beginning with Edgar entering and revealing that he overheard the proclamation which made him an outlaw. To preserve himself, he decides to take the basest and most poorest shape that ever penury and contempt of man brought near to beast. He covers himself in grime, ties his hair in elf locks, and begins to behave like a bedlam beggar, who roars and goes naked around the countryside. In so doing, he explicitly evokes for the first time the figure of the madman, which before had only been obliquely hinted at by Lear in his more desperate moments. Because this figure will be central to the remainder of the play, it's worth explaining its origin and resonance for Shakespeare's audience. We have spoken at length about the influence feudal ideology and feudal state apparatuses had on the creation of King Lear. However, the figure of the madman represents a fundamental break with the feudal age. Foucault describes this break as a kind of metonymy, a displacement of cultural anxiety from the figure of the leper in the Middle Ages to the figure of the madman in the Renaissance and early modernity. Initially, the pariah figure was the leper, as leprosy spread throughout Europe as a consequence of the Crusades and contact with the East, and in England and Scotland there were, by the 12th century, a combined 220 leper houses for 1.5 million inhabitants. This massive number should give a sense of the scale of the problem. The leper was a ubiquitous figure, and because of its ubiquity it had to be explained and contextualized by the church for the people. What the church chose to do was characterize the leper as a paradoxical manifestation of the existence of God. His infection was a sign that he was being punished for the sins of this world, and therefore by his suffering and his exclusion from society, he was saved in the afterlife. He was kept at a sacred distance from society because he was a polluted figure, but this pollution was an earthly penance that would allow him to enter into heaven. But as the Crusades came to end, leprosy also declined. In England, by the time of Queen Elizabeth, there were only 2 lepers in the entire leper house of St. Bartholomew, and as this depopulation occurred, these structures began to sit empty. But the formula of exclusion which they symbolized remained, and so in the early modern era they began to be repurposed for poor vagabonds, criminals, and deranged minds, who were all corralled into playing the social role of the leper through the same systems of division and segregation for the purpose of spiritual reintegration. Before, madmen had been treated inconsistently by the state apparatus. Some had led a wandering existence, traveling from town to town, while others had been thrown in prison, and still others lived in cities on the public dole. But at the end of the feudal age, the madman suddenly assumed the role that the leper left vacant. And besides functioning as a liminal figure included by exclusion, he took on an additional meaning because of his ambiguity. He became a kind of guardian of truth, in that he alone was able to utter the language of an idiot which contained reason in unreason, a language that was derived directly from nature and therefore closer to reason than reason itself. But through his comedically simplistic language, he replaces the leper's solemn reminder of mortality and salvation, with the madman's mockery which reduces men to nothing. This substitution of madness for death is for Foucault not a break with the old anxiety symbolized by the leper, but rather what he calls a torsion within the same anxiety. The anxiety is still the void of death and non-being, but this nothingness is no longer considered as an external threat, but rather is experienced from within as the very form of existence. The madman reminds us that we are all already dead men, and that life is futile and absurd. Within the exterior of his unreasoning behavior, there's the secret knowledge that the order of God, which so dominated the feudal age, has given way to an age of unreason, in which symbols are so overburdened with contradictory meanings as to make reason impossible. And this is the aporia that we have to keep in mind throughout the remainder of the play. The madman is the truth teller who tells us the truth that truth is something that we have lost and that we can never recover. To complete his transformation, Edgar ends the scene by stating, "Edgar, I nothing am." In doing so, he abrogates his name and title and becomes not just a madman but a refugee, just like his godfather Lear. With this, he accomplishes one of the most radical aims of King Lear. He throws into crisis the very concept of the privilege of blood by exposing the fiction of what Agamben would call sacred and inalienable rights. Just like how the figure of the refugee in the modern day proves that the ostensibly universal rights of liberty, equality, and fraternity are really privileges belonging to citizens of a nation-state. In just the same way, the figure of the refugee in Lear's Britain exposes the rights of blood as privileges that only exist as long as the blue-blooded noble keeps hold of their title. The sacred and inalienable rights of the aristocracy, just like those of the citizen, are political fictions which have no connection to any kind of essential quality within Edgar himself, and can be renounced or put on as easily as one changes one's clothes. The essentializing fictions invented to justify the intrinsic quality of these rights are undone by the ease by which Edgar's nobility can be cast off. By having he and Kent change their respective identities with such facility, Shakespeare demonstrates to us that the pure fact of birth, to use Agamben's words, is really an ideological mystification, which papers over the fact that rights are privileges derived from institutional position and resource control. We remain still in the same location, and Lear, the fool, and a gentleman enter. Lear questions the gentleman why Regan and Cornwall left their house and did not reply to his messengers, and the gentleman responds that their departure was unplanned and in haste. They then spot the disguised Kent imprisoned in the stocks, and the fool wastes no time in lampooning Kent's ridiculous position, calling the stocks that imprison the Earl cruel garters and wooden nether stocks. This insult is especially biting because cruel garters puns on cruel, which was a thin yarn that recalls Kent's previous insult against Oswald as a worsted stocking knave. The fool thus reminds Kent that he has fallen even lower than the steward that he so viciously mocked, as his stockings are made of an even more base material. Lear asks Kent who has imprisoned him so, and Kent replies ruefully that it is none other than Lear's own daughter and son-in-law. Lear refuses to believe it, swearing by Jupiter that there is no way that he could have been betrayed in such a manner. But Kent, for his part, swears by Juno that his words are true, and in so doing turns their argument into the argument of a married couple, which again exposes the surprisingly feminine role that Kent takes in the symbolic economy of the play, in spite of his machismo. If we recall the argument between the analogues to Jupiter and Juno, Zeus and Hera, in the first book of the Iliad, we recall that Zeus wins that argument not through superior powers of rhetoric or reason, but simply by threatening to throttle Hera when she appeals to him against Thetis and Achilles. Zeus's divine right through physical strength is sharply contrasted by Lear, the foolish, weak old man who tries to invoke the authority of a god without the muscle to back it up. This ironic contrast is another way in which Shakespeare highlights the arbitrary and unearned nature of Lear's kingly authority. But even despite this irony, the evocation of king and queen of the gods also has the effect of associating Lear and Kent with one another as part of the Olympian faction of the play, again reinforcing our perception that they occupy the same ideological niche in spite of their differences. Lear asks Kent how he could have possibly deserved such treatment, and Kent responds that he was usurped in his appeal to Regan by Oswald, who relayed letters to her on Goneril's behalf, which in turn caused Regan and Cornwall to oppose him. And when Kent confronted the steward, the events that took place in the second scene of Act 2 played themselves out, ending in his confinement. Kent ruefully remarks that in his overreaction he had more man than wit about him, and in so doing genders the impotence of masculine silent action and the power of feminine rhetorical persuasion. He is utterly committed to this othering of language as a tool to discredit Oswald, but he cannot see that it only serves to highlight what a ridiculous figure he cuts in his impotent assertion of chivalric values. In the face of this ignorant pair, the fool jests that only fathers with bags of money will see love from their children, and that the natural bond of parent and child is really dependent on inheritance. Because Lear is blind to the ambition of his daughters, he has blinded them to their father's needs. The fool also puns on the word fortune to imply that good luck and wealth are connected. The poor cannot access money and so are denied from bettering their condition. In this vein, the fool remarks that Lear will have as many dolors for his daughters as he can count in a year, punning on the word dolor as meaning both pain as well as dollar. With all these quips, we see once again that the fool is not just a fool, but is also a clown in the Bakhtinian sense, in that he intentionally distorts and scrambles Lear's verbal ideological language to reveal its weaknesses. All these puns are not random, but are calculated to highlight that institutional power is determined by the possession of capital, not by divine right or inherited privilege. But as Foucault observed, the tragedy of the fool is that his wisdom goes unheeded in an irrational world. Lear does not want to believe what the fool is telling him, but nevertheless he feels a tide of grief which he attributes to a mother swelling in his breast. This word mother at the time meant hysteria, and in the next line Lear calls his malady hysterica passio, which is a Latin expression that equates to suffering in the womb, manifest as an inflammation of the senses. Renaissance medicine believed that hysteria was caused by a woman's uterus, wandering throughout her body and thus gendered the disease in a way which is telling for describing Lear's current state of mind. Despite all Lear's attempts to align himself with the king of the gods, he can only describe his malady in these traditionally feminine terms. At the time Shakespeare was writing, many men regarded rationality as an exclusively male trait, and so when Lear describes himself in these terms, he undermines his own claims to legitimacy by reinforcing his unfitness to rule. With the Lacanian perspective, Lear's assumption of female biology requires his renunciation of the role of the father, and of the possession of the privileged phallic signifier, in effect decentering himself and depriving him of social authority. And if we recall that the father is representative of the symbolic and of the domain of language, we see that in renouncing this role, Lear hints at the incoherence and madness that he himself will fall prey to later in the play. Lear leaves to try and find Regan and make his appeal, and after he exits, Kent asks how he could have come with so few knights left in his retinue. The fool replies sardonically that such a stupid question deserves punishment in the stocks, and tells Kent that he is dumber than an ant for putting his faith in an old man who has nothing left to provide. This insult is unexpectedly profound in its implications if we follow them out, and so it's worth dwelling on them for a moment. Derrida made the observation that one of the most important differences between human and animal in Western philosophy since Aristotle is its progression towards sociality as a telos. Whereas animals remain in what Derrida calls a bellicose state of nature, and a relation of ruse, violence, and exploitation, humans, ideally, bring about through their wars a passage from the state of nature to the state of society, and in so doing set into motion those collective processes of resource accumulation and distribution. But this binary opposition is unraveled from both ends by the figure of the ant. We see that Kent, the human, is acting in an irrational and self-destructive manner because of his delusions of fidelity, whereas the ant, as is invoked by the fool, behaves in a rational and pro-social manner in harvesting and storing its resources for the good of a colony. This inversion allows the fool to mock the traditional filiation of animal and irrationality on the one hand, and human and rationality on the other, and in so doing to puncture the notion that humanity is really as superior as it claims to be. This, combined with Lear's own waxing incoherence and waning grasp on language, explodes the ideological constellation of man, noble, rationality, and power, which Lear and Kent so desperately cling onto. The fool then doubles down and tells Kent that devotion to Lear is like trying to hold onto a wheel that's rolling downhill. He claims that only a fool would stay with a man who has no hope of future fortune, but then says that any man who runs away is a knave who turns into a fool by his cowardice. The effect of this contradictory language is to further complicate the distinction between natural and artificial behavior, which the play is trying to throw into doubt. On the one hand, it's totally natural for a man to act in his own self-interest, but on the other, it's equally natural for a man to remain loyal through thick and thin. We are literally incapable of determining whether loyalty is natural or unnatural because it's simultaneously both and neither. And this antinomy leads us to doubt whether such an essentializing schema can really describe human action. This cavalcade of insults is interrupted by the return of Lear with Gloucester, and Lear exclaims in a fury that Regan and Cornwall have refused to see him, calling their behavior a pretense for revolt. Gloucester tries to calm him down, but Lear rages that their behavior is against all the laws of respect due to a father and a king. Gloucester claims that Cornwall's standoffishness is really born from his fiery nature, but this excuse merely sets Lear off on a new rant and proves that it is he, not Cornwall, who's the fiery one. But Lear at last tries to calm himself, saying that perhaps Cornwall is ill and because of that illness he's neglecting his office. He decides at last to give the Duke one more chance, and sends Gloucester to fetch his children with the vow that if they do not grant him an audience, he will stand outside their door and beat a drum whose noise will prevent them from sleeping. The effect of all these invectives and all this bargaining is to reinforce the fact that Lear has absolutely nothing which merits the consideration of Regan, Cornwall, or even the political apparatuses themselves. He is a refugee in the truest sense of the term, and exists outside society with no claim on that society and no rights within that society. He is bargaining from a position of absolute impotence, based on a deluded belief in the permanence of the fealty owed to him. Lear believes that he was born and will die a king, but he does not see that he has outlived his royal office. Gloucester leaves once more to try and summon Cornwall and Regan, and the fool jibes that Lear's attempt to quell his beating heart without killing it is like a woman who tries to make eel pie without killing the eels first, and that his overly charitable overtures are like a man that gives his horse buttered hay. The implication is that just like how the woman must beat down the eels and the man must not be over nice to his horse, Lear must be more ruthless with himself and with his children. As in the case of the wandering womb, there is an attempt to violently suppress natural feelings, which are coded as feminine and which therefore must be extirpated from the heart of a king. Surprisingly, Gloucester does return with Cornwall and Regan, who at last set Kent free. Lear appeals to Regan against Goneril's wicked behavior, and again implies that love is predicated on natural birth by remarking that if Regan was not glad to see him, it would be because her mother was an adulteress. Once more we see that the conjugal bond confers a kind of spiritual purity from parent to child, and a child which is born from the marital union is the product of Christ-like love. We should remember that this is the case because, as we mentioned before, marriage is a union with a stranger that figures the union of Christ and his church, and this figuration connects the spouses like the soul is connected to the body. Chrysostom argued that in the same way that Christ watched over the church, taught the church, and saved the church, the married man should watch over, teach, and save his wife. Therefore, a child born outside this union is born to a mother bereft of this education and outside the drama of creation and redemption which characterizes the marital tie. What Lear implies Regan could be, and what Edmund actually is a flagrant disregard for Christ-like love and the injunction of God to reproduce the original unity of human substance through marital fidelity. But there's also an element of class discrimination in the marital tie. Wedlock was an essential social tool for the construction and differentiation of the aristocratic family unit, as it was the legal justification for the arrogation and distribution of wealth among family estates. If Goneril and Regan are bastard daughters from another man, their machinations against Lear could just as well have been spurred by the desire to take his wealth and power and add it to another family's patrimony. This theory gives additional resonance to the metaphor Lear uses a few lines later, when he compares Goneril to a vulture that wishes to tear out his heart. But Regan is unmoved and defends Goneril's actions based on her belief that Lear's knights behaved unacceptably in her sister's house. Once more, the crux of this debate is left ambiguous, and we do not know whether her argument is legitimate because the literal text of the play does not definitively characterize Lear's knights one way or another. But whether Regan is right or wrong, she continues on, and describes Lear as an old dotard who needs to be ruled by his daughters and who must beg for their forgiveness. She says that in Lear, nature stands on the very verge of his confine, meaning both that Lear is near death and that Lear's natural behavior is what will lead him toward that death. Because of the fundamental incompatibility between Lear's nature and the society in which he lives, he needs the control of his daughters for their clear-eyed understanding of the cynical self-interest necessary to maintain power. But this is all really just another strategy of containment. Regan recontextualizes the conflict between Lear and herself as a conflict between an old man and his daughter, as opposed to what it really is, which is a conflict between nobles over the control of state apparatuses and material wealth. In so doing, she in effect constructs what Jameson calls an imaginary solution to the real social contradictions created by the structure of absolute monarchy. By bracketing the socio-political conflict within the private family space, Regan avoids confronting the more difficult task of trying to construct a society in which petty feuds are not the only solution to political crises. In her world, the issue is not kingship as such, but the misbehavior of an old man, which can easily be resolved through personal discipline. This pacification partially works, and Lear begs Regan on his knees for food and shelter. Regan denies him and orders him to return to Goneril, but Lear explodes, cursing Goneril as a serpent. Within the context of all the animal metaphors deployed thus far in the play, this figure of the serpent is especially significant because it is in Genesis the one animal which has access to speech, and it uses that speech to practice a kind of ipseity and autonomy which otherwise is denied to the animal. But as we know, the serpent is a figure of evil and leads Eve to ruin. And because of this, its ipseity is a defect. It is being where only non-being should exist. If an animal has the cogito, it upends the proper order of the universe, which is predicated on rational man controlling the irrational animal. The serpent is thereby directly analogous to Goneril if we consider that she, as a woman, similarly asserts her ipseity to take away agency from Lear and to assert herself by his undoing. In the former case, Adamic man is upstaged by an animal, and in the second case, Adamic man is upstaged by a woman. But Lear isn't done with his invective. He calls down the lightning to blind Goneril and wishes for the sun to suck poisonous vapors out of the earth to infect her body. In the traditional Freudian schema, the figure of the bad father threatens the child with blinding, which we have already seen to be a displacement of castration. But as we know, Lear lost his authority as father and possessor of the phallic signifier, which has been usurped by his daughters who have assumed the masculine role in an inversion of the Freudian symbolic economy. The result is that we feel even more acutely the impotence of Lear's threats, as they highlight a power which should define him as a father, but which he has lost to his daughters, who have turned against him that very power through their dominance in the symbolic realm of language and in the concrete events of the play. Regan is understandably offended, realizing correctly that Lear will wish this same violent fate on her if she does something to upset him. But Lear tries to reassure her, saying that he trusts that she will never try to deprive him of his authority in the way that Goneril has done. Here again we see the jumbled logic of Lear's reasoning. He asserts Regan will respect the offices of nature, bond of childhood, effects of courtesy, dues of gratitude, and the half of the kingdom that she has been given. The fact that both natural and artificial obligations are listed uncritically alongside each other demonstrates that Lear's attempt to appeal to the natural love his daughters should owe him is ludicrous on its face. Regan does not love him for who he is, but only as long as he acts in accordance with her wishes and provides her with access to the material wealth that she desires. And again, this desire of Regan is for the whole of Lear's patrimony, but whether it's motivated by a natural or an artificial desire for that patrimony is undecidable. We vacillate back and forth between personal motivations being natural or artificial without any ability to make a final judgment, even as so many characters in this play insist that they are entirely defined by the one or the other. This confusion makes sense if we restore some historical context. As a feudal noble, Regan would have had a vast range of obligations, including direct loyalty to her father, kinship ties to her sister and her husband, and ties of vassalage to her knights and their tenant farmers. All of these obligations created a contradictory web in which what we would call behavioral norms were really irregular and often diametrically opposed to one another. While there was a behavioral norm of siding with one's closest relative in the event of a falling out, in practice the decision was often dictated by personal preference and self-interest, and we see Regan clearly make that decision in her desire to ally with Goneril against her father. She tries to create a reductively simple explanation for her decision, but it is really the result of conflicting pressures and incentives pushing her along her unique path toward betrayal. But Lear is not yet willing to capitulate, and asks one more time who put Kent in the stocks, before he is interrupted by Oswald's entrance and announcement of the arrival of Goneril. Lear inveighs against Goneril and asks Regan to take his part in their conflict, but Goneril argues that she has done nothing wrong and that Lear is being ridiculous by taking such offense at her demands. Cornwall, for his part, admits that he was the one who sent Kent to the stocks, but argues that Kent's behavior was so out of line that it merited even worse treatment. Regan begs Lear to stand down and offers him a deal. If he will stay with Goneril with only half his retinue, she will then receive him after the month is up. Yet we know that this appeal will be of no use to Lear, because Lear is unable to accept that the obligations which he thinks are natural and owed to him by right are really determined by the institutional standing which he has jettisoned. He would rather hold on to this self-destructive, nonsensical view of reality than accept that such a view is based on a set of false oppositions. Lear, as former central subject of the dominant class, feels compelled to misrecognize the nature of kingship so as to preserve the justification for the relations of production that he benefits from. Instead of seeing that kingship is an apparatus of the feudal state which functions to siphon wealth from tenant farmers, he insists on remaining the sacral person with the divine right to homage. And so we see the truth of Althusser's paradoxical conclusion, that the superstructure is external to the base because of its interiority. It functions through the ideology which exists within the minds of its subjects to reproduce the relations of production. Lear's behavior only makes sense when we understand that he is, in effect, a gear that has been removed from the machine of feudalism, and which keeps trying to spin even though it no longer rests in its proper place. It is because of this inability to accept that he is no longer king that Lear chooses madness. He tells Regan that he would abjure all roofs and choose to wage against the enmity of the air, to be a comrade with the wolf and owl, rather than abase himself by dismissing half his knights. He exclaims that he would rather be a slave to France or a packhorse to Oswald than to bow to his daughter's will. Taken together, what all these exclamations imply is that Lear would rather be deprived of his humanity than have to confront this intractable problem. But why does he invoke the animal metaphor 3 times in conjunction with this wish? Derrida cites a passage out of Heidegger which argues that the animal is defined by its lack of the Dasein, or the preontic capacity for relational existence unique to human beings. This is a modal and temporal experience of oneself in the world which separates human from animal and which Lear views as a curse. Derrida described it as a repudiation of the solipsistic Cartesian cogito, which substitutes that concept's hermetic quality with a kind of affective tonality that defines the human by its perpetual and inescapable openness to other beings. Put simply, it is our capacity for relating to others by acting within a shared society and culture which pre-exists and has ontic priority over our ability to define ourselves against others and apart from that society and culture. Being with others, not being apart from others, is what defines the human being. And this process-driven interpersonal existentiality is what Heidegger argues the animal lacks. He uses the metaphor of constraining rings. Compared to a man who is free to interact with others in his society as he so chooses, and whose essence is created through that interaction, the animal is caught in rings, which bind both its interaction and its essence. Without the Dasein, the animal is constrained to being poor in world, which means that the animal always approaches the world with a relation of utility. For Lear, this lack of an animal is really a blessing in disguise, because without the Dasein, without the existentiality generated via interaction with one's world and one's heritage, the animal can function programmatically according to its instinctual drives, and it escapes being haunted by the unanswerable problems created by that very being in the world. Lear would rather be imprisoned within bonds which force him to act purely mechanistically, so that he no longer has to fight the unwinnable battle of asserting his being to other beings who care nothing for his fate. He would rather hunt with the wolf than argue with the human. But this is just wishful thinking, and Lear's only option is to make the best of his situation. He dismisses Goneril as a plague sore and threatens that he could tell Jove to shoot her down with a lightning bolt. This desire to be the little god of Renaissance political philosophy is juxtaposed against the desire to be an unreasoning animal, to show how in his desperation Lear vacillates between delusions of grandeur and the desire to escape from cruel reality. It makes Regan's injunction against him even more powerful, as she asserts that he must listen to her reason and allow himself to be governed as a senile old man. Again, we should remember that in Shakespeare's day, the norm was to characterize man as rational and woman as irrational. And so when Regan claims reason as one of her qualities, she assumes the male role in a broader sense by invoking the related signifiers of action, rhetoric, and power, which were typically associated with the masculine role. It's not just that she wants to govern Lear, she wants to govern, in the broadest sense of the term. Regan and Goneril continue to work on Lear, trying to get him to accept their terms and even to abandon his retinue altogether, and to let their own servants govern him instead. Lear protests that he gave them everything, and that he only wants a reservation for his own comfort. He argues that even the poorest beggar needs something of his own, and that Goneril and Regan themselves need elaborate clothes for their own happiness. The irony here is that he implies that only an unreasoning beast could be satisfied with nothing, and yet his very ranting is based on his own inability to reason out what course of action he should take. In the Bakhtinian sense, Lear is trying to speak for himself with his own language, intentions, and accents, and Shakespeare plays this language against the language of his daughters, which parodies and mocks it, by portraying it as the whining of an infantile old man. Their dialogue is an unresolved conversation between two opposed worlds, with no artificial rhetorical conclusion to adjudicate between them. As I mentioned before, the upshot of this dramatic strategy is not only that their argument feels truer to life from the audience's perspective, but also that it demands interpretation by resisting it. This is one of the reasons why Shakespearean criticism has been so diverse and active for the past 400 years. The dialogue of his plays is endlessly suggestive. In the same vein, Lear invokes the gods, wishing that they would grant him the noble anger necessary to prevent effeminate tears and embolden him to take revenge on his daughters. But this manly deportment never comes, and all he does is weep and moan, goading himself on into madness. Once more we encounter dramatic irony. Lear's obsession with behaving naturally as a masculine king and patriarch is exactly what leads to his histrionics. Further, the fact that these histrionics are his natural reaction to adversity undermines his entire basis for gendering behavior. There is no connection to a referent which would ground this distinction in the real. It is purely a product of his own prejudice. But he is so lost within his own discourse of power that he cannot grasp this fact even when his impotence is glaringly obvious to everyone else. His emotional outburst reaches its climax when, in a gesture that glances forward toward romanticism, Shakespeare punctuates it with the crashing of thunder and the beginnings of a storm. The storm seems to resolve Lear on his course of action, and he leaves with Gloucester, Kent, and the Fool, cursing his daughters as hags and vowing that his heart will break into 100,000 flaws. Goneril and Regan remain unsympathetic, stating that it is Lear's own fault if his hysteria leads him to suffer out of doors. They mutually vow to only receive him if he comes alone, without a single follower. It is as a man, not as a king, that Lear is acceptable to them. One of the most important questions in King Lear is how serious Regan and Goneril are in their offers to receive their father after they have usurped his authority. And just like in the case of Lear's knights, it's largely left up to the discretion of the actors who perform their roles. However, I would like to make the argument that this overture is essentially rhetorical and unserious, because, as I explained earlier, the first and originary act each daughter took in their claim to sovereignty was to define their political domain by excluding Lear from that domain. By enacting the sovereign ban on Lear and reducing him to bare life completely outside political institutions, they are able to justify any violence on Lear's person, and in so doing they legitimize themselves as arbiters of life and death. Lear's exile creates their sovereign power by creating the state of exception wherein the rule of law is suspended. In the words of Agamben, the sovereign power is defined by this very ability to distinguish between outside and inside, nature and exception, physis and nomos. Lear is that outside, he is that nature, and he is that physis. But he is only all of those things because of the law which prescribes him as such. Agamben argues that law affirms itself with the greatest force by defining a domain wherein it does not apply, And so when Regan and Goneril exclude Lear from their juridical domains and relegate him to the domain of nature, they legitimate themselves as rulers in their nascent states. This scene and the second act close with Gloucester's return to inform the sisters that Lear is in a rage, and that he refuses all direction. Regan dismisses Gloucester's concerns as to Lear's safety by saying that the abuse of the elements will be a wholesome remedy for her father's headstrong behavior, and that they should all shut their doors against him until his anger has expended itself. Again invoking the motif of the child, she argues that only through injuring himself will Lear learn proper behavior. As I mentioned earlier, the function of this motif is to portray Lear as an infant, whose behaviors are not yet structured by the coherent ego object which the mirror stage creates. Instead, his outbursts are likened to what Lacan calls a motor impotence and nursling dependence, resulting from malaise and motor uncoordination. They are evidence of the fact that he is a kind of unformed confluence of drives not yet reified into a body, and that the infantile irrationality of these drives has disqualified him from any position of authority. In the third act, we are truly inaugurated into Lear's madness. The disguised Kent encounters a gentleman while wandering through the countryside looking for Lear, and asks him if he has heard any news. The gentleman responds that he has seen Lear contending with the elements and raving in the throes of lunacy, and the exact words he uses to describe this madness have several layers of significance. First, he both compares and contrasts Lear with the storm he is caught within. Both are driven by impetuous blasts and eyeless rage, and are in a sense impotent and insignificant because of their blindness. They are mere raging force without logos. But the storm is also unlike Lear in that it represents an extreme of nature that exists beyond a barrier that Lear himself can never cross. And so the gentleman says scornfully that Lear strives in his little world of man to outdo the to and fro conflicting wind and rain that human action can only mimic on a small and degraded level. Lear attempts to renounce his humanity by wandering unbonneted, and in so doing to outdo the lion and the belly-pinched wolf in his animality. Yet nevertheless he is a prisoner to discourse, even though it's a mad discourse which wished for the storm to blow the earth into the sea. It is in this account of Lear's attempt to renounce his humanity that his human quality is most starkly perceived. And we see that Lear's madness controverts feudal epistemology in this play in the way that it mocks the possibility of a king's solemn death. Lear's ravings are the ravings of a madman who disarms the terror of death by making it into an object of derision with ludicrous discourse. Death is no longer to be feared because life itself is only what Foucault called futility and vain words. And we must remember that madness is the vanquished presence of death which exists within Lear even as he still lives. It exists as a constant within existence itself, not as an approaching threat, and it is, by its presence, that it signifies an upcoming catastrophe in Lear's world. This catastrophe is no longer pregnant with meaning, but is rather the evacuation of meaning itself, the degradation of world and of man into incoherent gibbering. Through a Lacanian lens, we also perceive that Lear's madness is inextricably connected to his blindness, to his eyeless rage, which signifies the lack of the phallus that we know to be conjoined to the symbolic authority possessed by the patriarchal figure. Lear's madness is defined by unreason, caused by his metaphorical deprivation of perception as a result of his real inability to access rational thought. Freud argued that our fear of the evil eye is connected to our primeval fear of the hateful emotion of the other, and that this hate might have supernatural power. The corollary to this superstition is that Lear's blindness implies that he no longer has the evil eye, the power to act on his hatred. Lear, without his eyes and the phallus they represent, is deprived of power, of language, and of reason itself. Kent asks the gentleman if Lear has anyone left by his side, and the gentleman responds that he is only accompanied by the fool, who is trying to relieve Lear's pain with laughter. It's here that Kent does something quite surprising. He informs the gentleman that he knows of a division between Albany and Cornwall, and that each have set spies on Lear and on the other who are carrying information to France as part of their machinations against one another. But then he goes on to say that he knows that France is sending an army into Britain, and that the gentleman must make haste to contact this army at Dover to convey the dire state of Lear and their need for help, effectively creating three competing claims on France's loyalty. It's here that we must remember one of the most important arguments in Bloch, that what we would call feudalism, or the feudal age, was not everywhere and at every time defined by the same institutions and state apparatuses. I have made the point earlier that when I use the term feudal age, I am really referring to what Bloch would call the second or later feudal age, defined by the consolidation and centralization of institutions in England following the Norman conquest. It's critical to understand that this mode of government is a later evolution in feudalism, because this allows us to understand the anxiety behind Kent's words, and behind Shakespeare's portrayal of a feuding fragmented family appealing to an outside nation. Their feud is not just a personal conflict, but an existential threat to the integrity of the British state. Historically, it's analogous to an undoing of state institutions imported by the Norman Duchy, which transformed England from a disjointed collection of protective relationships into a systematically organized, hierarchical government. To avoid total catastrophe and collapse, it's necessary for Kent to quickly realign these fluid and heterogeneous political factions into a unified state. In this context, France represents both a potential threat and a potential ally, depending on how his power is deployed. The fact that France's army has landed in Dover, and that Kent is not yet assured of its loyalty, gives an additional layer of anxiety to the current existential crisis. We can easily understand why, for him, it is centrally important that this question be answered if Britain is to be saved. Because Kent is disguised, he conveys the authority of his request to the gentleman by giving the latter a ring, which he is charged with showing Cordelia. If Cordelia sees the ring, Kent asserts, she will know that the message is from him. In keeping with the distrust of language thus far built up throughout the play, Kent conveys the honesty of his message not through words, but through a physical object, which he views as more solid than the sliding signifiers which have been so effectively manipulated by Oswald and Lear's daughters in the service of lies. Arendt argued in Nietzschean fashion that the descriptive statement does not in fact describe the real world, but rather associates constellations of ideas together to create social consensus about what is believed to be real. Because of this weakness of language, only the referent, or the thing itself, can be trusted to correspond to reality. As the storm continues to rage, we at last encounter Lear and the fool wandering through the barren countryside. Lear has given up all hope of reconciliation with his daughters and reclamation of his kingship, and with this loss of faith he has lost all desire to preserve his shattered world. He rather wishes for the storm to destroy everything, for its water to flood until all buildings are submerged, for its lightning to strike him dead, and for its thunder to pulverize the very earth. Yet what is interesting about this ranting is that it is, in a sense, abandoning one delusion for another even greater delusion. Lear relents in his attempt to control his daughters, but now tries to command nature itself. Lear has begun to realize that the unitary hegemonic language of kingship, which he has used throughout the play, is not really privileged in any special metaphysical way, and that the fact that he is the central term in this language does not mean that he will be the central figure in his own kingdom. As a result, his desperate, irrational attempts to direct the weather are a kind of compensatory strategy to reassert his primacy, even at the cost of his sanity. He would rather be a mad king than a sane dotard. The fool urges Lear to go indoors and to appeal to his daughters, arguing that court holy water is better than the rainwater that they're both drenched in. This phrase, court holy water, is a play on the flattery of a courtier which is sprinkled on nobles like water. And in this way, the fool contrasts a symbol of civil society with a symbol of nature. Yet this bifurcation of the world between the artificial space of society and the real space of nature is, yet another, strategy of containment. Jameson describes this division in the example of the classic English novel, which takes place in a country house to present human relations in ideal formal purity by relegating the concrete content of workplace exploitation to an absent space outside the novel itself. The fool similarly attempts to bracket political space from the outside of nature. But Shakespeare undermines him through the ironic fact that Lear's attempts to invoke the abstract forces of nature are a direct result of the political ban which has cast him outside society. The outside of nature is really the inside of political space, because in defining that very outside, Goneril and Regan have created the spatio-temporal zone that confines Lear through his exclusion. Nature in King Lear is not an apolitical space, it's an open-air prison for political dissidents. But Lear doesn't heed the fool and continues his raving, charging the elements with being in secret alliance with Regan and Goneril in their attempts to destroy him, calling them base servants of his daughters even despite their obvious superiority over his insignificant person. And here we see a stark reversal. No longer does Lear command the elements, but now scorns them as a servant scorns his base master. On one level, this can be read as a befuddled acknowledgement of the fact that Lear's daughters have usurped his power. But on another level, it's really just an extension of his previous mad ranting with no correspondence to reality. Understanding this lack of correspondence is key to understanding the nature of Lear's madness. It is, as Foucault says, a subtle rapport that man maintains with himself in his illusions. Lear's madness stems from this self-attachment. It is because he is attached to himself that he accepts lies as reality. Invoking Lacan, we can also see that Lear refuses to accept that he has lost access to this symbolic dimension which formerly granted him the power to instate law through language. He continues to carry on his kingly discourse, but this discourse no longer controls anyone except for himself. As we have observed, the failure of this discourse lies in its inability to account for the real, structural nature of the political crisis at hand, and in its attempt to paint this crisis as a personal family problem. Jameson observed that it's only by perceiving oneself as part of a collective unity that one can achieve the transparency required to realize one's determination by social being. But as we have seen, this requires a painful decentering. The whole reason why Lear does not perceive himself as part of a totalizing unity is because it requires him to abandon the ideology which places him at the center of his universe. His madness is a defense mechanism to maintain that centrality even at the cost of his sanity. The Fool satirizes Lear's obstinacy by uttering a poem of 8 lines in iambic trimeter. This meter gives his insults a sing-song effect which lessens their bite, but nevertheless he rails against Lear's decision to let his passions overrule his reason, arguing that Regan and Goneril are the product of a cupidity which was based on extramarital lust. This admonishment is essentially Aristotelian, as Aristotle argued that of all vices, those which are pleasurable are the most dangerous, because we are drawn to them most easily. And so again, the Fool positions sex as the primary origin of Lear's suffering because of its superlative compulsory power. But the bitter irony of this satire is, as the audience knows, that it falls on the deaf ears of a madman. Unlike the Erasmian Fool of Christianity, whose advice was used to reveal human wisdom, the Fool's advice has no hope of finding an audience, and is lost in the void of the storm. This inability of Lear to learn from his mistakes, and the pointlessness of the Fool's efforts to aid him, are central to how King Lear radically questions the liberal assumption that humanity can better itself through knowledge. At the end of this satire, the disguised Kent enters, and begs Lear to head indoors due to the awful weather which no mortal man could reasonably bear. But Lear pays him no heed, and doubles down on his egotism by charging the gods to punish those with undivulged crimes by bringing down the elements on their heads. Here again we see the fluidity of Lear's madness, where just moments ago he had accused the elements of being servile ministers of his daughters, and before that he had commanded them as if he were their god. Now he ascribes them to the gods themselves as tools of their divine justice. This fluidity is the metonymic structure which characterizes the thought of the madman. Lear jumps from explanation to explanation in an endless quest to find the explanatory power that does not exist. He's leveraging what de Man calls the syntagmatic structure of metonymy. Each term is contingently associated with the next in a chain which gives each of its links meaning by their connection to their surrounding links. But despite Lear's efforts, the bar in signification is maintained. No matter how he tries to narrativize what is happening, that narrative never maps on to reality. Kent does not give up, and shepherds Lear toward a hovel while vowing that he himself will break Regan's and Goneril's resistance and get them to offer the old man shelter. Lear at last acquiesces and allows Kent to lead him away. The fool sends them off with a song taken from Shakespeare's comedy Twelfth Night, which concludes that a man with even a scrap of sanity must make content with his fortunes and accept reality. And this conclusion is how we as the audience must interpret Lear's vacillation between sanity and madness. He is sane when he accepts the events that occur without attempting to inhere meaning into them. And he lapses into madness when he tries to concoct some grandiose story to explain his suffering. The fool concludes the scene by uttering a prophecy which parodies the pseudo-Chaucerian Merlin's prophecy. It describes an age of ruin in Britain defined by the fact that all classes and occupations of men behave oppositely to the norm. It's an age in which whores build churches, and usurers can count their profits openly because they no longer practice underhanded dealing. Importantly, it's not that society is collapsing because all are behaving evilly, but rather that society is inverted, in the sense that bad people are doing good deeds and vice versa. The end of the world is not defined by evil per se, but by actions outside the norms of ideology. This is essentially a criticism of ethical criticism, of the assumption that there is some sort of trans-historical permanent quality to human nature which would render it everywhere and always the same. By highlighting that whores, usurers, heretics, and squires all perform their various ideologies through their material practices, the fool makes the point that these actions are historically contingent, and that when society changes, all these behaviors will also change. Just like how Lear's sanity is opposed to his attempts to narrativize his own life, the fool's prophecy is opposed to humanity's attempts to essentialize human behavior. In both cases, it is the storytelling faculty of humanity which is subject to critique. The short third scene opens in Gloucester's castle. Gloucester and Edmund enter, and the Earl complains to Edmund that when he intervened on Lear's behalf, Regan and Cornwall deprived him of his own house, and charged him never again to appeal on behalf of the former king. Edmund ironically replies that this rebuff was savage and unnatural, but as we have seen many times, filial obligation is not derived from natural human compassion, but is rather a product of material incentives which Regan and Cornwall no longer possess. Also important is the fact that the seizure of Gloucester's estate echoes the rebuff of Lear from Goneril's house, in that each are moves by the daughters to define their respective governments through the sovereign ban. Gloucester goes on to say that these wrongs will be revenged by France, who is already within Britain, and that he and Edmund must take France's side in his conflict given that the two dukes are at one another's throats. He uses the image of a sword thrust to convey France's revenge, and thus makes it out to be a foreign weapon inserted into the body politic of Britain. In doing so, he broaches another anxiety in the play, this time concerning the permeability of boundaries. We will have more to say about this anxiety when it's referenced more explicitly, but it's enough to observe here that France is an existential threat to Britain, even though it is working toward the restoration of Britain's monarch, and Gloucester's anxiety is not so much regarding a definite threat, but rather France's foreignness, which throws Britain's integrity into question. Gloucester charges Edmund to maintain positive relations with the Duke so that he can, in secret, approach Lear and shepherd the old man to France with an overture of alliance. But after the Earl exits, Edmund vows to betray him to Cornwall to create a pretext to seize his father's property and title. In this exchange, and Edmund's cynical, self-serving remark, we see again how ideology functions in King Lear. Edmund, representing the oppositional ideology of meritocracy which threatens hereditary feudalism, views his father's privileges as unearned and therefore open to challenge. Because the dominant ideology of his society has created institutional barriers to power through the policies and norms of its nobility, Edmund is able to justify his betrayal and usurpation as the means to correct for this feudal contradiction between power and title. Returning to the open country, we once more encounter the wandering Lear, followed by his fool and by the disguised Kent. Kent urges Lear to enter a hovel for shelter, but Lear argues that it would be better if he remained out of doors because then, at least he would have the storm to distract him from his misery. In a moment of sanity, he compares his inner turmoil to the roaring sea, in relation to which the bear of the outward storm is weak and unthreatening. Yet the beating of the tempest, for him, can remove all thoughts save for his obsession with the filial ingratitude of his daughters, and this monomaniacal obsession threatens to drag him back into madness. With this figurative connection between madness and the tempest, Lear invokes the Renaissance concept of the ship of fools, a boat which conveyed madmen from town to town in a symbolic search for reason. With this ship, the practical benefit of handing a madman over to sailors was married to the figural manifestation of the madman's liminal position on the threshold between real and imaginary worlds. He was, as we have said, confined by his exclusion, and was thereby a prisoner in the endless expanse of water. There is also a specifically English resonance here. In the classical period, the melancholy of the English was explained by maritime water, which penetrated and denatured the human body, making it susceptible to madness. In this sense, the storm is not just psychologically maddening Lear, but is literally driving him insane. Lear, adrift in the storm like the ship of fools in the Rhine, presages what the fool calls the reign of Satan at the end of the world, where we no longer understand our suffering and our human reason is engulfed in the flood of madness. In this sense, we see the modernity of the figure. Instead of the medieval belief in the triumph of God and the kingdom of heaven, we're granted a vision of the future world in which all wisdom is submerged in the water of unreason. But at last Lear acquiesces to Kent, and as the former king sends in the fool ahead of him, he laments the poor of Britain who have to endure the storm without food or shelter. He tries to cajole himself back to sanity through criticism. He did not provide enough aid to the poor when he was king, and as such he must cure his pomposity by exposing himself to the elements as they are exposed, so that he is purged both of his hubris and his excess wealth. Lear hopes that he can restore divine justice to his shattered world by suffering himself as he has made others suffer. And in a groping, inarticulate way, he begins to understand the flaws in his cherished idea of kingship. What is coming into focus is the exploitation inherent in the feudal relations of production. The fact that the poor must have oilcloth window panes while the windows of his court are made with stained glass. It is the relations of production which are the engine at the heart of the feudal social formation, and which are obfuscated by Lear's high-flown ideas of divinely sanctioned monarchy. The mode of production constituted by these relations is what Jameson calls the absent cause, present in all relationships. And it is what completely explodes the quasi-theological notion that all levels of society somehow comprise an unproblematic, organic whole. In this brief instant of lucidity, Shakespeare has Lear's ideological mystification fall away. But this only lasts for a moment. For out of the hovel emerges Edgar, disguised as the beggar Poor Tom, who frightens the fool like a spirit from the darkness. But Edgar shoos Lear away, warning that he himself is being pursued by something called the foul fiend. His warning is punctuated by a ballad fragment and a quote from Christopher Sly's play, The Taming of the Shrew. And these quotations are the first indication that, more than any other character in the play, the speech of Edgar as Poor Tom is characterized by heteroglossia. As we will see, his dialogue is so marked by this characteristic that it seems that he is merely a conduit, through which disparate voices, classes, opinions, and art forms all flow. But we must remember the key difficulty in interpreting this heteroglossia. Edgar is not actually mad, but is merely playing the role of the madman. This means that his words are not Shakespeare's representation of madness, as are Lear's, but his representation of a mimicry of madness. In this sense, we should view Edgar's dialogue as a conscious refashioning of identity. He uses heteroglossia to convey the image of madness in the same way as Kent uses his ragged clothing to convey the disguise of Caius. There is also the ideological lens to consider. If an individual is interpolated as a subject into ideology by submitting to the commandments of the central transcendental subject, then what Edgar is trying to do is portray madness as detachment from that subject. In other words, by cherry-picking the behaviors and languages of different ideologies, Edgar is trying to signal that he is not beholden to any of them, but rather that he exists outside ideologies and perceives them as objectivized characteristics of social groups which have excluded him. Like the madman traveling from town to town on the Ship of Fools, Edgar portrays himself as Poor Tom, the madman who is unmoored from the subjective identity of the sane. In the Bakhtinian sense, Edgar uses the persona of Poor Tom to artistically organize the languages of these social groups to refract his own intentions at different angles. We can never be quite sure of what Edgar is arguing as Poor Tom because there is always the semantic barrier of the quotation, which prevents his language from reflecting his unmediated meaning. With this in mind, we can see that Edgar's next utterance utilizes this principle of heteroglossia even more fully, as he describes his persecution by the foul fiend, invokes Renaissance psychology, hums incoherently, worries over ominous astrological signs, and finally exclaims that he sees the foul fiend everywhere around him. Because of the way in which these different semantic constellations color his speech, it's difficult to make a definitive statement as to what Edgar's intentions actually are. At the very least, he's attempting to disguise his identity. But beyond that surface-level goal, it also seems that he is externalizing his feelings of betrayal through demonology and a kind of cosmic persecution. As Foucault observed, madness is the truth of knowledge, because knowledge is absurd, and learning becomes madness through its very excess. If this is true, then Edgar's invocation of cognitive theory and astrology serve not to convey scientific information, but to convey knowledge of the absurdity of knowledge itself. The truth that the fool reveals is nothing less than the inability of man to determine truth. More cynically, if we mistrust Edgar's words as a use of madness for political gain, then we could read them as an appeal to Lear on the basis of shared persecution, as belief in magical powers was frequently used as a pretext for deposing rivals in the feudal age. Whatever the case, the storm continues, and Lear insists that Edgar's misery must have been caused by unruly daughters, even when Kent tries to convince him that the madman has none. This is yet another instance of what we just observed, the blatant inadequacy of the narratives Shakespeare's characters create for themselves to describe what is really happening, and their refusal to abandon those narratives even when challenged. Edgar responds with a rhyme fragment and a ballad refrain before launching into a series of moral precepts taken from the Ten Commandments. His tactic here is to utilize biblical language to couch his suffering within the traditional economy of sin and punishment. Yet again in his heteroglossia we encounter ambiguity. If these are Edgar's genuine beliefs, his quotation could represent a genuine attempt to interpret what's happening to him. But if it's all a pretense, it could also be a Horatian satire of religion and divine providence. Lear asks Edgar who he is, and Edgar replies with a long list of sins, including lust, drunkenness, lying, gambling, rumor-mongering, violence, sloth, greed, and madness. What is significant about this self-description, beyond its ambiguity, is the figurative language Edgar invokes. For many of the sins he lists, he describes himself in metaphorical terms by comparing himself to an animal. He's like a lazy hog, a stealthy fox, a greedy wolf, and so on. While superficially this array of metaphors may appear to acknowledge the heterogeneity of the animal, in reality the overall rhetorical strategy reinforces what Derrida calls the indivisible unilinear line between man and animal, which separates the two by an abyssal rupture. Each animal, though given a unique trait, is defined by the common quality of having one dominant behavior, which taxonomically categorizes it and subsumes its differences within a binary, against which the polymorphous modalities of the Dasein are opposed. However, the issue here is that the literal and rhetorical effects of the description Edgar gives of himself differ. Literally, he's associating himself with the animal by describing his behavior in terms of irrational monomaniacal drives. But rhetorically, the fact that all these different animals are juxtaposed beside one another undermines this very attempt at simplifying himself. He is all of these animals, and because he is all of them, he is no animal at all. Yet there is one animal in particular which outweighs all the others in its significance. At the end of his rant, Edgar references the dolphin, referencing the dauphin, or the heir to the French throne, and expresses his wish that the prince would cease his machinations. The dauphin was identified with the devil by the English, but this does not fully account for its invocation here. We have already seen the anxiety with which Kent referred to the French presence in Britain, and this is the second instance in which it is spoken of in the negative sense. At this point, we must introduce the last major theoretical concept which will be important in our analysis of King Lear: the concept of abjection. This concept was developed by Julia Kristeva in her essays on individual identity, and essentially refers to the process by which the subject defines his own boundaries through the process of exclusion. It manifests both on the planes of subjective and intersubjective development, first occurring with the infant's separation from the mother to avoid sinking back into the pre-symbolic domain of passivity, and later in the social aggregate through religious rites designed to purify society by removing a filthy, defiling element which threatens the rationality and the order of that society. At this point, we must remember that Lear's quasi-feudal Britain was seen as an organic unit, with the divinely sanctioned sovereign at its head and a body comprised of various social classes working together for the good of the whole. If we understand this, we can understand why the presence of France within British borders causes such anxiety for the characters in King Lear. It threatens the ego of the subject who conceives of themselves as part of this organic unity, by manifesting the possibility of that unity's dissolution or corruption. For Britain to be maintained, its symbolic order must exclude France, because of France's fundamental, irreducible heterogeneity, which threatens all other demarcations within society, those based on class, sex, and age, among others. It is like a tumor in the body, which if allowed to spread, could irreversibly alter the body's makeup and thus must be excised as soon as possible. But Edgar's fears are drowned out by the renewed raging of the storm, and Lear laments that he would be better off dead than out of doors as he is. And here, more than anywhere else, Lear affirms the contrast between what Aristotle calls bios politikos, or man in society, and zoe, or bare life outside of and excluded from the political domain. Is man no more than this, Lear asks, and describes Edgar as the thing itself, unaccommodated man, who is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal. This lament connects Lear's Britain to the modern totalitarian state in a surprising way. Each is a biopolitical body centered around living wealth, defined by the value its citizens can provide to the state's interests. Because the nation's body was a spiritual body in Lear's Britain and is a biological body today, resources are, in each case, allocated or denied based on the contributions of individuals to that body's health. Edgar, disguised as Poor Tom, is a madman who not only contributes nothing, but actively threatens the spiritual integrity of Britain. And so he, like Lear, must be excluded from that society for its well-being. Unaccommodated man is nothing more than the man deprived of political existence for the sake of the state. At this moment, Gloucester enters with a torch, and Edgar exclaims that it is the foul flibbertigibbet, the name of a devil taken from the book Declaration of Egregious Popish Impostures by Samuel Harsnet, published a few years before Shakespeare wrote this play. For Edgar, his father is the devil who hurts the poor creature of the earth, and we must assume that his connection of the man to the devil is derived from veiled resentment, or else an attempt to convey a madness which would throw his father off his trail. But phonically, the assonance within the name of the devil gives it a sense of comedic ludicrousness. We smile as we say the foul flibbertigibbet out loud because of the repeating eyes. This comedic effect is a way for Edgar to ironize his sentiments and give them a nonsensical veneer, making them into the speech of Poor Tom instead of his unmediated expression. Additionally, we have to consider the anti-Catholic resonance that Edgar's words would have had for Shakespeare's audience. As the title of Harsnet's book might imply, its subject was anti-Catholic invective, and as such, Edgar's choice to deploy it in his own speech could be read as an attempt to other his father by tarring him with the brush of popery. But if we consider that Edgar is pretending to be an irrational madman, then perhaps he has the opposite aim, and his true intention is to satirize anti-Catholic hysteria by associating its polemics with the insane. Again, we encounter a contrast between the literal meaning of the words and the dramatic effect created by their surrounding context. Whatever the case, Gloucester asks Edgar who he is, and the disguised son replies that he is no other than Poor Tom, who has been reduced by the foul fiend to eating cow dung, and who has been whipped from parish to parish. He laments that his only company are mice and rats and such small deer, quoting a line from the romance Beavis of Hampton. And then he names more Harsnet devils, linking Gloucester with the gentlemanly Modo and Mahu, which commanded the legions of Satan. The word gentleman here is particularly telling, as in Shakespeare's England it had the connotation of one who could afford to be idle and who did not have to work by manual labor. Again, there's an ambiguity. If these lines are uttered in earnest, they are an indictment of Gloucester as a member of Britain's ruling class. But if they are intended to be the words of a madman, they may in reality be a reactionary defense against exactly that kind of criticism. Whatever the case, Gloucester begs Lear to follow him in to shelter, but Lear asks the Earl to wait so that he can speak with Edgar, who he calls a philosopher and a learned Theban. That he does so seems to lend credence to the notion that Edgar is invoking Harsnet devils for satirical purposes, as if his invocation gets the approbation of a madman and the absurd comparison to ancient Greek philosophers, it is most likely not to be taken as serious polemic. Kent laments to Gloucester that Lear is going insane, and in a truly ironic passage Gloucester returns Kent's lament with his own, observing that the latter said events would shake out this way. Also ironically, he laments that Edgar has sought his life, even as the disguised Edgar stands right beside him. Despite this insult, Edgar does not break character, but goes in with Lear, Gloucester, and Kent to take refuge from the storm. The scene ends with Edgar linking Roland as a child, or aspirant to knighthood, to the giant of Jack and the Beanstalk. It's difficult to know what he means by this, but the implication may be that the aspirations of youth will lead those youths to grow beyond their proper size and to devour Britain as the giant devoured British men. Within Gloucester's castle, Cornwall laments to Edmund that he now understands why Edgar sought Gloucester's death, as the old man's treachery merited such treatment. Edmund, for his part, is worried about how he will be perceived for his decision to ally with Cornwall instead of his own father, describing it as nature giving way to loyalty. Yet if we take nature in the full sense of its meaning, we can easily see that his decision is very much natural, given that his tendency is to act in a self-interested way in the pursuit of advancement. There is also the social context to consider. In the feudal age, when a vassal's obligation to his lord came into conflict with an obligation to his kinsman, the lord almost always won out. This was even codified into the legal system. The laws of Alfred in England allow the vassal to take up arms in defense of a kinsman wrongfully attacked, but not against one's lord. Thus, while Edmund's betrayal of Gloucester seems to us shocking, because he is the vassal of Cornwall, it is largely in keeping with the norms of the feudal age. In any case, Cornwall invites Edmund to go with him to Regan to convey a letter, which Edmund claims to have intercepted and which he claims is to prove that Gloucester is a spy working for France. Cornwall even goes so far as to reward Edmund for this information by making the bastard the new Earl of Gloucester, officially stripping the old man of his title and sanctioning his arrest. Once more, we see that language, and particularly the written word, is untrustworthy and deceitful, and is used cynically for political purposes. The reason this deception is so effective is, as Arendt points out, that both the deceived party and the deceiver are invested in trying to keep their political narrative intact. Edmund's letter is invested by Edmund and Cornwall with a value system that explains and justifies it, because that value system is politically expedient for them. Again, truth is not relevant in political life because it is the lie, not the truth, which acts, which has power, and which is capable of advancing the interests of the scheming pair. Edmund remarks to himself that if he can show Cornwall Gloucester comforting Lear, it will reinforce his false narrative, and then closes the scene by avowing his new loyalty to his new lord. Somewhere in Gloucester's territory, the former Earl and the disguised Kent enter into a hovel, and Gloucester avows he will try to make Lear as comfortable as possible. He exits, and Lear, the disguised Kent, and the fool all enter in his stead. Edgar once more laments the foul fiend, and invokes yet another Harsnet devil to reference a scene from Chaucer's Monk's Tale, in which the Roman Emperor Nero was found fishing in hell. Again, the meaning is opaque, but it seems likely that this is a subtle jibe against those in power who abuse their office, probably directed toward the usurping nobles. The fool, for his part, asks Lear whether a madman is a gentleman or a yeoman, and Lear responds that he is in fact a king. This response is ironic given the fact that Lear himself is no longer a king, but is a figure which exists outside the class structure of society and the political sphere altogether. While in England the yeoman and the gentleman were two different classes of men, with all the inherent antagonisms born from a class society, they nevertheless still both belonged to that society. The fool's own response is that a yeoman is the mad one, if he allows his son to become a gentleman before himself. And this remark has particular relevance to Shakespeare's own life, as Shakespeare bought a coat of arms for his father in 1596, effectively making his father into a gentleman. If we keep this in mind, we see that the fool may be subtly contrasting the self-sacrifice expected of the good son with the self-aggrandizement of Lear's daughters. The yeoman will go mad if usurped by his son, in the same way that Lear went mad after being usurped by his daughters. Hence, to avoid Lear's fate, those in the audience with similarly enterprising children should take care to raise them rightly. At this point, a significant difference occurs in the manuscript text between the quarto and folio versions of this play. I have not spoken at length about the variant versions of King Lear, but here it's important to bring up that in this scene there is a lengthy mock trial sequence which is present only in the first quarto, but not in the folio version, and which most Shakespeare scholars believe was cut for the sake of pacing. This sequence begins with the fool arguing that just like a wolf is naturally savage, and a horse is naturally predisposed to illness, so too a whore is naturally dishonest. This of course has the implication that Goneril and Regan, due to the unbridled sexuality which Lear has already attributed to them, were always going to act in an untrustworthy manner, because it is in their nature to do so. Lear reinforces this reading by referring to his daughters as she-foxes, and by imagining that they are both acting lasciviously in front of the trial's audience. If we interpret this passage by using Derrida's reading of Lacan, we can see that the figure of the animal is invoked because it is defined by its inability to pretend to pretend. Goneril and Regan can lie, but they cannot successfully lie about the fact that they are liars, because they are animals which must act in accordance with their animal predispositions. The woman is thus associated with the animal through a shared inability to master the realm of language or to be a subject in the full sense of the term. However, this insult should not be uncritically read as a valorization of Lear's perspective. One aspect of the realm of the symbolic is, for Lacan, the realm of linguistic law prescribed by the father. But if we follow out this schema, we can see that, in Derrida's words, man is not a beast of prey, but a beast that is prey to language. Lear might have access to language, but it is that very language which has driven him mad through its insufficiency and instability. In this reversal, the unconscious drive of the animal is privileged because it escapes the insufficient law of language. And we can see this in the way which Goneril and Regan are capable of acting effectively in the world, whereas Lear can do nothing but deny reality by trying and failing to capture it through various epistemic frameworks. The fool feeds into Lear's distrust of his daughter's sexuality by arguing that they likely have venereal diseases, for reasons better left unsaid. If we return to Foucault's reading of Augustine, we remember that for that saint, concupiscence represents weakness, and infirmity derived from the weakness of the subject's will in regard to himself. It is culpable because its presence signifies by its very structure our fallen will and our acquiescence to the presence of Satan. It's a kind of admission that one has lost in spiritual combat, and because of this, it is the analogical consequence of the fall, manifesting the weakness we have inherited from Adam and Eve, which has kept us out of Eden. Thus, within Christian theology, we see that the other side of subjectivity, in addition to language, is self-control, or the ability to comport oneself in accordance with the episteme privileged within discourse. The fool argues Regan and Goneril are guilty in this mock trial because their animal instincts have overpowered their better judgment and created a scission separating them from God. On the one hand, we have the animal and the demon, and on the other hand, we have the Word and the Father. Edgar interjects in the middle of this invective by worrying that the foul fiend is haunting him in the form of a nightingale. In classical mythology, this bird was linked to Philomela, the Athenian princess who was raped and nearly killed by her brother-in-law Tereus. This tragedy, commonly known to scholars in Shakespeare's day, obliquely gestures to the worst of the unnatural cruelty and interfamily violence which will unravel in the upcoming scenes, and it further evokes a profound uneasiness in connection with the animal motif so favored in this mock trial. We do not have a clean set of semantic oppositions, but we do have a constellation of terms repeatedly in close proximity to one another, linking irrationality, violence, and evil. Kent, for his part, tries to calm Lear and to get him to lay down, but Lear insists on playing the mock trial through to its end, asking Edgar and the Fool to oversee the trial because the one is a robed man of justice, and the other a yoke fellow of equity. The question we must ask here is, does the fact that Lear is mad render his approbation of Edgar and the Fool satirical? Does it imply that we should not take Edgar's lamentations or the Fool's misogyny seriously? Or, if we believe that Lear is a madman in the Erasmian sense, does it imply that Edgar and the Fool should be trusted as misunderstood truth-tellers? Again, this is an ambiguity which can only be resolved through performance. Whatever the case, with this Juvenalian satire, the expurgated mock trial segment concludes, and we should reflect what is the significance of its omission from the folio beyond merely shortening the play. I would argue its removal makes Lear cut a less comic and more tragic figure in the folio version, as it includes the most extreme instance of his madness being played for laughs in the entire play. We have only to take the last lines of the trial where Lear confuses Goneril for a stool to see an example of this. Another consequence is to reduce the extent to which Edgar plays along with Lear's madness, which he does here to such a degree that he risks jeopardizing his goodwill with the audience as they see him feed into Lear's delusions. Yet without this mock trial, his exclamation at the end that his tears prevent him from continuing with the charade does not have the same bite, as we see less of Edgar's attempt to play along with his former king. It is at this point, when we have had a full serving of Lear's mad babbling, that we must ask ourselves the question: how is Lear mad? How does Shakespeare represent Lear's madness through language? If we study what the old man is actually saying, it is not just random babbling without meaning, but is rather a discourse which chains signifiers together based on their relations to one another, but not to reality. To take only one example, Lear several scenes ago switched from attributing the storm which raged around him to the will of nature herself, to that goddess being nothing more than the servile minister to the will of his daughters, and then again to being the consequence of the great gods, whomever they may be. Here the psychological anchor which he clings to is indeed the referent of the storm itself, but at no point does his explanation of that referent adhere to what we would call objective reality. It rather shuffles the sign of the storm between semantic fields which are coherent only metonymically. It is this web which constitutes the ontological superiority which Lear in his madness ascribes to himself and which he cannot bear to relinquish. The tragicomedy of King Lear is precisely this, that he cannot abandon the self-destructive mad discourse even when it's flagrantly disproven. And to take another example, when Lear describes the rebellion of his daughters through the Aristotelian unreasoning animal and the Augustinian fallen woman, he carries out a mock trial in which is coherent in its motifs, but which does not map on to the actual events of the play. Edgar feeds into this delusion, although it's unclear as to whether he does so because he partially buys into the themes that it invokes, or if he merely wishes to placate Lear's temper. In any case, Lear imagines he's being barked at by dogs, and Edgar launches into a tirade against mongrels and bitches, lamenting dogs which leap over barriers erected to keep them out of rooms, and implicitly criticizing the actions of Lear's daughters who have left their circumscribed place in society. This meets with Lear's approval, and he remarks comically that he will add Edgar to his retinue of knights. The sorry scene is at last put to an end by Gloucester, who re-enters and informs Kent that he has overheard a plot against Lear's life, and that the former king must be taken away to Dover to meet with the protection of France and Cordelia. Kent asks the Fool to help bear Lear out, and Gloucester leads the three off stage. The scene ends with Edgar breaking character at last and uttering a soliloquy to the audience. He expresses sympathy with Lear's sufferings, remarking that they help him bear his own pain more easily. He also vows to cast off the character of poor Tom and to reveal himself with the hope that he will be pardoned based on the evidence of Edmund's treachery. And in this speech, one detail we should not miss is that Edgar is essentially making the argument that loneliness has bred Lear's madness and suffering, with the corollary that he himself has only been saved from that madness by having Lear to commiserate with. Here, for a second time, we see the conscious shift in poetic form, as Edgar utters these reflections in heroic couplets to again convey a sense of grandeur to his thoughts. Yet this grandeur is undercut if we consider that Edgar's criticism of the actions of Edmund, Goneril, and Regan is a kind of ethical criticism, which presupposes a kind of humanist universality which these villains blatantly do not believe in and do not adhere to. This is the true significance of Edgar's little poem, that it really has no significance at all except in reference to his own mental state. It does not describe reality in the way that he thinks it does, in the same way that Lear's own narrative of animal instinct and sinful concupiscence falls short. The only thing it does describe is his own feelings, and it is his compensatory attempt to valorize those feelings through a lofty poetic form. This is, once more, a strategy of containment, which makes the political drama of King Lear into a family drama, and in so doing obfuscates the origins of that drama by describing an abstract battle between good and evil, virtue and vice, and camaraderie and isolation. In Gloucester's castle, the usurpers Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, and Edmund all gather together, and Cornwall asks Goneril to send for Albany with a letter that shows that France has landed in Britain. He also asks his servants to seek out Gloucester, and the sisters exclaim that when the old man is found, they will pluck out his eyes. Just as in Lear's metaphorical blindness, Gloucester's imminent literal blinding signifies that he, in his dotage, is an infantilized old man who will be deprived of power and reason. Cornwall describes himself as bound to take revenge on Gloucester, yet this word bound is in this context polysemous, signifying either that Cornwall thinks he is bound by duty or bound by destiny. In the Althusserian sense, this polysemia is suggestive because it underscores the deterministic nature of subjectivity, in which ideology impels Cornwall to act without leaving him agency for resistance. Ideology in this way makes individuals go, like cogs in a machine, by hoodwinking them into believing that they have no choice but to behave otherwise. Because of this compulsion, Cornwall advises Edmund to stay by Goneril's side to avoid bearing witness to the revenge which he has no choice but to enact. It is at this point that Oswald enters and informs Cornwall that Gloucester has led Lear toward Dover and into the protection of France, which prompts the Duke to send away Goneril and Edmund to Albany immediately. In his rage, he promises to himself that when he catches Gloucester, he will allow his wrath to override the normal proceedings of justice, and in so doing reinforces again for us that he views this political conflict in personal, emotional terms. We can see therefore that both Cornwall and Gloucester, despite being on opposite sides of a political conflict over institutional control, do not conceive of that conflict as such. Not once questioned are the feudal values of personal honor and fidelity to one's lord, but instead we see, as Jameson says, a kind of humanity which presupposes a human nature which is always the same and which pre-exists political nature. What is at stake is who Gloucester owes his loyalty to, not the loyalty itself or the political structure which created a crisis that bifurcates it. Because of this framing, Cornwall views Gloucester's disloyalty as a grievous personal affront to the honor owed him as a duke, even as he himself has flouted his obligation to Gloucester as a guest in the old man's house. And so when Gloucester is dragged in by his servants, he wastes no time in binding the former earl's arms, despite the man's protests. Significantly, Regan berates Gloucester as a fox just as she herself was berated by the mad Lear one scene ago, indicating again that the rhetorical strategy of dehumanizing a political opponent by describing them in animal terms is not limited to just one side of this conflict. Gloucester protests against his treatment, but Regan responds that a man of his age should not be a traitor, but should instead have that same passivity that she and Goneril have wished upon Lear multiple times. But of course the fact that Gloucester does not behave this way implies that this relationship between old and young is not natural or transhistorical, but is merely an ideological wish of a young princess ruled by old men. In Bakhtinian terms, the disagreement between old and young over the proper behavior of age is a conflict between two conceptual systems, And as these conceptual systems are articulated, they are defined by the different languages used by each interlocutor. Gloucester, for his part, represents his side of the argument by emphasizing the privilege of the host, and yet his argument collapses when we consider that this privilege, which he takes to be natural, is really as artificial as what Regan believes to be the natural dotage of the elderly. Literally, both Gloucester and Regan are asking the other to behave naturally. But rhetorically, the contrast between what each considers to be natural undermines the very notion of nature, instead reinforcing the fact that this concept is multifariously based on the languages used to define it. It's not surprising then that Gloucester's appeals fail, and in response he tries to hedge his guilt by saying that he has a letter from France that is merely speculation from a neutral party, and not evidence of any wrongdoing. Even so, Regan and Cornwall force him to admit that he has sent Lear to France's camp at Dover, but he excuses himself by saying that it was merely to save Lear from the inhuman treatment of his daughters, who have kept him out of doors in a savage storm. In this speech, he portrays Regan and Cornwall first as dogs and then as boors, continuing the theme of leveraging irrational animality as a rhetorical tactic which Regan had used against him just moments before. Ironically, he argues that he sent Lear away because he did not want the old man's eyes plucked out. But as we have seen, this has already metaphorically occurred, and is about to literally occur to Gloucester himself because of Goneril's wishes at the beginning of this scene. Also ironically, he believes that it is Regan who will actually pluck out Lear's eyes, and genders the violence by describing it as being performed by her cruel nails. As punishment for this cruelty, he wishes for the Furies to have vengeance on Regan for Lear's sake. But they will not, both because divine agency does not govern the events of the play, and because the Furies are chthonic goddesses, not aligned to Gloucester, who we should remember belongs to Lear's Olympian pantheon. Despite Gloucester's prejudice, it's Cornwall, not Regan, who actually commits the atrocity, gouging out one of Gloucester's eyes as the old man screams for mercy. This grisly scene has Gloucester literally actualize what has happened to Lear only metaphorically. He is deprived of his eyes, which we must remember are a metonymic displacement for the phallus. But the fact that this castration occurs in the father, and not the son, upsets the traditional symbolic economy of the Oedipal narrative. We see again that characterization of Gloucester and Lear not as fathers, but as infantile beings, thrust into a society which has catalyzed their undoing by instating in them unattainable desires. As we will see later in the play, this lack will catalyze Gloucester's madness in the exact same way as it does Lear's. Without symbolic and political power, his language loses its descriptive accuracy, and becomes instead the language of the madman. In the middle of this tragic scene, one of Gloucester's servants decides that he has had enough, and forbids Cornwall to take his master's other eye. Cornwall refuses to back down, and the two men fight, with the result that Cornwall is wounded and set on the back foot. Because of this wound, Regan is forced to intervene, seizing the sword from Cornwall's hands and herself killing the defiant servant. It's worth emphasizing here the reversal of roles one might expect in this play. Just as it is Cornwall, not Regan, who uses his nails to gouge out Gloucester's eyes, so it is Regan, not Cornwall, who defeats a man in single combat. It is exactly transgressive actions like these which Lear has been metaphorically blind to throughout the play, and which Shakespeare includes to demonstrate how the king's attempt to narrativize events does not map on to reality. In an ironic doubling and reversal, Cornwall completes Gloucester's literal blinding because of this metaphorical blind spot, and Gloucester piteously cries out for Edmund because his metaphorical blindness to his bastard son's betrayal has led to his literal blindness at Cornwall's hands. And at last Regan reveals to him his metaphorical blindness once his literal blindness has been completed, telling him that it was Edmund who betrayed his confidence, with the implication that it is Edgar who is the wronged son. And here at last we have the Aristotelian tragic scene of recognition, which is defined by the change from ignorance to knowledge. Aristotle argued that tragedy is most powerful when the discovery of the tragic error arises from the sequence of character actions which logically catalyze the character's undoing. And here we can see this clearly occur. It was the inevitable result of Gloucester's ideology that he would react to the letter feigning Edgar's usurpation with such venom and distrust. And it was also the inevitable result of that ideology that he allowed Regan and Cornwall to continue to use their ducal prerogative to take over his house and his men. All of these mistakes stem from that weakness inherent in vassalage. If the lord does not personally reward the vassal will seek a new lord. Gloucester had obsessed over what he was due from Edmund, but he did not consider what he was obligated to provide, because to do so would be to demean the authority of the father and the noble. It is a kind of reification, which views social forms as natural and immutable rather than temporal and materially determined. And again, as we have observed previously, what Gloucester is blind to specifically is not just Edmund's wants as a bastard son, but the whole transition in social formations between relationships of personal homage and rewards for contract performance. So Gloucester is thrust out of his own home, and told to find his way to Dover in spite of his blindness. Cornwall, standing wounded, asks Regan to support him as he hobbles out to receive medical treatment. And after they leave, their servants close this tragic scene with another exchange exclusive to the quarto version of the play. In it, they express concern that if there is no divinely ordained justice which punishes Cornwall for his actions, then justice must not exist. They also agree to get the madman, who we know to be Edgar, to help Gloucester onward, and also to dress the old man's wounds before he departs. The effect of this brief exchange after Cornwall's cruelty is to provide us with a moment of commiseration against the Duke, which consequently means that Shakespeare's decision to remove this scene in the folio version heightens our sense of injustice at the lack of sympathy for the old man. On the other hand, this removal also reinforces what we have just observed, that there is no divine hand which will perfectly right the wrongs committed, and that such wishful thinking is really ideological obfuscation which blinds us to the real-world circumstances that led to this tragedy. This divine hand is again the Althusserian absolute-centered subject with its promise of recognition and reward. But if it is exposed as a fraud, as the servants themselves put it, the peripheral subject will stop buying into its promises and never care what wickedness they do. It is this epistemic break which caused the violent revolt of the first servant against Cornwall, and which threatens the entire fabric of British society if Lear's daughters are allowed to continue their reign of terror. This act opens once more in the British countryside, where we encounter the disguised Edgar trying to convince himself that his abject state is really a blessing. Because if he cannot fall any further, then he no longer has anything to fear. And yet, just like Gloucester and Lear, he still cannot understand the circumstances which led to his decline, attributing them half seriously to the unsubstantial air and to the strange mutations of the world, again inhering agency into nature to try and shift the blame. But his unproductive mumbling is interrupted by his father, who enters accompanied by an old man trying to tend to his abject state. Edgar sees Gloucester's eyeless sockets and swears that such cruelty is the only thing that can make a man wish to die, and that this sight proves that even his previous misery was not the nadir of human suffering. Gloucester tries to wave the old man away, arguing that he has no destination, and so he does not need any direction. He affirms that tragic irony which I mentioned in the previous scene. It is only now that he has been literally blinded that he can at last see his metaphorical blindness. He acknowledges that the hierarchical world that he was born into was not really natural, but that it blinded him with its similitude of order and thereby prevented him from seeing the truth of its vulnerability and artificiality. To use a concept from Arendt, it is only when the artificiality of Lear's Britain was stretched to its breaking point that truth was given the power to assert itself. Only in a world entirely comprised of lies can truth act, because its incongruence with those lies gives it an agency which calls those lies into question, and makes demands on society to right its wrongs. But the hopeless reality is that in this world of lies that Lear's Britain has become, the truth-tellers are so impotent and inconsistent that they can hardly be expected to use their newfound knowledge effectively. The old man catches sight of Edgar, and Edgar is forced once again to feign madness in the character of poor Tom, to prevent Gloucester from grasping the full implications of his tragic betrayal. Gloucester commiserates with the disguised Edgar, and laments that human beings are undone by the gods with the same callous indifference which boys evince when they swat flies. Although his words are bleak, it's important to observe that they are also an attempt by Gloucester to comfort himself, as a vacillation away from truth that he was approaching with his previous lamentations. This is because it is more soothing for the former Earl to believe that his ill fate is the product of a rational will, than that it is the product of institutions that he has committed his whole life to. We see therefore that both Gloucester and Lear oscillate between confronting the real, what Jameson would call the individual subject's position within their social totality, and retreating into the comfort of ideology, which offers a less painful and less complex fable. We should remember that Jameson made the sober observation that we can only ever approach the real fitfully, because to really accept it, we have to decenter ourselves and admit that every single privilege and prerogative that we took to be natural are really the artificial consequences of a temporary social formation. In this light, it's easy to understand why being a victim of the gods is really a blessing in disguise. Gloucester is still miserable, make no mistake, but it is a misery which allows him to wallow in inaction. It is a misery which is comparatively lesser than the misery he would feel if he had no one at all to ascribe blame to. In this misery, Gloucester attempts to drive the old man away once more, asking only for clothing for Edgar so that he can be led by the madman in the old man's stead. The old man tries to discourage him on the basis of that madness, but Gloucester argues that it is fitting for a madman to lead the blind in such a sick time. But again, this lament is really a comforting evasion. It's easier to say the time's plague, as if his misfortune was just a stroke of bad luck, rather than to confront his complicity with the institutions of personal homage and political persecution. It's also easier to say the time's plague than it is to accept the reality that the social formation of feudalism is fracturing and giving way due to its structural weaknesses which encourage political violence by barring individuals from institutional advancement due to arbitrary criteria. And to return to the vocabulary of Althusser, what we're trying to emphasize here is that the collapse of Lear's Britain is caused by the antagonisms within the relations of production. The feuding of Britain's nobility was not caused by some sort of Hegelian progression in which the flower of feudalism fully bloomed and then naturally began to wither in lieu of its replacement. It was a rupture caused by the desire of Edmund, Goneril, and Regan to reshape those relations which excluded them so that they could take greater control of Britain's productive forces for their own enrichment. We must remember, what are the self-stated motives of these three individuals? Edmund wished for the inheritance denied him due to his bastardy and comparative youth, and Regan and Goneril both wished to make themselves monarch to seize the portion of Lear's patrimony which had been denied them. This is something which King Lear only references in passing, but is crucial to understanding the Aegon of the play. All three political conspirators are individuals who begin the play with high social value but little political power. And all are denied access to the wealth of their country despite that social value which gives them a tantalizing foretaste of its potential. The aim was never to distribute wealth more equally, or to create new relations of production, but rather to commandeer the dominant position within those relations by killing off the hegemons who controlled them. It is a fundamentally reactionary revolution which reconfirms the exclusionary ideology whose representatives it fights against. In response to Gloucester, the old man merely acquiesces and leaves the former Earl and his disguised son. Edgar affirms he will lead Gloucester to Dover, but warns that he has been tormented by the foul fiend, who has stricken him with the sins of lust, dumbness, stealing, murder, and grimacing. While we of course have not seen Edgar committing these crimes, it may be that they are an expression of guilt regarding his deception of his father and his inability to prevent his father's betrayal. Whatever the case, in response to his son's sorrow, Gloucester offers his purse, and wishes that all over-prosperous men would do the same so as to make Britain a more equal country. And here again we see that vacillation, where before Gloucester spoke of the gods, now he speaks of the inequitable control of capital. He recognizes for a brief instant that it is the relations of production which have led to the suffering in Britain, but he has only made this realization now that it is too late for him to do anything significant to redress it. And it's also bitterly tragic because just as Lear oscillated between his mad discourse and sanity, so too will Gloucester. The men whose actions have led to their own undoing will only be able to comprehend that undoing temporarily and partially, and will never be able to rectify it as a result. They will only be able to perceive for a fraction of an instant the social totality whose antagonistic interrelations have vitiated it and catalyzed its disintegration. The image of the lie is more desirable than the truth, which is thrust on these men against their will, and from which they recoil like infants being proffered vegetables. And this is why Gloucester ominously asks Edgar to lead him to the very cliffs of Dover, from which point he says he will no leading need. It's easier to end it all than to try and undo a life ill spent. This scene opens in front of Albany's castle, where Goneril greets Edmund and Oswald and asks the latter where Albany has got to. Oswald responds that Albany is inside, but that he has completely changed his disposition. According to his account, the Duke was happy at the news that France has landed in Dover, and seemed to regard Gloucester's actions not as treachery, but as loyalty. Goneril regards this as a sign of cowardice, and promises Edmund that he will assume the authority that Albany has left languishing. She sends the new Earl back to Cornwall, asking him to hasten the deployment of Cornwall's army, while she promises to give the distaff into her husband's hands, and to take command of his army herself. This synecdoche is the most explicit affirmation in the play thus far that Goneril is not bound by the expectations of her social role, but it is immediately undercut by Goneril's affirmation to Edmund that she will be his lover in exchange for his continued support. Edmund accepts her love and leaves, and Goneril complains that the ties of marriage force her to perform a woman's services for an idiot husband instead of for this brave man. Right after she asserts her agency by taking up the spear, she evacuates it by placing herself under the protection of a new lover. This self-effacing double movement is derived from an aspect of Christian political theology which goes back to Chrysostom, who argued for what Foucault describes as the principle of natural inequality. By giving Eve to Adam as a helpmate, God made it clear that she is outranked by man, and that he is entitled to command her. Additionally, Paul argues that authority inheres in the man and submission in the woman due to a kind of ontological bifurcation of the sexes which forms them for different ends. Even though Goneril recognizes the inadequacy of her current husband and the fact that she is capable of holding the spear and he the distaff, she relinquishes control over that weapon by leaving him for a man who is capable of fulfilling her expectations of masculinity. She is not mounting a radical challenge against the institutions of British society which have denied her political power, but is rather reacting against what she sees to be her husband's derogation of the marital duty to exercise that power. And in spite of her disrespect for her husband and her partial assumption of male agency, Goneril still feels compelled to provide for him the woman's services which she would much rather bestow on Edmund. This is because for Goneril, marriage is in itself a law, which she bends before even though she repudiates the man who currently holds its office. Chrysostom argued that the man and wife owe one another the reciprocal obligation of sexual relations as part of the fulfillment of the marriage contract, and that in the same way that virginity is the remedy for concupiscence for the single individual, marital sex is the remedy for concupiscence for the married couple. It is what prevents the husband and wife from splitting off from one another and committing adultery, and it is what ensures that each will fulfill the injunction of God to produce offspring which will contribute to the beauty of God on earth. For all these reasons, even though Goneril despises her husband, that resentment does not change the fact that in accordance with theological and political ideology, she owes him conjugal relations as part of her duty as a wife. He may be a usurper, but until he is deposed from his social role, his authority cannot be totally disregarded. And in the upcoming exchanges between the pair, we must remember that as Goneril usurps her husband more and more, she is not doing so to emancipate herself, but is rather doing so to throw herself upon the mercy of a new lover. It is an act of strength to move into a position of weakness. It is in this context that Oswald leaves and Albany enters. Albany makes no pretense of love, but complains that Goneril is worth less than dust on the grounds that she is not behaving as a woman ought. Invoking the biblical justification for his criticism, he references Hebrews 6:8, implying that Goneril is like the thorny briar whose only use is for burning. The context of this scriptural insult is significant, as it is from a section in which the anonymous author of the epistle assures flagging Christians that their faith will be rewarded as long as they do not fall away from God. The implication is obviously to cast Goneril as one of those who has fallen away, and who must be burned in the fires of hell. But it also reinforces Albany's utopian Christian optimism that divine providence will reassert order by remanding the political structure which Goneril and Regan have destabilized. That he thinks this way is because ideology by its very nature is a kind of utopianism, which creates what Jameson calls class for itself as opposed to class positioned against class in an agonistic relationship. In this sense, Albany's ideological argument does not just wish for the return of pious behavior in his wife, but for the return of a nobility which sets itself apart from the multitude by its divine character. He's not just upset that Goneril is degrading herself, but that she degrades him and all the nobility of Britain. As a princess who contemns in the origin, and who has split from her material sap, she must be burned to maintain the purity of the arbor. Goneril rebuts this wish with the blunt remark that the text is foolish, directly condemning biblical wisdom and turning it into just one more example of untrustworthy language. Whereas Cordelia used the language of the Bible to defend against the arbitrary and deceitful logos, Goneril radically throws even the word of God into question, and does so because it is necessary for her to challenge this word, to challenge the material constraints which it is used to justify. Yet, as we have seen, this radical act of emancipation is for the sole purpose of asserting the rule of another man over her body. Aporetically, she both adheres to and calls into question a Christian view of woman in her attempt to seize the reins of power. In response to Goneril's pushback, Albany jumps from a religious to a naturalistic line of attack, comparing his wife to a tiger and to a deep-sea monster. The stark contrast between these two schemas highlights their mutual inadequacy. Neither is capable of accurately describing why Goneril acts the way she does, because each is predicated on the valorization of an arbitrary collection of signifiers. For the previous religious explanation, these were chastity, conjugality, beauty, and salvation. For the naturalistic explanation, these are man, filial piety, reason, and humility. The way that Albany strings together these contradictory explanations gives his rebuttal a kind of schizophrenia, which undermines both of the value sets that he tries to champion. Why is Albany seemingly doomed to perpetual self-deceit in his attempts to utilize language to describe and order his universe? For Lacan, it's because of the prematurity of birth of humanity. Unlike animals who use a system of codes which unproblematically react to stimuli, humans require language. They do not just react, they respond to the questions posed by others and by the world. Paradoxically, the superiority of human over animal is really weakness. To construct our own subjectivity, we are doomed to utilize an inaccurate and arbitrary system which is inferior in its ability to apprehend the real. And so in Albany's unconvincing and fragile arguments against Goneril, what we should see is vacillation between conceptual systems because of the inadequacy of that very human rationality which he so idolizes. That quality which he takes to signify the superiority of man over animal, and of man's divine mission on earth, is in reality a mark of man's inferiority. The very insults he uses to other Goneril rebound on himself. It is the animal, not the human, who is clear-eyed about reality. Predictably, in Goneril's response, we do not see her capitalize on Albany's rhetorical weakness, but instead she continues to undermine her own agency by invoking the very theological concepts which she is ostensibly challenging. She repudiates Albany as a milk-livered man who lacks masculinity, and argues that based on this lack she is within her right to cuckold him. Ironically, even as she violates the very religious prescriptions that Albany used against her, she does so by paradoxically reinforcing them. For if Albany cannot live up to the role of the husband which is expected by the church within the unequal marriage, then Goneril cannot be blamed for sinning against the marital sacrament. The rule justifies its own violation. In this, even as Goneril rebels against her husband, she does not question the ideological structure which he believes in, but instead uses it to justify her own ambition, which is nothing less than to be reinscribed within that order under a new master. This is essentially an attempt to infect Albany's language with her own intentions, using the categories of natural and unnatural behavior to deprive him of political power. To do this, she imposes on these terms her own semantic nuances, and in doing so demonstrates the artificiality and contingency of the ideology she wrestles with. Another concern which Goneril and Albany share, even as they fight each other, is the presence of France within Britain, as a foreign body which must be abjected as soon as possible. This threat is so existential because, unlike the chaotic and fluid borders of fiefs held by petty lords, the borders of feudal states were relatively stable and were reinforced by the belief in the king's sacred character. France therefore represents a danger to England in a completely different way than the intestine warring of Duke and Duchess. Because both Albany and Goneril subscribe to the same belief in an organic body whose territory and boundaries must be policed and hegemonically controlled to maintain its unity, they agree that France must be ejected even as they differ on who should do the policing or controlling. The figure of France takes on a symbolic resonance as a limit. It is the abjected, jettisoned object against which the nation subject constitutes itself. It threatens the law and prohibition of the superego against the intrusion of foreign matter, and with this threat it exposes the alterity inherent in Britain which the nation subject tries to repress. The notion of an unproblematically homogeneous Britain, constituted as a quasi-divine, quasi-biological unity, is exploded by its very presence. Albany naturally does not fight back against Goneril on this point, but merely calls her a devil who is even more horrific than Satan himself, because she contravenes female nature. We can see that for him, the devil seems natural in a figure like poor Tom, whose beggarly state seems to imply sin, but it is offensive in a noble woman who should have a good Christian character. But at the same time, this juxtaposition is incoherent. If Goneril is really a devil, then she is naturally evil, and her noble femaleness is just a facade. The audience is left unable to decide whether Goneril's true nature is really woman or devil, because both terms are leveraged as an explanation for the same set of behaviors. Woman is an antinomy in this system because she is both Madonna and whore at the same time, and so she cannot be cleanly separated from the figure of the devil in Albany's worldview. We can see the irrationality of this schema in Albany's very next lines, where he implies that Goneril is self-covered, meaning that her womanly nature is concealed beneath a veneer of devilry. But then 4 lines later, she is also a fiend in woman's shape. He cannot decide whether her evil actions are explained by her being a woman or being a devil, because he cannot decide whether woman as a category is inherently good or evil. And so he incoherently jumps from one explanation to another without noticing the contradiction. This repartee is interrupted by the entrance of a messenger, who informs the pair that Cornwall has died from the wounds inflicted on him by his servant. But tellingly, the messenger conceals the fact that it was really Regan, not Cornwall, who was ultimately responsible for the servant's death. Again, language is deceitful, and here it is used to disguise the threatening agency of women from a man who does not want to believe that women are capable of such violence. And so Albany's faith in divine judgment is restored by the news of Cornwall's fall, and the messenger gives him a letter from Regan begging for mobilization. As the scene closes, Goneril says to herself that she celebrates Cornwall's death because it eliminates him as a political rival, but that it is also a danger because it puts Regan in a better position than she to win Edmund's hand. Albany asks where Edmund was when Gloucester was being blinded, and the messenger responds that he was en route with Goneril and is now returning back to Regan, and that he was the ultimate cause of his father's blinding. At this, Albany is resolved, and vows to revenge Gloucester and to side with Lear against Goneril and Regan. This scene is unique in the play as it is the only one which Shakespeare cut entirely from the folio version, for reasons we will discuss a bit later on. In this scene, we're whisked away to the French camp at Dover, where we see the disguised Kent reunite with the gentleman that he had sent to contact Cordelia. And Kent is informed by that gentleman that the King of France has suddenly sailed back to his homeland. This is because France needed to take care of urgent affairs in his own state, and he has left a marshal behind him to command his army in his stead. Narratively, this explanation is a way to hand-wave away France's presence as a character while keeping France's army within Britain as a political force, so that Cordelia can dominate the remaining scenes as the restorer of Britain. Kent inquires about Cordelia's reaction to her father's deposition, and the gentleman responds that she was a queen over her emotions, which, like rebels, sought to be king over her. He goes on to describe her patience and sorrow at the news, which he compares to sunshine and rain. Where so many others in this play have demonstrated their negative affect in ways which are disturbing or unpleasant, Cordelia's presence reintroduces a conventional comforting expression of grief, and so provides the audience with commiseration on the cruelty of the previous scenes. Additionally, these metaphors of sunshine and rain, which Shakespeare evokes in connection with Cordelia, are typically Petrarchan expressions of courtly love, and they emphasize her conventional femininity in contrast with her sisters, who we must remember are tigers and devils. This is extended in the following lines, where the gentleman describes Cordelia lamenting that her sisters are the shame of ladies, and that her tears were not just like rain, but were holy water from heavenly eyes. In contrast to the insults and the goading of her sisters, Cordelia changes the linguistic register of the play by reasserting her Christian femininity through expressions of empathy. Yet her feeling of responsibility for this catastrophe also gives her a masculine, Christ-like aspect, which we have previously seen in her alignment with male voices within Scripture. And so there is in this scene a divide within Cordelia's character which will be strongly marked for the rest of the play. On the one hand, she is a Christian woman, and displays the virtues expected of such a woman in contrast to her sisters. But on the other hand, she is a Christ-like figure who invokes the language of Christian patriarchs, and she also actively campaigns against her sisters in her husband's stead. It is this oscillation between passivity and activity, femininity and masculinity, which complicate any reading of Cordelia as being merely the one good sister. Even as she attempts to reassert the normal feudal order, she undermines that very order through exercising her agency in the same apparatic way as Goneril and Regan. It is therefore ironic that in the next lines, Kent wonders how Cordelia could differ so greatly from her sisters. He goes on to say that her goodness is such that Lear is abashed to see her. As the scene closes, the gentleman informs Kent that Albany and Cornwall are both mobilized, and Kent, for his part, entrusts Lear to the gentleman temporarily, saying that he has some secret business that he must conduct alone for the closure of this war. And with that said, we can hazard a guess that the scene's removal from the folio version of the play is because it is a combination of details unessential for the main thrust of the remaining narrative, which will focus on the collective madness of the British nobility and the collapse of their state. Whether France is in or out of Britain is of little relevance to the gibbering and lamentations which will follow, and the vicissitudes of Cordelia and Lear will be directly felt in the upcoming scenes, so that Kent's recapitulation here does not add enough to the narrative to justify its inclusion. In this short scene, we return at last to Cordelia at the French campsite, who sorrows that she has discovered Lear's madness and that he wanders unattended in the countryside. This madness is once again connected to the storm, recalling the Ship of Fools as the extrajudicial zone in which madmen are confined through their exclusion as refugees. She also describes Lear as a man covered in weeds and fumitor, a plant used to cure mental illness. This imagery re-emphasizes the feudal conception of the state as a large-scale model of the human body. Lear, as the state's divinely appointed head and representative, is infested by weeds just as the state of Britain itself has been enervated by metaphorical weeds, which grow in its sustaining corn and deprive it of its vitality. Similarly, the fact that he is covered in fumitor signifies that the state as a whole has devolved into unreasoning anarchy. To understand the full significance of this analogy, it's worth going into more detail on the sacred character of kingship in the feudal age. In popular consciousness, there were innumerable legends and superstitions about each king which aggrandized them, and in England from the age of Henry I, they were believed to have the power to cure illness by laying on hands. In an age when innumerable petty lords were killed in political conflict, only 3 feudal kings died a violent death. This was because kingship was, as Bloch puts it, of a genuinely different order than noble rule, endowed with quasi-sacerdotal power. While it was common for one man to have several lords, the notion of one man having several kings was impossible, because the king was the head of the state in the most literal sense of the term. What this means is that there is a kind of metaphysical connection between the cognizance of the king and the cognizance of the body politic, which Lear's illness radically threatens, and it is therefore unsurprising that Cordelia sends one of her men to look for Lear to get him in her care as soon as possible. It is not just because he is her father, but because pruning his weeds is the literal prerequisite to metaphorically pruning the weeds of the state. The gentleman therefore offers good herbs in remedy to the noxious weeds, and Cordelia vows to apply them all if only she can get Lear out of the countryside. But she is interrupted by a messenger, who informs her that both Albany and Cornwall are marching toward her. In response, she utters several lines which more than ever position herself as a type of Christ. She first quotes the Gospel of Luke, ruefully remarking that it is her Father's business that she goes about. This quote is taken from that part of the Gospel in which the young Jesus is debating with his teachers in a temple of Nazareth, in which he explains to his parents who have been searching for him that he was going about the business of God. Cordelia thereby explicitly identifies herself with Christ, and Lear with God, once more lending support to the view that Lear is quasi-divine, and reaffirming her own attempt to reinscribe that ideology of divine monarchy into Britain. She then quotes from 1 Corinthians, a Pauline epistle in which moral advice is given not to swell with ambition and not to deal dishonestly in love. And here the paradoxical character of Cordelia's reactionary aim is re-emphasized. She is attempting to take control of the British state to cede that control back to Lear in a move reminiscent of Cincinnatus. But her very rule, though temporary, fundamentally undermines the values of that state even as it asserts them, because again, she cannot be Christ or Paul within Christian theology due to that fundamental inequality of the sexes that we have seen in the Church Fathers. And so Cordelia both is and is not Christ, and both champions and undermines the feudal order. It is in this self-contradictory state that she closes the scene by making preparations for war. Another short scene, and here we're taken to Gloucester's castle to witness a conversation between Regan and Oswald. Regan asks if Albany's forces have been sent forth, and Oswald affirms it, but also adds that it is really Goneril who is leading the Duke's men. Just as Regan leads Cornwall's army, so Goneril leads Albany's army, and in so doing we see that these women are not, to use Goneril's own words, suited for the distaff. Oswald also mentions that Edmund did not actually speak to Albany, and that he himself has been charged to deliver a letter from Goneril to Edmund of unknown contents. Regan worries over what the letter might contain, but comforts herself by theorizing that Edmund left to finish off her father and to scout out the strength of the French army. Oswald replies that he must find Edmund, wherever he is, to deliver him this letter, and that he cannot stay. Regan asks him to unseal it so that she can read its contents, revealing that she has seen Goneril make romantic glances at Edmund with the implication that the letter contains a declaration of love and a desire to betray Albany. And here we see once more that Goneril's treason is directly linked to and derived from her excessive and inappropriate sexuality. We have already explained the theological reason to connect these two concepts based on the common root of a weak will. But it is worth mentioning also the pressures within feudal society which strengthened that explanation. The rhetoric of persecution, which demonizes Goneril based on her sexual alliances, is based on an anxiety over sexual pollution, or the transgressing of sexual boundaries which regulate class and individual expression within feudal society. Goneril in particular, as a woman and a princess, has high value and few rights, as we have seen in her complaints over the conjugal responsibilities she owes to her husband. But because of this discrepancy, she can utilize her sexual value in the political arena by betraying her husband and forming a new marriage alliance with Edmund. And as Regan well knows, if Goneril is to acquire political power, it will necessarily be through utilizing sexuality in a way that circumvents the institutions which repress it. And comically, it is this exact same strategy that Regan herself decides to use in response to her sister, ordering Oswald to take a letter from her to Edmund that argues that she would be the better match because she has been recently widowed. The scene ends with Oswald bearing both letters away, but we do not yet know whose he will favor. Near Dover, we re-encounter Gloucester and the disguised Edgar, and hear the latter announce that they are at last approaching the cliffside. Gloucester is skeptical, but Edgar assures him that he does not feel the elevation simply because the rest of his senses are failing along with his eyesight. Importantly, depending on how the play is staged, we as the audience may not know ourselves whether Edgar is really leading his father to his death or not, and this ambiguity should be kept in mind in the following exchange. Gloucester goes on to question why Edgar is not speaking in the manner of a beggar as he formerly did, and indeed we as the audience are aware that Edgar has abandoned his heteroglossia, comprised of folk wisdom, Christian invective, and nonsensical ballad fragments. And it is here that we reach a common theme in Shakespeare's plays. Although disguise can convincingly alter identity for a while, it's never permanent, and eventually the disguised person always returns to their former self. In Shakespeare, the alterity suggested by the transformative power of dress seems convincing for the majority of the narrative, but at the narrative's end it is always undercut and recontained within an essentialism which implies that there is some underlying identity which dress can conceal but cannot erase. Against his father's query, Edgar denies this charge and distracts Gloucester by claiming that they have indeed arrived at the cliff's edge. Significantly, the way in which he describes the cliff is essentially a recapitulation in miniature of the body-state figuration which has been invoked throughout the play. Gloucester, the quondam earl, is at the cliff's top. Halfway down the cliff is a man hanging by a rope to gather seaweed, and at the cliff's base there are fishermen so small that they appear to be merely mice, and dinghies so small that they appear to be buoys. Anatomically, we can see once again that the nobles are literally positioned at the head, or the top of the cliff, while the various tradespeople are its organs and extremities, subordinate to and literally beneath their rulers. But if we develop this analogy further, we can see that Gloucester's intention to throw himself from the cliff's edge, which he will reveal in the upcoming lines, is a literal reenactment of his figurative fall from his former exalted position. At this point, we must make reference to how this scene might literally have been staged to draw out its full implications. In Shakespeare's day, the theater was designed such that the main stage would look down on the poorer members of the audience, who were standing below the stage itself in the pit. And so when we imagine this scene, we should imagine ourselves as poor Englishmen standing below and looking up at an earl and his son surveying us as their subjects and comparing us to mice. Edgar and Gloucester, within the logic of the play, are not actually standing at a cliffside, but as figures on a stage, they are indeed above the audience, and so Edgar's pretense is in a sense reinforced even though we know it to be false. This usage of staging gives an additional resonance to Edgar's lament about the dangers the poor face in their occupations, as the poor of the play are explicitly compared to the poor in the audience. If we understand this, then we can understand that Gloucester's intention to kill himself by throwing himself off the cliff's edge down to the shore below is what Jameson would call, again, an imaginary resolution of a real contradiction. By changing his position within the spatial zone that represents British class structure, Gloucester symbolically renounces the prerogatives of nobility and its claim to superiority, and tries to atone for his failures to live up to the ideals of that class. But again, this resolution is imaginary. It helps no one, not the poor, and certainly not Gloucester. This inadequacy is a foretaste of the true tragedy of King Lear, that the crisis of Shakespeare's Britain can only be resolved by metaphorical and pointless acts of atonement. In what he believes to be his final actions, Gloucester conveys to Edgar a jewel in payment, and wishes that fairies or gods would somehow multiply it and make Edgar rich. This is yet another imaginary resolution to a real problem of social inequality, as Gloucester is unable to imagine how a poor beggar like poor Tom could ever provide for himself without the interference of supernatural powers. As we have seen, the power of God and the supernatural have been evacuated throughout the course of the play. And so without God, the central subject, the promise of wealth offered by feudal society cannot function, because there is no one left who can believably provide its fulfillment. The social contract necessary for the maintenance of that ideology has now had its fiction undermined to such an extent that Gloucester's promises seem ludicrous to Edgar, and to us in the audience. And as if to hammer this point home, Gloucester prays to the gods that they will bless Edgar after his death, not knowing that Edgar is right by his side, or that his son has been reduced to the state of utmost beggary. After this last empty request, the old man throws himself forward, but comically, he merely flops down in front of Edgar, who worries that even though Gloucester is fine, the shock might kill him. It is at this point that we at last receive textual confirmation that Edgar did in fact deceive his father, and that Gloucester is alive, and the effect of this protracted ambiguity is to re-emphasize that we cannot trust language alone in the play, even when it is uttered by one of the play's most clearly good men. It is therefore not that lying is only practiced by evildoers, but instead we see that language does not correspond to reality no matter who employs it. And it is not just that characters lie to each other, they lie to us, the audience, and so there is a second degree of uncertainty that we experience whenever we listen to them describing their actions. Edgar does not abandon his pretense, however, and tries to convince his father that he has fallen more than the length of 10 masts laid end to end, but that he has somehow miraculously survived because he is as light as feathers. Gloucester complains that he yet lives, but Edgar hoists him up, pretending that he is a different man from the beggar at the top of the cliff, whom he describes as a kind of fiend with 1,000 noses and twisted horns. In this way, he gets Gloucester to rethink his previous suicidality as being the result of demonic influence, which encourages the old man to live on in spite of everything. And here, it is important to note that Gloucester accepts his life not because he believes the gods are benevolent, but because he has been reassured that gods and devils do exist, and that their actions can explain what's happening to him. Foucault made the point that madness is the point of contact between the oniric and the erroneous, and that it is not just non-truth, but images and hallucinations that affirm the false. Edgar hoped to reassure Gloucester back into sanity by the shock of his fake death, but what he has really done is created a new mad discourse to replace the old mad discourse of poor Tom. It is that quiddity of madness that its nothingness manifests itself in a delusive discourse, which creates the appearance of reason. It is a meaningless disorder which articulates a rigorous logic, which here is reconstituted as a passage from the fiend to divine salvation. We must bear this in mind as Gloucester's brief optimism is punctured by the arrival of Lear, which Edgar describes as a side-piercing sight. Lear, more than his double Gloucester, is fully within the thrall of a deluded mad discourse, speaking first like a general leading an army, then like a man luring a mouse to a trap with cheese, and finally like a soldier fighting against a giant. Importantly, Shakespeare signifies this total slippage into madness by changing Lear's speech into an unmetrical rant, where before he spoke predominantly in blank verse. If we remember that unmetrical speech in Shakespeare is often used by the poor, we feel more strongly the sense that Lear is a man with nothing, a refugee deprived of society. In the classical analysis of madness, his slippage between subjects would be called manic. Foucault describes this view of mania as a madness which deforms all concepts and ideas so that their representative value is falsified in a perpetual agitation of incoherent thoughts, explosive gestures, and continuous words. The result is, as we have seen, a discourse with its own logic which is utterly alien to the logic of reality. This mania also explains Lear's superhuman resistance to the battering of the storm, as mania causes an insensibility due to the supplementary energy it provides, and because the unreal and chimerical world of the manic's delusion substitutes for the pain of reality. Gloucester exclaims that he recognizes Lear's voice, and the latter continues in his rant, charging himself with foolishness in the credulity that he gave to Regan and Goneril. He does so by quoting the book of James, which advises that one should let your yea be yea, nay, nay, with the implication that Regan and Goneril were untruthful for the sake of agreeing to everything that Lear said. The irony in this quote is that if we examine its surrounding context, we can see that it was given as an admonishment to the rich, who are being indicted for their unfair treatment of the poor. Lear himself is being punished right now for the exact same sin which he charges on his daughters, and which he blamed himself for several scenes ago. And the reason he is being punished is because of the capricious power that he held within feudal society, which forced his daughters to lie to maintain his good graces. In other words, the criticism he makes of Regan and Goneril has its roots in his own behavior. But he continues to lay blame on sexuality, repudiating his earlier view that conjugality guarantees virtue and that misbehavior must be the result of adultery. Now there is no difference between the married and unmarried. All copulate indiscriminately while affecting virtue. And in his mistaken understanding of events, he even goes so far as to assert that Edmund was kinder to Gloucester than his legitimate daughters were to him. He compares women to centaurs, arguing that like those mythical creatures, they are motivated by animal lust. And their genitals he analogizes to hell, the sulphurous pit which contains the devil. Tellingly, this diatribe is again uttered in blank verse, where his recent exclamations were in prose, and so implies a closer correspondence of those words to his prior perspective. And if we analyze their language, we again see its Augustinian roots. Augustine argued that the difference between sexual relations in Eden and those after the fall was essentially a difference of self-control. Unlike the other church fathers who variously argued that sex either did not exist as such before the fall, or else that man had a body somehow different in its sexual capacity, Augustine took the view that there could have been sex in Eden without sin if it was entirely subject to the direction of the will. After the fall, sex became sinful because it was no longer controlled by reason, but was instead caused by the libido overcoming the body's self-control to engage in involuntary and uncontrolled actions. In this sense, the punishment of Adam and Eve for their inability to control their actions was exactly fitted to their sin. Man is fallen because he has disobeyed the injunction of God due to a lack of self-control. And God punished man by giving him a libido which would rebel inside him in the exact same way that man rebelled against God. This is the genealogy that Lear is invoking when he uses the metaphor of the centaur and of hell, because both represent that lack of sexual self-control which necessarily implies sin. The difference now is the degree of Lear's pessimism. At the beginning of the play, he took the Augustinian view that the sexual impulse could be repurposed for morally beneficent ends, if it was confined in a legitimate marriage. But now he has given up all hope that sexuality can ever be restrained. Gloucester recognizes Lear despite his blindness, and offers to kiss the old man's hands in a gesture of homage. In this, we see that he has paradoxically been restored to sanity by madness. Edgar has given him faith that God has saved him from the foul fiend, and this faith has allowed him to re-engage with the real world by misrepresenting that world to him. And this is what we must understand when we hear his next lines, where he compares Lear's fall to the decay of the cosmos. Similar to the analogy between human and state, in Renaissance philosophy, the body of the human was analogous to the body of the cosmos, and through this unreal comparison, Gloucester is at last able to comprehend Lear's suffering. In the 22nd book of Augustine's City of God, we read that all men are parts of one body of the church, whose head is Christ, and this schema shows us that the naturalistic analogy that Gloucester draws between Lear and the universe also has religious significance. If Lear has come to ruin, the cosmos must likewise fall, and with it the divine order of God on earth. There is a through line connecting the fates of king, universe, and religion, so that if one disintegrates, it is a sign that all others will follow suit. Lear, in his abject state, addresses Gloucester in his own mad language, urging him to read out a challenge to Cupid which is pitifully impossible for the blind old man. Lear argues that Gloucester sees how the world goes because he has no money left in his purse, and Gloucester ruefully responds that he sees it feelingly, which we can take either to mean that he sees by touch, or that he sees painfully. Lear remarks that Gloucester should use his ears instead of his fingers, because then he would hear the injustice which punishes the crimes of the thief while ignoring the crimes of the judge. The mad one-time king goes on to rant against similar examples of social inequality, referencing the crimes of the beadle who whips the whore and the crimes of the usurer who hangs the cheat. In every case, he says, robes and furrowed gowns hide all, creating two different standards of justice for the rich and for the poor. The point is to repudiate the ontological distinction between rich and poor, which he himself espoused earlier in the play, based on the realization that class positions within society are not intrinsic due to merit of character or difference of blood, but instead are derived from title, or else are seized by Machiavellian scheming. Vice is not everywhere vice, but only when it wears the tattered clothes of the poor, because the robes of the rich conceal it. And justice is really a weapon wielded by the rich against the poor as a social construct which gives legal sanction to certain crimes while penalizing others. For Althusser, this realization reflects the reality that all ideological state apparatuses, including the Church of the Beadle and the law school of the Judge, function in concert with one another to ensure the reproduction of the relations of production via exploitation. They achieve this by disseminating an ideology which sanctions certain behaviors for the dominant class, while prohibiting other similar behaviors in the dominated class. This sanction is achieved because of the way that ideology inscribes different modes of thought on the different social classes. Through concrete rituals of behavior, as well as systems of public merit or blame, lust and greed can be valorized or demonized depending on the position of the offending subject. And Lear, as king, was blind to this hypocrisy because he never saw or experienced it in the shelter of his court. But now, as a refugee devoid of wealth and family, he at last experiences its dissonance. What are we to make of Lear's newfound class consciousness? In the first place, we must understand that despite its pessimism, it is, to use the language of Jameson, utopian in the Hegelian sense. That is, Lear can only arrive at class consciousness after his deposition and his disenfranchisement, because class consciousness emerges from the feelings of rage, helplessness, and victimization inflicted by a hegemon. Lear's oppression in his déclassé status shatters the mythology of the hegemonic ideology which had so blinded him, when he had previously occupied that privileged position which had invested his kingship with a narrative that justified it. In this sense, his fall from grace is the negative term which catalyzes his realization that the poor of Britain are a collective because of their collective exploitation, with the necessary implication that their suffering must be eliminated by constructing a new social formation with a more just structure. As if standing in for the audience, Edgar responds to Lear's ranting by exclaiming that there is reason in madness, that Lear is the Erasmian fool telling society uncomfortable truths about itself. We are very far from where we were in Act 3, where Lear was attributing his ills to the unsubstantial air. His discourse is still that of a madman, but it is infinitely closer to reality. Lear continues on his course, at last naming Gloucester and confirming that he indeed recognizes the blind old man. And continuing his premature post-mortem of the play, he makes the point that Gloucester and he are both on a stage of fools, which he describes as a good block. This phrase, good block, is surprisingly quite suggestive. Literally, it refers to the stage that the play is being performed on, which was nicknamed a scaffold, and thereby was connected also to an executioner's block. Figuratively, it invokes the block used to shape a preacher's hat, and by so doing connects the pulpit to the stage in a way that undermines the former by emphasizing its artificiality and its performative aspect. By equating himself with a preacher, and the theater with the church, Lear evacuates the power and respect of the clergy and derogates preaching by likening it to the words of a madman. This is of a piece with his previous invective against the unearned respect of social betters in Britain, as it paints the actions of the preacher with the same brush as those of the beadle. At this point a gentleman enters, and puts a temporary stop to Lear's Juvenalian satire, asking him to come in with his daughter Cordelia. In response, Lear says the gentleman may do whatever he pleases, since Lear himself is the natural fool of fortune. This signifies his awareness of his own madness even as he is caught in its thrall, and rhetorically, it implies that such men as he are nothing but playthings of the capricious goddess Fortune. And here we can see the limits of Lear's awareness. He has at last approached the real, but not completely, and he oscillates between materialist and theological explanations of reality without grasping the incoherency between them. Rhetorically, his phrase "natural fool" parallels the fool's earlier criticism of Kent, that the latter was being unnaturally foolish in his devotion to the dispossessed Lear. And this parallel reinforces the notion that ideological obfuscation is the prime driver of foolishness in this play. And if we consider this, we see once more that it is Lear, not the fool, who is the true fool in this play. It is he who has been totally ignorant all this time about this obfuscation, and it is he who only comprehends it in an imperfect way when it is far too late to course correct and restore order to Britain. Thus it comes as no surprise when Lear in the following lines laments that he only has one man willing to serve him, again deploying ocular imagery in connection with impotence by comparing his tear-filled eyes to garden water pots. His gentleman reassures him that he will still obey even if the former king has no other men left to serve, and this is enough to persuade Lear to leave for Cordelia's camp. After Lear has exited, the gentleman ruefully remarks that his abject state is unbearable to behold, but that Cordelia will restore meaning and order to the universe, and with this restoration, Lear himself will be restored to his proper place. Again, we see another explicit parallel between Cordelia and Christ as figures who save through sacrifice, redeeming nature from its amorality and cruelty. And the gentleman goes even further with this metaphor, comparing Lear's other daughters to Eve, who was responsible for placing this general curse on nature and humanity in the first place. This extension fits neatly into the previous connection between concupiscence and sin, which several times now has been ascribed to Regan and Goneril, and it reinforces the chain which links together sexuality, irrationality, and the undoing of God's order on earth. Edgar takes the opportunity to ask the gentleman if he has heard any details regarding the upcoming battle, and the gentleman replies that the armies are quite near and that battle is imminent. The gentleman leaves to follow Lear, and Gloucester avows that he will continue to live on to serve his former king. The former Earl finally asks Edgar who he is, and Edgar responds obliquely, saying that he is a sufferer from fortune who will out of pity lead the old man to a resting place. Gloucester again wishes Edgar to receive divine reward for his kindness, and we see that, like Lear, he has only asymptotically approached sanity, and paradoxically requires an irrational discourse to maintain his rationality. He has grasped local and sectoral truths about his society, but he does not and cannot grasp the full scale of implications behind its civil war. The father and son are about to depart when Oswald enters, rejoicing that he has at last found his prey. And at this moment he lets slip his veneer of officious propriety, revealing the base nature of his ambition for advancement by any means. Ironically, he claims that the natural purpose of Gloucester's head is for his artificial advancement within society, when it is a man-made incentive structure which impels him to commit murder. It is because of his tenuous power within Goneril's nascent state, and his reliance on her favor, that he must purge her political rivals for his own safety. Not recognizing Edgar, Oswald challenges him as a peasant in defense of a traitor, telling him to let go Gloucester's arm or else die. And at this critical moment, Edgar once again uses heteroglossia to conceal his true identity, adopting a Somerset accent to affect peasant origin and plain dealing. But even though his language lies with its accent, we can trust his action. And Edgar again demonstrates his noble birth by easily dispatching Oswald in a quick sword fight. In Oswald's dying moments, he charges Edgar to take letters from his body meant for Edmund, and after he expires, Edgar obligingly plucks the letters from his corpse. The first letter he opens contains an explicit declaration from Goneril to Edmund that she is his for the taking, if only he will kill her current husband. But if we pay heed to the words that Goneril chooses, we see an attempt to remind Edmund, and by extension the audience, that even though she is a princess, she is nevertheless a slave to her husband's will, and a captive of the institutions that she wishes to command. But because she cannot understand the fundamental causes of her captivity, she does not see that she needs to restructure those institutions to liberate herself. Instead, she describes herself in the language of courtly love as a damsel who needs to be rescued from one protector by another, undermining her own agency. Here we may borrow Jameson's development of Northrop Frye's analysis of romance as a genre, to suggest that romance undermines Goneril through its worldness, or the tendency of the scene to capture and subsume its character. By emphasizing the cosmic and cosmological nature of societal antagonisms, romance makes its subject into a mere instrument in the struggle between good and evil. In her romantic reading of events, Goneril figuratively makes herself into a plot device. Much like Yvain, Parzival, and other masculine heroes of chivalric romance, she expresses what Jameson calls a naivete with regard to her historico-political determination, and so appropriates the mythic narrative structure to describe her position because of its comparative simplicity and its promise of happiness. In this sense, we can read Goneril's letter as just one more form of madness, the madness of power which misrecognizes and undermines itself. Edgar, of course, is blind to this self-effacement, and so attributes the letter to woman's willfulness, vowing to show it to Albany so that he can use it to stop the promised murder. In response to the letter's contents, Gloucester wishes that the remainder of his sanity would depart, so that he, like Lear, would no longer have to bear endless news of treachery. But his wish is not to be, and as the scene ends, drums in the distance warn father and son that war is imminent. In response, Edgar breaks off from his oaths and leads his father to safety. Within the French camp, Cordelia, the disguised Kent, and the gentleman enter, and Cordelia thanks Kent profusely for all his aid, begging him to take off his rags and assume his former state. Kent refuses, remarking that his disguise is necessary for the fulfillment of his plans, and requests Cordelia not to publicly acknowledge him until he gives her notice. Cordelia agrees, and asks the gentleman how Lear is doing. The gentleman responds with the news that Lear is asleep, and Cordelia prays that her father's untuned and jarring senses will wind up, using the image of a lute's discordant strings being tightened. In contrast to the nonsensical sing-song snippets of Lear in his madness, and also in contrast to Edmund's discordant fourth at the beginning of the play, Cordelia here wishes to restore Lear's sanity by metaphorically winding the key of his mind back into its proper place. The gentleman asks if Lear can be awoken, and Cordelia leaves it to his judgment, at which point Lear is carried in asleep in a chair. Cordelia kisses her father to revive him, and exclaims that even if Lear had not been the father of Regan and Goneril, still his age should have received better treatment than it had got. The image she uses is of fitness in military terms. Lear is figuratively ill-equipped to be drafted with his thin helm of gray hair. Yet in this language you recognize the exact same error which blinded Lear up until his deposition. Cordelia complains that Lear should be above sheltering in a hovel with swine and rogues, and that such treatment of a king is what led to his madness. But this remark indicates that she herself is blind to what Lear did not see until his mad sojourn through the countryside. That he, as a king, has not done enough for the poor, that the poor should not suffer as they do, and that there is no fundamental difference between rich and poor which would excuse the sufferings of the latter and justify the superior treatment of the former. Cordelia's sympathy with Lear is not predicated on his humanity in the universalist sense of the term, but on the artificial privileges he once had within British society, the privileges of age, of fatherhood, and of kingship. And once more we see that Cordelia, far from moving Britain toward a more just or sane society, is a profoundly reactionary character, whose vested interest is in reasserting noble privilege. This is a utopian compensation for ideological adherence, which seduces both Cordelia and the audience with its promise of reasserting the idyllic father-daughter dyad against the savagery of political life. Cordelia awakens proto-political impulses within the audience by inveighing against the injustice with which Lear's political enemies treated him, but manages and diffuses those impulses by rechanneling them into the realm of individual character, instead of following them through to the uncomfortable political questions that they would otherwise raise. At last, Lear awakes, and Cordelia asks after his health. Lear laments that she should have just let him die, because he is bound to a wheel of fire and scalded by his own tears. This is a reference to the myth of Ixion, which as it is recorded in Pindar has the fallen king bound to a wheel of fire by Zeus for his attempted rape of Hera. Significantly, in Pindar's account, after his punishment, Ixion warns mortals to repay their benefactors and to meet others with gentleness. And similarly, Lear, after his own crimes, deposition, and madness, begins to understand the folly of his prior hubris and the need to act more morally. He, like Ixion, was undone by a hubris born of unrealistic godlike entitlement and the belief that kingship justified impunity. Cordelia asks if the fallen king recognizes his daughter, and Lear responds disbelievingly that she must be a spirit. Cordelia supplicates before him, asking him to bless her, but Lear himself tries to kneel instead, saying that he is nothing more than a foolish old man, not in his right mind, and that he does not even remember where he was or what he was doing. In this scene, we see explicitly that he is not only no longer king, but also no longer even thinks of himself as king, having given up his delusions and aspirations in favor of accepting his status as bare life. Again, like Gloucester, he's asymptotically approaching sanity by maintaining a degree of madness. And if we compare his new beliefs to those of Cordelia, we see that while the latter still believes in the notion that political community is constituted based on correspondence of the subject to the state as an organ corresponds to the body, Lear, for his part, is now entertaining the idea that identity is impermanent and transient, and that he has been a refugee for so long and fallen so far that he has entered a non-relational space outside the state. He is the residue left over from the sovereign bands of Regan and Goneril. He is the man whose existence has been prescribed and who can never re-enter into that social body from which he was ripped out. Therefore, he refers to Cordelia not as a princess, but as the child of a man, and goes so far as to say that he will drink poison to atone for the suffering that he has put her through. Cordelia tries to explain to him where he is and what is happening, but she realizes quickly that he is still too weak to grasp her words, and so she eventually leads him out to rest. This long act concludes in the quarto version with an exchange between Kent and the gentleman, which sets up the final conflict. The gentleman asks if Cornwall was indeed slain, and Kent affirms it, reporting that Edmund is now in charge of the Duke's army. They demur over where Edgar could be, but Kent concludes that whatever the situation is, they must prepare for war. At Edmund's camp, the bastard, Regan, and a retinue of gentlemen and soldiers enter, and Edmund asks Regan if Albany still intends to fight, or if he has been persuaded against the conflict. Regan responds that she is still unsure because Oswald has not returned and therefore must have come to trouble. She goes on to ask Edmund if he loves Goneril, and Edmund says his love is not romantic and that he has done nothing with Goneril that can be reproved. This placable questioning of Regan's is in sharp contrast to her previous violent murder of Gloucester's servant. And the effect is to imply that her assumption of masculinity was a compensation for Cornwall's own lack of that trait, but that Edmund's power restrains her to a feminine role. In this, we see a parallel between her words and the letter of Goneril's that Edgar intercepted, where both sisters prefer to abrogate their hard-won authority in favor of damseling themselves for Edmund's sake. This reinforces the fact that their violent actions were not some sort of principled rebellion, but as we have seen, were an ego-driven attempt to throw off an incapable protector in favor of a stronger one. Thus we see how the ideology of chivalry manifests in their behavior, and that it is an ideology which they themselves are complicit in even as their actions challenge its prescriptions. But Regan's questioning is interrupted by the entrance of Albany, Goneril, and their army, and Gloucester affirms as an aside that she is committed to winning Edmund no matter the cost. And Albany greets Regan and informs Edmund that Lear has found refuge with Cordelia, and that he, for his part, will only fight against France if they invade Britain, but will not oppose Lear if the former king wishes to reclaim his throne. Goneril claims she agrees, asseverating that they should combine forces to fight against the foreign army and leave aside their domestic quarreling. Again, we see the existential concern which France's presence causes to individuals on opposite sides of a domestic political conflict, and that his potential threat as a foreign body that must be abjected is even more serious than an actual civil war. The importance of maintaining the boundaries of Britain's religio-political body against the threat of defilement by France is placed above the question of who should occupy that body's head. France, because it is a foreign nation, cannot be assimilated into Britain's national subjectivity because that subjectivity is dependent on its repression. To use Kristeva's language, France is an intolerable significance, which is intolerable for the subject because the subject must construct themselves within the symbolic realm by using linguistic binaries that are undermined by its presence. And this agon within the nobles, which manifests as a futile attempt at self-definition through self-exclusion, exactly parallels the futility of Lear's and Gloucester's attempts to narrativize the real, by selecting and excluding components based on their personal predilections. In every case, King Lear represents how the limits of epistemic thought manifest in self-destructive, irrational, and contradictory behaviors, which futilely attempt to subdue irreducible heterogeneities. Lear, Gloucester, Regan, Goneril, Edmund, Cordelia, and all the rest are each engaged in a futile attempt to inhere reality with their own values. But instead of recognizing the futility of that goal, they double down on their preferred epistemes even at the cost of embracing madness. It is, again, a delusional discourse which may have partial validity in certain situations, but which fails to describe the totality of the real, and can only perceive it in the way that a man within a forest perceives a few of its trees. Regan lets no good tragedy go to waste, and uses the pretext of collectively planning for war to prevent Goneril from monopolizing Edmund, just as the disguised Edgar enters and asks Albany for an audience. He hands Albany Edmund's letter, and assures the Duke that its contents can be vouched for. Albany asks Edgar to stay until the letter is read, but Edgar refuses, saying that he will return when he is heralded. Yet right after he leaves, and right before Albany is about to break open the letter, Edmund re-enters, giving Albany his estimate of France's numbers. Albany is thus tragically interrupted by Edmund right before he can discover Edmund's treachery, and is forced instead to leave and prepare for battle. After he has left, and as the scene comes to a close, Edmund ponders which of the two sisters he should choose, having sworn his love to both. He must kill one to enjoy the other, but whatever the event, Albany must die so that his plans can unfold unimpeded. Additionally, if he is to kill Lear and Cordelia to secure his power, Albany must die first, so that the old king and his daughter have no protector to shield them. It's worth mentioning here that this self-stated reasoning of Edmund again demonstrates that his motivations are entirely based on worldly, artificial ambitions which undermine the primacy which he gave to nature in his earlier soliloquies. His status as a natural bastard is really an institutional ban, which necessitated the development of his cunning and his ruthlessness. It is paradoxically the essentialist view which most convincingly affirms the constructivist nature of character in the play, because its false ideology is what shapes the thoughts and behaviors of these characters. And this is precisely the mechanism by which blindness functions in King Lear. It obfuscates the genealogy by which ideas manifest and proliferate throughout society, by arguing that these ideas are really innate, transhistorical qualities of the human race. In this short penultimate scene, Lear, Cordelia, and their army move to battle, and are followed by the disguised Edgar and Gloucester. Edgar asks his father to take a seat beneath a tree to watch the combat in safety, and then goes off to join the fray. But after a brief offstage skirmish, he runs back to Gloucester, yelling that Lear has lost, and that he and his daughter have been taken prisoner. Gloucester at first refuses to flee, but then Edgar quotes a line similar to the one uttered by Hamlet before that prince's murder of his parents, in which he told his father, "Ripeness is all." What is this ripeness? Nothing more than readiness for death, and far from being fruit ready to rot, as Gloucester would have it, they are not yet ripe, but still have more to do before they can fall from the tree. In this affirmation, Edgar parallels Albany in that the two young men cling to a belief in divine providence which structures human affairs, and gives death its appointed time, even despite all the tragedy which has befallen Britain and which has undermined this faith in Lear and Gloucester. Their ostensible sanity in relation to these two madmen is really the product of irrational faith, and ironically they are much further from the truth than the men whom they consider to be mad. But such is the seductive power of language that it can hide the mechanism by which humans arrive at truth, It is rather a process of social consensus making in accordance with ideology than an empirical description of reality. But King Lear does not let this obfuscation stand unchallenged. It is in the play's final scene where we will see the edifice of language crumble at last. Still on the battlefield, Edmund enters in the glory of his conquest, followed by Lear and Cordelia as prisoners led by his retinue. Edmund orders Lear and Cordelia to be taken away under guard until their trial, and Cordelia responds that she at least wants to see her sisters before she is imprisoned. But Lear interjects that she must allow herself to be led away, and that they should live together as father and daughter in prison like a pair of caged birds, who sing from behind the safety of their bars. He imagines them hearing of court news and gossip, and talking of the drama that no longer concerns them as they outlast the vicissitudes of fortune. This final wish of the old man is pregnant with meaning. First, it uses the conventional simile of birds in a cage, which traditionally referred to an imprisoned woman, again reinforcing the connection between Lear and femininity, which we saw in his earlier self-description as a man with a womb. And the effect of this simile is, as before, to underscore the inadequacy of essentialism as a framework for describing masculinity and femininity, with Lear's natural response to events being to act in a way which undermines it. Second, Lear's wish expresses a longing to be reinscribed within the normal political order, even if that inscription can only be in the form of a prison subject. This is because, in contrast to the carceral system, Lear's status as a refugee is born out of the state of emergency that is defined by the suspension and inapplicability of ordinary law. From this perspective, his fantasy of being a bird in a cage testifies to the fact that existing within a prison is preferable to existing outside political institutions altogether. Because at least in the prison, Lear can be reintegrated into the normal scope of society and law. While the bars contain him, they also protect him from an exclusion which is a certain death sentence. Being confined within the penal system is nothing other than being transposed from bios to zoe, from bare life to political life, and to be God's spy, as Lear says, is better than being forsaken by the divine. For him, the life of a caged bird is better than the life of a wild animal, because, to use the famous phrase of Thomas Hobbes, the life of a wild animal is nasty, brutish, and short. Third, the bars of the cage also provide psychological protection, because, as we have explained, approaching the real requires a painful decentering of the subject's consciousness. Jameson quotes a passage from Paul Ricoeur, which compares the process of ideological demystification to the process of going from drunkenness to sobriety. And with this analogy, it's perhaps easier to understand the motive behind Lear's willful self-deception. It is to remain in a drunken stupor which comforts by deadening the senses. Fourth, it's worth dwelling on the significance of the animality of this metaphor, especially with regard to how other characters within King Lear has previously used animality as a rhetorical tactic. As we have seen, ascribing animality deprives the target of the Dasein, which in this context Derrida calls the auto-referential self-distancing that enables the human to say to others, "I am speaking of me." It is this uniquely human modality of being with others which provides the capacity for response and responsibility, and which allows one to answer for oneself to those others. In wishing to be deprived of that responsibility, Lear wishes to be what Kent characterizes as the animal machine. He wishes to be deprived of the capabilities and duties expected of the human so that he can simply mechanically react to the actions of others alongside his beloved daughter. In this, we see his profound weariness with what has been demonstrated over and over again throughout the play: the inability of language to accurately describe reality. Lear wishes to tell old tales and take upon us the mystery of things, which is as much as saying that he wishes to persist in his delusive discourse from the safety of the prison, because within that prison he will never have to confront its inadequacy. It is a wish to simply act in accordance with his nature, like the animal, without the human burden of reason. Edmund, for his part, seems willing to give Lear what he wants, and sends the former king and his daughter away. As he is being led out, Lear claims that anyone who would get him out of his prison cell would have to smoke him out, like a hunter would smoke a fox out of its hole. Tellingly, this metaphor is one which he himself utilized earlier in the play against his own daughters, with the purpose of portraying them as stealthy and deceitful. The fact that he others himself in the same way testifies that, as we have just seen, he wishes to deprive himself of human subjectivity by portraying his behavior as the mechanistic reaction of an animal. As for his daughters, Lear once more deploys the ominous motif of blindness when he suggests that she will have her eyes devoured by the passage of time, implying that she will be unpersoned and displaced in the same way as he. With these words, he and Cordelia are led off stage, and Edmund hints unsubtly to his captain that if the man wishes to maintain his post and advance within the new government, he must kill off the prisoners. As for why this should be done, Edmund and the captain present two mutually contradictory explanations. For Edmund, men are as the time is, and therefore in a time of war, the captain should be unmerciful to political enemies. But for the captain, if it be a man's work, I'll do it, implying that the inherent nature of man is to kill, just as the inherent nature of a horse is to draw a cart or eat oats. The result is an antinomy. Either behavior is contingent on the socio-political character of the age, or else behavior is trans-historical and essentialist. What this antinomy functions to do is to utilize language as figural play, rather than as a description of an extralinguistic referent. As Nietzsche would assert hundreds of years after Shakespeare, no such thing as unrhetorical, natural language exists that could be used as a point of reference to describe what men really are. The juxtaposition between these two mutually exclusive explanations highlights that both are ideological associations of words, which derive their meanings from the interrelations of those words. And if we bring this linguistic discussion back to its materialist basis, we can see that the effect of this exchange is to emphasize that ideology manifests in a variety of apparatuses which themselves act as battlefields between those who support and those who oppose its prescriptions. Edmund thereby represents the nascent oppositional meritocratic ideology which views the nature of man as a Darwinian process of adoption to one's environment. In contrast, the captain represents the dominant essentialist view that the duties of man are everywhere and always the same. With this antinomy left unresolved, the captain exits, and in his place Albany, Goneril, Regan, and a retinue of soldiers enter. Albany congratulates Edmund on his victory, but demands the bastard hand over Lear and Cordelia so that their safety can be assured. Edmund boldly lies, saying that he has sent Lear hence along with the Queen so that they are ready to appear in the court of judgment, and so that no over-hasty action is taken which could lose the loyalty of the soldiers. Albany responds that it is he, not Edmund, who is in charge, but Regan interjects that since Edmund led her armies, he is entitled to be treated as an equal. Goneril disagrees, arguing that Edmund exalts himself by his own merit rather than by his assumption of Regan's honors. The sisters fall to arguing, but this argument is not just a squabble for the possession of Edmund. It also highlights through its comic ludicrousness that Edmund, despite all his brilliance as a military commander, must rely on these two sisters for his advancement. He is unable by his own agency to improve his position within society, because advancement is based on the conferment of title, not on merit. And what is foregrounded here is that there are two competing ideologies at play: the ideology of hierarchy and the ideology of performance. Edmund literally cannot prove his merit, because merit is not the result of proof within his society, and this very arbitrariness is what his character aims to displace. Again, we must escape from the obfuscation of what Jameson calls the ideology of form, to grasp the determinate contradiction between blood and merit, which has shaped both the overarching societal crisis and the motives of the characters acting within it. Regan is forced to break off the quarrel due to a sickness, which is beginning to take hold of her, and regardless of Goneril's wishes, she officially declares that Edmund is in charge of her patrimony and will be her future husband. But Albany refuses to let this charade continue, and attempts to arrest Edmund on the charges of treason along with Goneril, whom he explains to Regan has already contracted with Edmund in a conspiracy against Britain. He compares Goneril to a gilded serpent, highlighting her role as a seducer and comparing her once more to the devil. As we have seen Derrida explain, the serpent's crime in Genesis was above all else that it spoke as God in the place of God, and that its act of self-assertion was simultaneously an act of seduction. In this way, Goneril's crime parallels the crime of the serpent, in that both are untruths spoken for the purpose of self-fashioning in a way contrary to the will of God. In this sense, Albany tries to act in the stead of God by circumscribing the sexual agency of Goneril and forcing her to acquiesce to her lawful partner, and in so doing tries to reintegrate her within the religio-political order. But of course Goneril refuses to be cowed, and Albany is forced to throw down his gauntlet as a challenge to Edmund to decide their disagreement by a duel. In the midst of this chaos, Regan screams that she is ill, and Goneril reveals to the audience that the cause is poison from her own hand. But Edmund pays this interjection no heed, and also throws down his gauntlet, refusing to accept the label of a traitor and welcoming any challenge to his ennoblement. Regan is taken away to rest in a tent, and a herald enters in her place, proclaiming Edmund's challenge to the army at large. But more importantly, the herald's challenge applies only to any men of quality or degree, reinforcing the fact that even as Edmund is attempting to prove his inherent worth, that worth is only recognized because of his title. And by the same token, it can only be challenged by another gentleman with a similar title. It is class rather than strength which legitimizes the duel, even though the duel's pretext is to prove personal character by strength alone. In response to the herald, Edgar enters, girded in a full suit of armor which hides his identity. He does not divulge his name, but states that his title is equal to that of Edmund and he will prove it through his sword. And his condemnation of Edmund acknowledges the bastard's strength and title, but asserts that his status as a traitor and conspirator disqualifies him from any place within society. Edmund might be naturally strong, but he has not observed what Edgar believes to be the natural laws of obedience due to the gods, to his elder brother, and to his father. But this triple constraint once more underscores the fact that nature has nothing to do with the conflict at hand. Edmund betrayed his gods, his brother, and his father because each acted as a check on his ability, which was channeled by political disenfranchisement into violent usurpation. And we should remember the words of Bloch that English primogeniture was, by its very nature, a winner-take-all institution. England, after the Norman conquest, had instituted a system of strict primogeniture in contrast to the system of peerage common in other European countries, wherein a younger brother could hold a share of the elder brother's fief. And so for Edmund, political exclusion impelled political violence as the only means to enfeoffment. With this in mind, we can see that the conflict between Edgar and Edmund is not just an interpersonal conflict between a conservative brother and an ambitious brother, but is an ideology which embodies the conflict between social formations. This conflict stems from what Althusser calls the non-correspondence between the relations of production and the productive forces themselves. It is the narrowness of Britain's political institutions which has excluded the trio from the dominant position within these relations. But because they are all blinded by feudal ideology, they are incapable of and unwilling to form a coherent political vision for how those relations might be restructured. Their revolution is not noble or productive, but is simply a violent retrenchment of power, which does nothing to resolve the antagonisms which led to that revolution in the first place. Edmund does not yet recognize his brother, but accepts the challenge on the basis that the unknown knight has a noble demeanor. Where at the beginning of the play he explicitly questioned the connection between title and quality, here he uses artificial signs of breeding to determine that Edgar is, in fact, noble. He cannot see that he is falling into the exact same fallacy that he criticized his father for. But unlike that prior scene, here the conflict is not just of words, and Edgar is able through his sword to demonstrate his truthfulness in a way which language alone cannot match. While Edmund's logic was faulty, Edgar's might proves its assertions, and he handily vanquishes the bastard in single combat. Goneril objects that Edmund was not obligated to fight an unidentified man who might not even have a title, and so he did not really lose. This objection extends the debate over title and quality to also include truthfulness. For her, only those of high class can inhere truth into their actions, and therefore Edgar's victory signifies nothing. Again, restoring historical context helps to explain this prejudice. In feudal society, the nobleman was not only defined by his function as a military vassal, but also by the fact that he was prohibited from engaging in direct economic activity. And this prohibition was a key element of class consciousness which distinguished the feudal conception of nobility as a mode of life. Additionally, beginning in the 12th century, laws attempted to restrict the bearing of arms by members of the lower classes, and these laws were a key aspect of the concrete manifestation of noble ideology within the feudal legal system. They were supplemented by another key aspect of knighthood: religious initiation into a quasi-holy order. Where in the earlier centuries, the knight's ritualistic assumption of their social role was supervised by another knight, by the late feudal age, the church's popes and bishops were responsible for sanctifying the knight by blessing his arms and reciting a benediction for his future welfare. And if we recall the theme of truth through religion as an antidote to the falsity of language, then we can understand why Goneril puts no stock in Edgar's claims. If he is a nameless man without a title, there is no guarantee that he is even legitimately bearing arms. And if he is not legitimately bearing arms, then he does not have the blessing of God necessary to imbue those arms with divine truth. This background makes even more sense when we see that Albany tries to cease Goneril's complaints by showing her her own letter, but that Goneril simply leaves, saying that he has no power over her laws. If divine authority is the only sanction for language, then whether or not Goneril's letter is authentic is irrelevant. And by the same token, she does not need to be bound by its words. We should remember the dictum of Arendt that in a society saturated with lies, the end result is that the categories of truth and falsehood are themselves destroyed, and that these categories will be cynically disregarded by the society's subjects. If might does not just make right, but also makes truth, then Albany's impotence enervates any power the letter might have. Ironically, though Albany does not himself realize this reality, he reinforces it by his next actions, sending his soldiers after Goneril to restrain her. While his words have no power, the blades of his men do. Meanwhile, Edmund has bled out his remaining strength, and so willingly admits to his own guilt, but wishes to know before his death who has forced him to concede. And at last Edgar reveals himself, again justifying his righteousness through his legitimate title and anatomizing Edmund's wickedness through bastardy. In this choice to use a genealogical narrative to explain his world, Edgar repeats his father's mistake and echoes Edmund's own intellectual backsliding. In spite of all evidence to the contrary and all suffering born from such flawed storytelling, he, like his brother and his father, is incapable of cutting the fetters of ideology, because those fetters do not just constrain, but also explain and comfort. Edmund highlights the pathetic quality of this strategy of containment within his next lines, wherein he says that the wheel of fortune has come full circle. It has deposited him back at its lowest point. At death's door, the only thing the bastard can say to himself for his comfort is that he belongs there, that Edgar, Gloucester, and the entirety of society were really correct, and that the sin of the father explains and justifies the punishment of the son. Albany welcomes Edgar and apologizes for his former antipathy, asking the latter how he could have possibly survived his persecution. Edgar's following explanation, again, more or less cleaves to the facts, but what is more interesting is his decision to describe Gloucester's eyes as precious stones, which simultaneously reinforces the genital connotation of the Freudian symbol, and also connects blindness to Gloucester's loss of wealth and title. Edgar goes on to recount that upon revealing himself to his blind father, the old man's heart burst smilingly, and that while he was lamenting over his father's death, he was found by Kent, whose story of the persecutions that he and Lear had endured gave Edgar the motivation to fight for his former king. But Edgar's narrative is cut short by a gentleman who runs on stage bearing a bloody knife, screaming that Goneril has committed suicide while Regan has died from her sister's poison. The sisters' bodies are both brought out, and Albany once again reveals the extent to which he is ideologically captured by attributing the deaths to divine will. In parallel with the entrance of the deceased sisters, Kent enters, asking after Lear's whereabouts, and Albany in turn queries Edmund as to where the old man might have been confined. Edmund remembers in the horror of his repentance that he has sent Lear and Cordelia to their deaths, and gives his sword to the gentleman as a token of authority to countermand the execution. And in this action and the words he uses, we are given the final and most bitter evidence of Edmund's ideological blindness. He says that he will at least do some good despite his nature as a bastard, but he does not realize that it is only now, because he is free from the artificial pressures of society in his dying moments, that he can act without regard to those pressures in accordance with the impulse of his nature. And the fact that his impulse is to save Lear's life proves that there is indeed some good in him, which only shows its head when it is not cowed by political ambition. Albany has Edmund carried out by his soldiers to rest, but right as the bastard is sent off stage, Lear is led on stage by the gentleman with Cordelia in his arms. Edmund's order came too late. The old man howls, all hope and happiness lost, wishing to crack heaven's vault with his sorrow that Cordelia is dead. He begs for a looking glass, because if Cordelia yet lives, her breath would mist its surface. And here we come to one of the most important cruxes in the play's performance. Lear believes Cordelia is dead, but nonetheless wishes to verify that fact. And we ourselves may or may not know the answer to that question, depending on how Cordelia's actress performs her role. On the one hand, it could be ambiguous, and we could be held in suspense. But on the other hand, if she is clearly a corpse, then we would be presented with definitive proof of Lear's final fall into madness. In either case, Lear's entrance and breakdown signify that his faith in the gods has been completely shattered, and that his wish for virtue and vice to each receive their just deserts has gone unheeded. Where before he had lost faith in the justice of man, now he has lost faith in justice as a concept, and in any narrative of the redemption or the wages of sin. Foucault describes Lear's madness as the madness of desperate passion. For him, it is love deprived of its object, which uses madness as a means to spread over that absence the merciful veneer of an imaginary presence. It attempts to recover its lost object through a death in which father and daughter will never again be separated. I have said many times throughout this analysis that Lear's madness is a delusional discourse, with internal consistency but external invalidity. With Foucault's words, we can at last describe that invalidity in its fullness. It is, to use Lacan's phraseology, a dream which proceeds in accordance with the laws of the signifier, by creating a narrative of love which is absent in reality. We must remember that Lacan argued the dream functions by the sliding of the signified under the signifier, and that in this way it proceeds in exactly the same way as does linguistic discourse. This is why Lear's madness is essentially a waking dream. It is the metonymic free association of signifiers according to the logic of the unconscious, as opposed to the logic of what we would call the real world. Though at points his discourse has asymptotically approached the real, it has never intersected with it, or truly represented it, and has always retreated into the comfort of a narrative which at its best only possesses sectoral accuracy. But now, confronted with what he believes to be the corpse of his daughter, Lear awakens from his mad dream. But that awakening is, for him, fatal. The trauma of realizing the impassable barrier between signifier and signified, between ideology and reality, between his fantasy of the bower and his daughter's body, is what reaffirms the primacy of reality, which because of its irreducibility cannot be integrated into any belief system. In the face of this absolute arbitrariness, Lear at last accepts that all his strategies of containment have come to nothing, and that the only thing left to do is to die. Is this the promised end? Asks Kent, and in so doing brings to light one of Shakespeare's most important authorial contributions to the legend of King Lear. In previous versions of the play, Cordelia had always survived the persecutions of her sisters, and had completed her Christ-like function as redeemer of Britain's sinners. She had managed to reinstate political order at the play's end, and only after the play's conclusion does the legend have her dying due to the deposition of her nephews. The audience watching Shakespeare's play would have expected this partial recompense for their suffering, and would have been shocked to see it denied. In this departure from tradition, Shakespeare mercilessly crushes all hope for Lear's Britain, and earlier in the history of Shakespearean scholarship, that decision was not received well. Coleridge declared that Shakespeare's resolution was a glaring absurdity, and Samuel Johnson called Lear's madness an improbability. It is only in our modern era inured to arbitrary cruelty that King Lear has been performed unexpurgated and in all its painful rigor. It is only now, in an era in which all narratives of redemption and providence have been exploded, that we can at last perceive that there is nothing absurd about the absurdity of Lear's Britain. And so when Lear wishes for the revivification of his daughter, proclaiming that her voice was gentle and low, as one might expect in an ideal woman, we see the inescapable connection between tragedy, irony, and satire, which makes this Shakespeare's bleakest play. Lear does not just wish for Cordelia back because of their filial bond, but because her conformance to social norms was tangible reinforcement for the social order which he had imagined in his head, but which has now collapsed. If ideology manifests in actions, then Cordelia's death puts an end to what is in this play the privileged exponent of that reactionary affirmation of feudal values. When Lear claims that in his better days he could have slain Cordelia's murderer with ease, we see not the noble valor of Rinaldo or Tancred, but the prevarications of a dotard. And even now, at the utmost end of the play, and after the ruination of all he has clung to, Lear still cannot find his eyes. Staring at Kent, he asks his loyal servant and the only surviving exemplar of feudal fidelity, "Who are you?" Kent tries to explain that he is indeed Caius, the man who has performed the service due to a king, even through violent persecution. But Lear's only response is, "I'll see that straight." It is Lear's very obsession with restoring the ideal of feudalism which sends him into a death spiral in which he ignores the best remaining hope in Britain to fulfill that impossible goal. In the midst of this ruin, a messenger enters with the news that Edmund has died from his wounds. Albany, in his perpetual state of comic ignorance, attempts to lighten the mood by reassuring everyone that he will pay fealty to Lear as rightful king, and will help to distribute the rewards and punishments due to all those involved in this conflict. But he makes this declaration while Lear, the very symbol of the feudal order and God's divine representative on earth, lies in a gibbering mess at his feet. The ludicrous dissonance serves to make his promises seem farcical, to highlight their artificiality and the fact that only a mad fool could expect a connection between virtue and earthly rewards. The Shakespeare scholar Stephen Greenblatt argued that the bleakest line that Shakespeare ever wrote was Lear's lamentation over the body of his dead daughter. The iambic pentameter, never, 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 never. This line is certainly the most dramatic, but I do not agree that it is the bleakest. For me, it is these lines of Albany which claim that title. It is these lines of Albany which are the most hopeless in the entirety of English literature, because they represent the utter failure of human reason, the impossibility of escaping our collective madness, and the endless curse of ideological misrecognition. After all the violence, all the murder, all the scheming, all the lying, all the suffering, and all the struggle toward redemption, Albany reveals the true tragedy of King Lear, that nobody has learned a thing. His wishful attempt to reinscribe the institutions of blood and title into a Britain which was shattered by those very institutions demonstrates a complete lack of understanding as to the true cause of his country's collapse. Blindness has not died with Lear, it lives on in his successor, who is making the exact same mistakes as his former king, and who is destined to perpetuate the cycle of political exclusion and revanchism which will persist for as long as the madness of feudal ideology persists. Just like the botched revolution of Edmund, Goneril, and Regan failed because of its misrecognition of the true political problem, the counter-revolution of Albany, Cordelia, and Edgar failed because it did not present a true successor to the edifice of feudalism, but simply attempted to throw its opponents from the top of that edifice to turn back the clock of history. Standing among its ruins, Albany makes the promise that he is going to rebuild Britain without questioning its foundations. And the absurdity and futility of this promise demonstrates that a productive revolution must penetrate the ideology of a dominant social form to genuinely move history forward. But Albany, like every single other character on every single side of the conflict in this play, is helplessly within the thrall of his own madness. The true tragedy of King Lear is not that Lear goes mad, it is that every single major character in the play is mad, and that each is completely unaware of their madness. This very mad ignorance is what prevents them from understanding how to create a better future. The metaphorical and literal blindness caused by madness is the reason that King Lear is Shakespeare's bleakest play, and the bleakest story in English literature. It radically undermines any notion of positivism by questioning whether the knowledge required to better the human condition can ever overcome the opposition of ideology. Althusser made the argument decades ago that for a successful revolution, it is not enough to destroy the repressive state apparatus alone, but that it is also necessary to destroy and replace the intellectual state apparatuses of the deposed hegemony. But hegemonic ideology is so seductive that to expect Lear's pre-modern Britain to have a hope at that level of self-reflection is adding another farce to the pile. It was not enough for Edmund, Goneril, and Regan to depose Lear, they also had to possess the self-awareness necessary to conduct this critique and to construct new state apparatuses. But of course this was never going to happen, because all three conspirators were blinded by feudal ideology from start to finish. Goneril and Regan used the language of courtly love to undermine their own agency, even as they conducted political purges for the sole purpose of seizing the reins of feudal power. Edmund began the play by critiquing the exclusionary institutions of feudalism, but by the play's end was convinced of the genealogical connection between birth and title, which reversed the process of his self-reflection. The conflict in King Lear was never over the presuppositions of the ideology which united its combatants. It was instead contained by those combatants into being a purely personal struggle over the reins of power. Lear punctuates the grim irony of the scene by interrupting Albany's wishful aspirations with a lament over his daughter, a poor fool who is now hanged. This choice of phrase evokes also the fool himself, whom we remember has disappeared after the third act, and whose absence signifies the loss of that Erasmian honesty which his invective brought to his former master. And in connecting Cordelia's death to the fool's disappearance, Lear demonstrates the connection we have observed between the fool and the prophetess. Each futilely uttered narratives of advice, which despite their limitations would at least have helped the old man avoid total ruin. Lear's next lines, lamenting that a dog or a horse may yet live even after his daughter's death, further reinforces this notion that reason has died, and that only unreason can survive in a shattered world. With this final collapse of faith, he screams out that dramatic iambic pentameter: never, 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 never. And in so doing utters his final incoherent rejection of incoherency itself. With all hope of discovering meaning taken from him, the old man at last is confronted with the real, concentrated and embodied in the corpse of his daughter. It is this epistemic shock which strikes the killing blow, and which collapses Lear's dead body onto his daughter's dead breast. Kent correctly remarks that this death is really a blessing, and that Lear's ghost has at last escaped the rack of this tough world which belittled and thwarted its ambitions. Albany, now quite deflated, offers to Kent and Edgar equal shares in ruling Britain in Lear's stead. But Kent darkly remarks that he must follow his master, and implies that he, like Lear, has had his will to live evacuated by the inexplicable cruelty of reality. Without any hope of redemption, without the power of the Logos to construct meaning in suffering with its endless chain of signifiers, there is no more reason for the Earl to persist in living. Though Kent did not stand at the top of the feudal hierarchy, nevertheless he was the most ardent defender of its castle, and he defended its towers all throughout the play even as they disintegrated into rubble around him. All his notions of being a proper man, of straight talk and valorous combat, of Protestant etiquette and fidelity to his lord signified nothing, because they were nothing more than nothing itself, barred from meaning by the simple fact that they were signifiers of the symbolic domain's deluded dream. With this conclusion, we are at last led to the final lines of the play. Fittingly, they are marked by a striking textual variation. In the quarto version, they are uttered by Albany, while in the folio version they are uttered by Edgar. They are, "The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath borne most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long." In effect, they are a resignation, attesting to a desire to persist in patching together the remains of Britain, even with the knowledge that it has sustained a mortal wound, from which it may never recover. De Man in his work on figural language made the observation that the philosophical claim to truth is itself a literary rhetorical exercise. He quotes Nietzsche's famous line that truth kills, indeed kills itself, insofar as it realizes its own foundation in error. This is the conclusion we are left with at the end of King Lear. Every single one of Britain's nobles spent the entire play feuding within the common arena of truth. Yet none was dispassionate enough to withdraw from that combat, to turn around, and to examine the walls of their shared enclosure. All could perceive that Lear had gone mad, because his truth was unconventional by the standard of feudal Britain. But none could grasp that their own truth was equally and also a form of madness, because that truth was invisible in its hegemonic position. If Lear and Gloucester are madmen, Albany, Kent, Edmund, Edgar, Regan, and Goneril are all mad men and women to the second degree, mad in their conviction of shared sanity. And as we have remarked, it is this ideological obfuscation which forecloses any genuine revelation of truth, or any legitimate progression of British society. Every character is trapped in a collective play of rhetorical deceit, in which they themselves are unwitting participants, and each with their words and actions reinforces mutual lies, which impels them to fight to the death. The effect of choosing Edgar to utter the play's final lines may have been an attempt to prevent their interpretation from being the bloviating of a naive idealist. But if we understand King Lear rightly, this attempt reinforces rather than challenges that idealism. It is Edgar's very pretense of sober sanity which is the most damning statement that Britain is doomed, that political violence will persist, that institutions will not be reformed, and that the countryside peasants whom Lear lamented in a brief moment of clarity will continue to suffer in their hovels. This pretense is nothing more or less than madness. The madness of a man convinced of his sanity, whose conviction dooms his country to endless misrule. And with this explanation, I hope that you agree that King Lear is Shakespeare's greatest tragedy and his bleakest work of art. If this video provided you with food for thought, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. In my next video, I will do a deep dive into the greatest work of German drama, Goethe's masterpiece Faust, parts 1 and 2. I hope to see you in the next one.